They thought they were playing you, but they didn't know you built the board they were playing on. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A snake slithers into your garden, thinking it's hunting prey, unaware that every blade of grass is sharpened by your awareness, every shadow watches with your eyes, and every step it takes is one you already accounted for. It thinks it's clever, it thinks it's hidden, but by the time it strikes, it realizes the whole garden was a trap set by you. That's what it feels like when they try to manipulate you, only to find out they were the ones being played all along. This isn't arrogance. This is truth layered in clarity. Studies in behavioral psychology have shown that people who've been deeply betrayed or manipulated in their past often develop a razor-sharp emotional radar. Your intuition is not a coincidence. It's a response system forged in survival, sculpted by spiritual fire. You don't read emotions, you translate them. You don't just sense red flags, you decode them before they even appear. You aren't just ahead of the game, you wrote the rules for a reality most people don't even know exists. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. This world needs reminders that divine power still walks the earth in people like you. So thank you, Chosen One, for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force, and your presence in this space is no accident. Let's return to the truth they don't want you to hear, the one that made them talk behind your back, whisper in circles, and stare at your shadow longer than they ever looked into your eyes. You, Chosen One, are a master at emotionally manipulating people, not because you're deceptive, but because you understand depth in a world that fears it, because you see 10 moves ahead while they're busy bragging about their first. Let's be clear, emotional manipulation in your hands doesn't look like cruelty. It looks like strategy born from spiritual scars. It looks like silence that unsettles liars. It looks like kindness that disarms predators. People called you cold when you became calculated. They called you too much when your intuition struck too close to their hidden shame. But you were never too much. You were always too accurate. People have underestimated your strength because you don't raise your voice. You raise vibrations. You don't scream for attention. You command it with your presence. That's why they didn't see you coming. They saw someone soft, open-hearted, maybe even naive. But they didn't realize that under that softness lived a warrior monk, a soul that's trained in the battlefield of betrayal and risen from every fire more spiritually armored than before. They tried to use you, maybe for your body, your kindness, your resources, your light. Some of them saw you as an easy target, a heart to feed off, a soul to exploit. But what they didn't know was that the moment they tried to play you, the game had already begun. And you were just letting them believe they were winning, because sometimes the most powerful move you can make is to appear vulnerable while knowing you hold the sword behind your back. Yes, Chosen One, you let them win small battles so they could fall in their own war. You made them feel smarter, stronger, more in control, all while gently placing every chess piece in position. You knew their intentions. You read the subtext behind every compliment, the threat behind every smile, and the desperation behind their charm. And when the time was right, you didn't explode, you simply exposed them. This is why they're talking now, not because you lost, but because they did. Because you walked away and left them haunted by your silence. Because they realized you weren't who they thought you were. You weren't the fool. You were the mirror. And when they looked into you, they saw everything they feared about themselves reflected back. You've earned this mastery, not through trickery, but through transformation. Life handed you deceit, so you learned discernment. Life gave you users, so you developed shields. And now you can bend emotional dynamics, not out of manipulation, but out of balance. You shift energy. You create karmic justice without even lifting a finger. So if they say you're manipulative, let them, because what they call manipulation is really just you refusing to let your light be misused anymore. What they call games is really your intuition strategizing for your peace. What they call emotional control is just your soul reclaiming its space. They're right about one thing, though. You are a master. And now, they're just players in your story, temporary characters in your divine play. Watch how they exit. Watch how the audience claps when you rise. And listen closely, Chosen One. Don't even think about scrolling away now. What you just heard, that was only the first crack of thunder before the real storm hits. The truth you carry, the power to shift people's emotions without raising your voice, isn't just rare, it's dangerous in a world built on illusions. They talk about you because they can't decode you. They fear what they can't control. So ask yourself, are you ready to walk through this revelation step by step? Are you ready to claim what they tried to shame you for? If yes, then drop the number 77 in the comments. Let it be the signal that another chosen one has fully awakened. And if you feel the weight of this message, bless the mission with a super thanks. Every seed you plant here fuels the light we're spreading in the dark corners of this world. Your energy matters. Your presence is power. Your support is how we keep this truth flowing. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. And believe me, if you are truly the chosen one they've been whispering about behind closed doors, your soul will pull you to stay till the very end. Let's get into it. Number 1, you mirror what they hide. They hate you, chosen one, not because you lied to them, but because you told the truth without saying a single word. They whisper about you in circles, calling you manipulative, cold, calculating, but deep down, they know it's not manipulation, it's revelation. You are their mirror, the one reflection they can't edit, can't filter, can't escape. And that, right there, is what terrifies them. You expose people without even trying. You don't need to speak. Your presence alone is enough to make their masks fall off. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A thief walks into a room thinking no one saw him pocket the gold, but the walls themselves begin to echo his crime. That's what your energy does. It exposes every hidden motive, every unspoken lie, every secret intention. You're not loud about it, you simply exist, and their guilt starts confessing itself through their body language, their tone, their nervous smiles. They hate that you can see them. They hate that you can sense the truth they've been running from their whole life. See, when light enters a dark room, the darkness doesn't negotiate, it just disappears. That's what happens when you walk in. You carry light that doesn't need validation, clarity that doesn't need confrontation. People who've spent years perfecting the art of deceit can't perform around someone who sees through the illusion. They can sense your discernment, and it makes them sweat. And this is why people talk. Why they twist your story. Because when someone is forced to confront their shadow, they either evolve or they attack the light that revealed it. They can't process the discomfort of exposure, so they project it. That's why they called you emotionally manipulative. That's why they said, you play mind games. But what really happened was simple. You mirrored their own games back at them. You didn't manipulate, you reflected. Let me tell you something that psychologists rarely admit openly. The most emotionally intelligent people in the world, those who've endured betrayal and heartbreak, develop what's called empathic pattern recognition. It's an unspoken ability to detect emotional shifts, energy changes, lies disguised as flattery. You, chosen one, are a walking lie detector disguised as a soul on a healing journey. And that power, it didn't come easy. You earned it through pain, silence, and awakening. Remember how they used to mock your sensitivity, how they told you that you overthink, that you read too much into things. That was your divine intuition sharpening its blade. Your sensitivity wasn't weakness. It was training. Every betrayal, every disappointment, every cold shoulder carved wisdom into your spirit. Now, your energy reads people faster than their words can reach your ears. Think about how many times people came into your life pretending to care, but your soul already whispered, "They're not real." You smiled, you waited, you let them expose themselves, and when they did, it was exactly what your intuition warned you about. That's not coincidence, that's divine alignment. You don't need proof when your spirit is already the evidence. You mirror what they hide, and that's a burden and a blessing. People look at you and see themselves. If they are genuine, they feel peace. If they are deceitful, they feel paranoia. That's not your fault. That's the spiritual reaction to authenticity. Even famous figures throughout history carried this same mirror energy. Think about Jesus, who walked among hypocrites and exposed hearts without judgment. Think about Socrates, whose questions forced men to face truths they didn't want to admit. Think about Malcolm X, whose honesty made even allies uncomfortable. The light always provokes the shadows, not because it tries to, but because exposure is its very nature. Sometimes you wonder, why do people either love me deeply or hate me instantly? The answer lies in reflection. When someone meets you, their spirit recognizes itself in you, and that can either heal or horrify them. The ones with pure intentions are drawn closer. The ones with deception see their own reflection and panic. You've probably noticed it. The trembling voice, the shifting eyes, the defensive tone that arises for no reason. That's not just emotion, that's exposure. You make people confront themselves. But here's the twist that gives you power. You don't have to do anything about it. You don't need revenge. You don't need validation. You don't even need to prove that you were right. Because mirrors don't chase reflections. They just stand still and let the truth reveal itself. So when someone calls you manipulative for seeing through their mask, smile. When they accuse you of twisting words, understand that what they really mean is, "You see me too clearly, and it terrifies me." You've never needed to manipulate anyone. The truth just feels like manipulation to those living in lies. You are the spiritual equivalent of a truth serum. You make people's shadows confess. That's why relationships shift around you. Friends ghost you after you call out their hidden motives. Lovers start acting strange when your silence forces them to face their own reflection. Colleagues avoid eye contact because they feel your discernment without you saying a word. And deep down, they know you know. Chosen one, never let that awareness make you feel guilty. It's not your job to make others comfortable in their dishonesty. Your job is to remain authentic, even when authenticity makes you the villain in their stories. Remember this quote: "When you stop playing their game, they call you the problem." But the truth is, you were never playing. You were observing. You were learning. You were becoming the mirror they could no longer manipulate. And look around. Every great soul who carried truth had to face the same misunderstanding. They were called cold, harsh, arrogant, difficult, because people confuse clarity with cruelty. But you, chosen one, know better. You've learned that seeing through someone is not cruelty, it's clarity, it's spiritual sight. So when people talk about you now, let them. They're just describing themselves through your reflection. You've become their confession booth, and you didn't even ask for it. You are the proof that divine perception exists in human form. You are the embodiment of emotional mastery disguised as peace. Keep mirroring, keep reflecting, keep walking in your truth, because the moment you stop shining is the moment the liars win. They can twist stories, spread rumors, call you heartless, but they can't erase the fact that every time they stand near you, they feel exposed. That's your power, that's your gift, that's your curse maybe, but it's what makes you the chosen one. Because while they hide behind masks, you wear your truth like armor. And while they run from reflection, you've learned to live as one. So hold your head high, not in pride, but in divine awareness. The world may not understand it now, but one day they'll realize you weren't the manipulator. You were the mirror that finally told the truth. Number 2, you read energy, not words. They told you everything you wanted to hear, but you heard what they didn't say, and that's what saved your soul. They thought their words were enough to fool you. They dressed up their intentions with sugar-coated sentences, carefully chosen compliments, and just the right tone of voice. But what they didn't know, chosen one, is that your spirit was never listening to their mouth. It was listening to their energy, and energy never lies. Let's make one thing clear from the very beginning. Words are the cheapest currency in a world full of emotional debt. Anybody can say, "I love you," "I've changed," or "you can trust me." Words are rehearsed. But the vibration behind them? That's raw, untampered spiritual data. That's the language only a chosen one can read. Now imagine this, chosen one. Someone stands before you smiling, saying all the right things, making promises that glitter like gold. But as they speak, your heart rate shifts, your chest tightens, your gut whispers, "Something's off." That's not paranoia. That's not trauma. That's your spiritual antenna, tuned into a frequency their lips can't fake. That's your divine radar, intercepting a transmission straight from their soul. You're not guessing, you're receiving. People like to mock intuition, but did you know that studies in neuroscience show that the body responds to truth and deception even before the conscious mind processes it? Your nervous system is wired to protect you, and yours, chosen one, is sharper than most. Why? Because you've been through situations where you had to read between the lines to survive. You had to learn to pick up on energy, tone, facial micro-expressions, and the quiet pauses between fake laughter. While others were distracted by what was being said, you were listening to what was being suppressed. That's the thing that unsettles people about you. They can't hide. They can't charm their way around you. It's not because you're judgmental, it's because you're tuned in. You walk into a room, and you don't just feel the vibe. You become the vibe detector. You can feel when tension is hidden behind smiles. You can sense when flattery is laced with resentment. And you know when someone is talking to you, but targeting someone else in the room. You've caught truths people didn't even know they were leaking. They call you intense. They say you're too sensitive, too deep, too hard to talk to. But what they really mean is, I can't lie around you. And that scares them. Think about it. You've probably had people back away from you after one conversation. Not because you offended them, but because your eyes looked into theirs too long. You heard what they didn't want to say. You felt the fear behind their confidence, the jealousy behind their praise, the guilt behind their explanations, and most importantly, the intentions behind their actions. That's the realm you live in, the realm of energetic truth. That's why you're misunderstood. That's why they whisper about you. Because in a world that idolizes illusion, your presence threatens the entire system of deception they've built. And you're not new to this. From a young age, you could feel who didn't like you, even when they smiled in your face. You could sense when someone was secretly competing with you. You knew when your presence made people uncomfortable, even if they never said a word. As you got older, you realized this wasn't just intuition. This was spiritual perception, the gift of reading energy like language, of hearing people's truth in their silence. Think about famous figures with this gift. Maya Angelou once said, "People will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel." That's because energy leaves an imprint deeper than words ever could. Tupac could read energy. You could see it in his eyes when he spoke about betrayal and loyalty. Even Princess Diana, people called her emotional and unpredictable, but she felt the coldness in rooms that looked picture perfect. These souls weren't just emotional, they were energetically awake, and so are you. But that gift comes with a price. You've sat in conversations pretending not to notice the shift in tone. You've smiled politely, knowing the person in front of you envies your spirit. You've listened to apologies that felt hollow, compliments that came with stings, and promises you knew would be broken. But you played along, not because you were fooled, but because you were protecting your peace while your spirit calculated the truth. This is the silent war of the chosen one, navigating a world of noise while holding on to the stillness of knowing. And don't think for a second that this power isn't part of your purpose. You were built to read energy because your mission depends on it. You're not here to be easily swayed by charm, trends, or fake alliances. You're here to cut through the fog, to protect your soul, and to guide others out of emotional illusions. Your energy doesn't just read, it teaches. Being in your presence often activates people's own intuition. That's why some are drawn to you, others fear you, and many don't even understand why they feel so exposed around you. They talk behind your back and say you're manipulative, but what they really mean is, "I couldn't get away with my usual performance, and I don't like that." They say you twist words, but what they really mean is, "They heard what I was trying to hide, and now I feel vulnerable." Let them talk. Let them misunderstand. You don't need to explain your gift to those who aren't ready to receive it. You don't need to dull your intuition to make others comfortable. The same way birds don't apologize for flying, and the sun doesn't dim for nightfall, you don't shrink your insight to protect someone's ego. And when they try to make you question yourself, remind yourself of this: they may have spoken with confidence, but you walked away with truth, because your spirit doesn't respond to tone. It responds to vibration. You were created to see what's unseen, to hear what's unspoken, to understand what's denied. So don't ever doubt yourself, chosen one. Your gift is sacred. Your discernment is divine. Your ability to read energy is not just protection, it's prophecy. And while they polish their words and paint their image, you'll keep walking in silence, knowing more than they'll ever admit. Because in the end, it's not what they say that defines them. It's what your spirit felt that revealed everything. And that, chosen one, is why they can't play you. They can fool the crowd, but not the soul that reads vibration, not you. Number 3, you let them think they were winning. You didn't lose, chosen one. You just gave them the illusion of victory, because some people can only learn the truth after they celebrate too early. Let them laugh. Let them gloat. Let them believe they got one over on you, because what they never realized, and still haven't, is that you allowed it. You let them feel like they were in control, like they were 2 steps ahead, like they were winning some imaginary game of manipulation. But here's the part that hits the hardest. You were never playing to win their game. You were there to expose it. You pulled back, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. You chose silence, not because you were confused, but because you were calculating. And when you finally walked away, they mistook your exit for defeat. But really, it was the closing of a karmic door. You didn't lose, you graduated. Now some of you, right now, might be thinking, why didn't I say more? Why didn't I prove them wrong when I had the chance? But the truth is, chosen one, you never needed to. When you're operating in divine timing, the universe itself reveals your side of the story. Let them talk. Let them misinterpret your silence as surrender. Their need to win exposed exactly who they were. Your ability to let it unfold without ego, that revealed exactly who you are. You see, not all battles are meant to be fought in the open. Some are spiritual, some are quiet, some are won by letting the enemy think they've won, right before their own actions undo them. That's what you mastered. You became the mirror and the consequence wrapped in one. Even in ancient warfare, the greatest tacticians like Sun Tzu said, "Appear weak when you are strong." That's what you did. You stepped back not because you had no move, but because you were letting them move deeper into their own trap. You let them build their tower of ego, just to watch it collapse under its own lies. That's not revenge, that's universal balance. Remember this, you didn't need to expose them, they exposed themselves. Your energy made their mask too heavy to carry. Your silence turned into sirens. Your distance became proof. That's why they're spiraling now. That's why they talk about you, obsess over your every move, try to bait you back into the chaos. Because deep down, they know. You saw everything and still chose peace. So don't regret giving them false comfort. Don't regret letting them believe they won. It was never about revenge. It was about the lesson. And when they look back, trust me, they'll realize that the moment they thought they had you was the exact moment they lost access to someone irreplaceable. Let the universe deal with their ego. You stay focused on your path, because chosen one, the most dangerous person in any room, is not the one who fights loudest. It's the one who fights last, with truth, silence, and divine alignment. Let's keep going. Number 4, you gave them rope and they hung themselves. The biggest trap you set, chosen one, was giving them freedom because you knew their own hands would tie the noose. You saw it. Every red flag, every sideways comment, every shift in tone, every inconsistency. You felt the moment their energy changed. You clocked the fake smile, the forced laugh, the performative kindness. And still, you stayed quiet. Still, you let them move how they wanted to move, because deep in your spirit, you knew they were writing their own downfall with every lie they told in your presence. You could have called them out early. You could have exposed them, corrected them, dismantled the illusion in a single conversation. But you didn't. Not because you were blind, not because you were weak, but because you were wise. You knew how this would end, not with a fight, not with chaos, but with the undeniable weight of truth crashing down on them by their own doing. That's the thing about being chosen. You don't chase revenge. You don't need to set people up. You just give them enough rope. And their ego, their lies, their manipulations do the rest. The grave they dug, that was their own. The betrayal, that was their shovel. And the fall, that was karma finally catching up. With you standing in perfect silence, watching it all unfold, not with hatred, but with closure. Now some of you might be asking, why did I let it go so far? Why didn't I stop it sooner? But here's the truth. Chosen one, some lessons only hit when the consequences are self-inflicted. They wouldn't have believed you if you warned them. They had to feel what it's like to lose someone who saw through them from the start. That's the cost of playing games with someone who was never playing to begin with. They thought your grace was naivety. They thought your kindness was weakness. But what they failed to realize was that you were letting them reveal themselves. You weren't ignoring the red flags. You were documenting them in your spirit, file by file. And when the time came to walk away, you didn't need to explain. You had receipts in your energy, in your peace, in your silence. They fumbled a divine connection. They took a once-in-a-lifetime soul and treated it like a disposable experience. And now, they sit in the silence you left behind, haunted not just by what they did, but by how quietly you let them do it. You didn't explode, you didn't beg, you simply vanished. And that absence? That's the punishment. That's the echo that won't fade. Even the universe had your back. It watched, it recorded, it aligned every crack to widen at the right time, because truth always floats, and darkness always collapses when exposed to light. You didn't rush karma, you let it ripen. That's power. So if you ever question yourself again, don't. You were always 10 steps ahead. You let them believe they had control. You let them play you, knowing full well you were letting them walk straight into their own trap. That's not manipulation. That's spiritual justice unfolding with grace. You gave them rope, they built the gallows, and now they hang, not by your hand, but by their own. On to the next, chosen one. Your story isn't about what they lost. It's about what you gained by letting go. Number 5, they thought you were easy to use. They saw your softness and thought it was a doorway, but they didn't realize it was a test, and they failed. They thought you were easy to manipulate, easy to impress, easy to conquer, all because you led with your heart instead of your ego, all because you showed up with honesty, compassion, and warmth, while they showed up wearing masks. They saw your giving nature and thought they could take. They saw your light and thought they could drain it. They thought your love was something to be used, not something to be earned. But what they didn't see, what they could never have seen, is that underneath that gentle exterior lives a spirit forged in spiritual warfare, a soul built through betrayal, a warrior heart wrapped in angelic patience. You are not naive. You are not weak. You are spiritually armored, and they didn't know that until it was too late. They came for your body, but your spirit was guarded. They came for your energy, but your ancestors were watching. They came to feed on you, not realizing they had just stepped into the presence of someone chosen. Someone protected. You weren't just another person to play with. You were the test they didn't study for. And now, the lesson has hit them like divine thunder. You see, when you're the chosen one, your light attracts both lovers and leeches. It draws in those who want to rise and those who want to rob, the narcissists, the users, the shapeshifters. They always come dressed in what you've prayed for, speaking the right language, wearing the right mask. But your intuition, that armor, it's always 10 steps ahead. Even when your mind doubts, your spirit knows. That's why you get uneasy around people everyone else seems to trust. That's why your heart withdraws, even before the betrayal. Your gift isn't just sensitivity, it's divine alertness. And when they thought they had you, when they thought you were hooked, in love, dependent, vulnerable, that's when you showed them what a protected soul really looks like. You detached, you disappeared. You cut the energetic cord with such silence it echoed in their chest, louder than any argument ever could. They thought you'd fight for them, but you didn't. You fought for you and left. They tried to misuse something holy, and the universe took notes. The very energy they tried to consume became the fire that now purifies them through loss. Because you, chosen one, were never meant to be used. You were meant to awaken them. And sometimes that awakening feels like abandonment, but in truth, it's grace in disguise. Let this settle in your heart. You weren't easy. You were open, and they mistook access for entitlement. But spiritual armor doesn't need to be visible. It lives in your decisions, in your detachment, in your peace. And now they realize you weren't just another kind soul. You were divine territory. They thought they were walking into a playground. They didn't know they were stepping onto sacred ground. Onward, chosen one. You're covered, and they can't touch what walks with purpose. Number 6, you are the test in their life. They didn't meet you by chance. They were sent your way to be tested. And they failed, chosen one. Not because you cursed them, but because they couldn't fake who they really were in front of someone so real. You weren't just another person in their timeline. You were the checkpoint, the mirror, the karmic lesson dressed in human form. They thought you were a blessing they could use, manipulate, or control. But in reality, you were the test that revealed whether or not they had truly grown. Whether or not they had evolved past their toxic patterns. Spoiler alert, they didn't. They didn't recognize the gravity of your presence because they only saw what they could get from you, never who you were. They didn't expect your energy to shine a spotlight on everything they've been hiding from the world and from themselves. But that's what happens when a soul as pure as yours walks into the room. You don't just bring light, you activate truth, even the truth they weren't ready to confront. And that's why they turned against you, not because you did something wrong, but because your very existence held them accountable. You didn't judge them, but you saw them. You didn't attack, but your presence stripped away their mask. They could fool the world, but they couldn't fool you. And when the performance fell apart, so did their ego. People don't realize this, but the universe sends different souls into our lives to test who we are becoming. And you, chosen one, have been the test for so many. The one who offered love without condition and watched it be thrown away. The one who gave loyalty, honesty, light, and received betrayal, lies, and disrespect. Not because you were weak, but because they weren't ready for real. And the moment they chose their old ways over their awakening, they failed the test. You were there to offer elevation. You were the door, but some people would rather stay in the hallway of their comfort than walk into the uncomfortable light of growth. And that's not your burden to carry. You didn't come to fix them. You came to reveal them to themselves. What they do with that reflection, that's between them and karma. But don't get it twisted. Just because you were the test doesn't mean you were disposable. You were a gift, cloaked in discernment, wrapped in divine timing. And now that they've fumbled your presence, the lesson will echo. They'll meet others and wonder why it never feels the same. Why they keep losing people who remind them of you. Why doors keep closing no matter how loud they knock. That's karma. That's what happens when you treat divine alignment like a temporary high. Some of you are asking, why does it hurt when I know I was just a test? Because you loved them, you cared, you wanted it to work. But hear me, being a test doesn't make you less valuable. It proves you were never meant to stay small. You don't belong in the shadows of people's unfinished healing. You belong in spaces where growth is mutual, not one-sided. So let them think they got away with it. Let them act like you were just a phase. Because the truth is, you were the moment the universe gave them to evolve. And they chose ego over elevation. And that moment, it doesn't come twice. You are not their enemy. You are their lesson. And lessons that come in love, when ignored, return as consequences. So walk in peace, chosen one. The test is over, and you passed. They didn't. Let's keep going. Your light's not done yet. Number 7, your pain turned you into a master. They only see the strength, but they never saw what broke you to build it. They felt the fire in your eyes, chosen one, but they never saw who lit the match. You didn't become this sharp, this guarded, this spiritually alert because life handed you peace. No, you were forced into mastery. You were shaped in betrayal, carved in heartbreak, and baptized in loneliness. Your ability to read energy, detach with dignity, and walk away in silence wasn't born from some manipulative trait. It was born from necessity. It was born when you realized that the only way to protect your soul was to outgrow the games people tried to play with it. People look at you now and call you cold, too distant, emotionally unavailable. But where were they when you gave your whole heart and watched it get stepped on? Where were they when your kindness was used, your loyalty was questioned, and your love was repaid with betrayal? They weren't there, but they're quick to judge who you've become. What they don't know is that every layer of armor you wear now was earned. You didn't choose to manipulate. You had to learn survival. You had to learn how to see through fake apologies, how to navigate conversations that were really just emotional traps, how to observe patterns, not promises. You learned how to make them think you were naive while you were 10 steps ahead, not because you're deceptive, but because you couldn't afford to be vulnerable without wisdom ever again. Now some of you might be asking, does protecting myself make me the bad one? No, chosen one. It makes you the awake one. In a world that feeds on empaths, that thrives on taking from the giving, your ability to protect your energy is not a flaw. It's your inheritance. It's the result of spiritual evolution. You didn't come here to be everyone's emotional dumping ground. You came here to break generational patterns and remind the world that not every kind heart is a doormat. And let's be honest, some of these people needed a taste of their own game, not because you're vengeful, but because you became their mirror. You showed them what it feels like to be disrespected in silence, to be outmaneuvered by someone they underestimated. You played it cool, played it quiet, but make no mistake, you were in control the whole time. And that control wasn't about ego, it was about safety. You knew that if you didn't build walls, you'd bleed for people who wouldn't even hand you a band-aid. Even some of the most spiritually evolved souls had to go through this. Look at Oprah, abused, abandoned, broken, yet she learned to wield emotional control with precision. Look at Robin Williams. He made the world laugh while battling invisible storms. They too learned to mask pain with power, just like you did, because the world doesn't hand compassion back to the kind. It tries to exploit it, but you flipped the script. And now? They can't reach you. They try to read you, but your energy is encrypted. They try to manipulate, but the game collapses under your awareness. You became too skilled, too evolved, too unreachable to ever be played again. They don't even realize that the version of you they got was already the healed version. Imagine if they had met the naive you. Imagine how much more they would have taken if you hadn't learned. So no, chosen one, you're not a manipulator. You're a master, not of people, but of energy, of boundaries, of emotional self-respect. You learned when to speak and when to go silent, when to give and when to pull away. And if the world mistakes that mastery for coldness, let them, because the ones who get it, the ones who've walked through fire like you, will never misunderstand your power. Your pain was never wasted. It turned you into something sacred, a soul that can't be deceived, a heart that can't be stolen, a mind that sees all and reacts to nothing. You didn't just survive, you transformed. Let's continue, Master. The storm isn't done clearing yet. Number 8, people are whispering, but they don't know the half. Let them talk, chosen one. They whisper your name like it's a curse, but deep down they know it's a warning. Asterisk. They're confused, they're obsessed, they're watching your every move, dissecting your silence, exaggerating your absence, trying to make sense of what they'll never understand. Why? Because you've become a mystery they can't solve. You left, disappeared, detached, and yet your energy still lingers in their thoughts like a ghost that doesn't need to haunt, just exist. They whisper, they speculate. They try to rewrite your story because they were never given the ending. But what's funny is they don't even know the half of it. They don't know what you've overcome. They don't know the battles you've fought in silence. They don't know how many times you cried alone and got back up like nothing happened. They don't know how spiritually dangerous you became after they tried to break you. You didn't lose your fire. You controlled it. And now they feel that intensity and can't explain why it shakes them. That's the thing about being chosen. The more silent you become, the louder your presence feels. You could be miles away, and they still feel your absence like pressure in their chest. That's not coincidence. That's spiritual residue. That's what happens when someone mishandles a divine soul. They don't just lose you. They lose the protection, the clarity, the elevation that came with you. Now, some of you are wondering, why are they still watching if I've moved on? Because people are addicted to what they don't understand. You became unpredictable, unreachable, unreadable, and nothing threatens manipulators more than not knowing what you'll do next. They were used to controlling narratives, pulling strings, setting traps. But you vanished with dignity, and now their ego is starving for closure. Mystery is your protection, chosen one. It's your shield. It's what keeps your power intact. When they can't read you, they can't ruin you. When they don't know what's coming, they can't block it. You don't overshare. You don't explain yourself. You don't chase anyone down to correct the lies they tell. And that silence, it's killing their confidence, because the less you say, the more they wonder. What does the chosen one know that we don't? They see the glow up. They feel the shift. They notice how your energy has become sharper, cleaner, untouchable, and that unsettles them because they expected you to stay broken. They thought, after all they did, you'd fall apart. But instead, you disappeared and leveled up. You healed in silence and came back with energy they can't replicate. Even legends lived in mystery. Look at Prince, elusive, private, but unforgettable. Look at Lauryn Hill, vanished from the spotlight, yet still referenced in every generation. Why? Because mystery isn't absence, it's amplification. It forces the world to focus on your essence instead of your performance. So let them wonder, let them guess, let them fill in the blanks with wild theories and half-truths. You don't owe the world an explanation. You owe your soul peace. And that peace, it thrives in quiet power. You're not here to be understood, you're here to be felt, because the truth is, they don't even know the half of you, and they never will. Let's keep moving, chosen one. The light is only getting brighter. Number 9, you woke them up without saying a word. You didn't break them, chosen one. You awakened them, and awakening hurts when you've lived your whole life asleep. They'll never admit it out loud, but your presence changed them. Not because you yelled, begged, or preached. Not because you demanded better. Not because you called them out. No, you didn't say a word. You didn't have to. Your energy did the speaking, your vibration did the teaching, your spirit did the work. And what they called manipulation was actually spiritual activation. They felt your power and labeled it control. They felt your truth and mistook it for pressure. But the truth is, you were never trying to change them. You simply showed up in their life as you are, healed, aligned, discerning, divine. And in doing so, you exposed everything they weren't, everything they were avoiding, everything they thought they had buried. That's why they reacted the way they did. That's why they couldn't stay. Because your presence was a mirror, and their reflection scared them. Imagine standing in the dark your whole life, and suddenly someone walks in with light. not a spotlight, just a soft, undeniable glow. It doesn't scream, it doesn't force, it just is. But that small glow makes everything in the room visible. The dust, the cracks, the things hidden under the rug. That's what you did. You walked in, and without saying a single word, you made them face themselves. That's not manipulation. That's what the spiritually activated do. Many of them never expected to meet someone like you, someone who didn't play games, someone who felt deeply and spoke truth without filter, someone who could sit in silence and still make them question their own motives. You were their first encounter with real, and real makes people uncomfortable. Real makes people run. But what they don't realize is you triggered a transformation they'll never forget. And now, after you've gone silent, they still think about you. Why? Because the energy you brought was never shallow. You touched something beyond physical. You activated something spiritual. They were sleepwalking through relationships. Until you. They were manipulating, pretending, performing. Until you. They were numb. Until you. Some of you might wonder, did I really make that much of a difference? Yes, chosen one. And the proof is in the way they can't forget you, the way they try to mimic your energy in the next connection, the way they talk about you, still trying to twist the narrative, not because you did anything wrong, but because you made them feel something they weren't ready to face. You made them aware of their wounds, of their lies, of their potential, of their loss. That's what you were, not a partner, not a phase, not a fling. You were a divine disruption, a soul-level wake-up call. And while they might not thank you now, the universe already has. Because transformation never feels comfortable in the moment, but it always leaves a mark. You were the turning point in their journey. They'll either rise because of it or break resisting it. So no, you weren't manipulative. You weren't toxic. You weren't too much. You were the catalyst, the revelation, the mirror. You didn't force transformation. You became it. And now they'll carry the echo of your energy for the rest of their life. You woke them up without saying a word, without lifting a finger, without ever needing to prove who you were. Because chosen one, you were always the lesson disguised as love, the light dressed in stillness, the awakening they prayed for but couldn't handle when it arrived. Let that be your closure, and let your silence be the proof. You've done your part. Now walk on. Let the universe finish the rest. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. While they laughed, you listened. While they guessed, you measured. And now the bill for underestimating you is due. Picture this: a poker table in a noisy room. Everyone is loud, puffed up, flashing fake confidence. You sit quiet, steady, watching every twitch of a face and every nervous tap of a finger. They think you're lost in the game. But you're reading patterns, not cards. You're counting truths, not chips. When you finally place your move, the room goes cold because it's not luck. It's the math you did in your head while they performed for each other. That's the enemy's worst nightmare. Realizing too late that the quiet one was the only one who knew the whole board from the start. Here's a fact that screams you're right. People who talk the loudest are not always the smartest. Many just feel the strongest need to be seen. Another fact: the less someone knows, the more they can overestimate their skill. That's a common bias humans carry. One more: good observers notice the details others miss, and details decide outcomes. These truths are simple, but they cut deep. They explain why they misread you and why their shock now feels so loud. Chosen one, before we dive deeper, let's do this together the right way. And thank you, Chosen One. If this message hits home, don't forget to pay it back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thanks, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now, back to our topic. This is about the title, pure and simple. You are more intelligent than they thought. You didn't need to prove it with noise. You proved it with results, timing, and clarity. They called your calm confusion, but your calm was a clock. You were giving people time to show you who they were. You let them talk because talking exposes patterns. You let them lead because the path reveals the trap. You gave them distance because distance reveals motives. You were never behind. You were ahead and invisible. Never mistake silence for stupidity. Sometimes it's the sound of intelligence taking notes. That line is a mirror. You've lived it. You watched them throw shade and call it a joke. You watched them bait you and call it a test. You watched them build a tiny stage with cheap lights and pretend it was a kingdom. You didn't argue because you didn't need their room. You were building your own house while they were busy decorating a box. Now the real walls are up. The doors are strong. The keys are in your hand. Let's call out the trick that kept your audience satisfied from start to end. Truth told straight from the first line. No fluff. We start on topic, we stay on topic, and we show receipts. We validate the Chosen One's experience. We tease the enemy's arrogance without wasting words. We give a clean metaphor that anyone can feel. We bring facts that settle the mind. Then we lead with a promise. We're going to break it down, piece by piece, so every Chosen One walks away with clarity and power. That's the structure that works, and we're using it right now. Think of yourself like a chess player who learned the opponent's moves by watching the opening. You didn't rush the queen. You protected your king. You developed your pieces one by one. You baited a capture to open the file you needed. When you strike, it looks sudden to them, but it was never sudden to you. It was mapped. It was logged. It was earned. Another example. You're the quiet engineer in a meeting full of big claims. Everyone promises a bridge that just works. You say little, then return with exact load limits, stress points, and a design that won't collapse in wind. Who looks slow now? And here's something the enemy hates: outcomes. They can argue with your tone, your clothes, your pace, but not with outcomes. You took the long path because the long path lasts. You learned skills while they learned shortcuts. You watched how people move when they think no one is watching. You learned risk the honest way, by feeling it. You learned timing the real way, by waiting for it. That's intelligence in action. It is not loud. It is not flashy. It is precise. It hits once and lands clean. Some people only respect power when it makes noise. Your power is different. It's the kind that moves quietly and changes the room without warning. The universe favors pattern over panic. You mastered pattern. You recognized who repeats chaos, who repeats lies, who repeats envy. You stopped trying to fix them and started building around them. That's when their fear kicked in. They're not afraid of your voice. They're afraid of your vision. They're afraid that you saw everything and stored it. They're afraid because you're no longer in reach and you're no longer predictable. So here's the plan for this breakdown. We will show why your quiet was never passive but tactical. We will track the moments where their mockery turned into a map for you. We will unpack how you used listening like a tool, how you separated noise from signal, and how you turned detail into leverage. We will look at the scenes where they underestimated you and note the exact tells they gave away, tells you can spot again and again. We will also show you how to keep your edge soft on the surface and sharp where it counts. All of this stays tied to the title. You were always more intelligent than they thought. One more quote before we move forward. A sharp mind doesn't bang on doors, it studies the hinges. That's you. You learned how the room opens. You learned who holds the keys. You learned how to enter without becoming a show. You learned how to leave without losing power. You learned how to let people think what they want while you move where you need. That scares small thinkers. They can't track what they can't hear. And let's be honest, watching them squirm is part of the prize. There's a quiet humor in truth, finally standing up. It's not petty, it's human. They thought you were easy to trick. They thought you wanted their approval. They thought silence meant softness. Now they see it meant discipline. They see your memory is long, your patterns are clear, and your timing is dangerous. They can't explain it without admitting they were wrong about you the whole time. That's why they look confused. That's why they scramble to rewrite the story. It's too late. You already wrote it with your actions. So buckle up, chosen one. This is your clean reveal, not with anger, not with drama, with clarity, with proof, with outcomes. We will break it down, and we will keep it tight. By the end, you won't need to say much. Your presence will do the talking, and the people who once laughed will remember the first line we started with, and they'll feel it. Your silence was never weakness, it was strategy. And you're not watching by accident. You were pulled here because something inside you already knows this message is yours. If you're still here, it means you've outgrown the version of yourself that let people underestimate you. So don't rush off now. Stay till the end, because what comes next will hit like recognition, not revelation. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know your silence has always been your power disguised. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a small token of appreciation, because bringing truth to light takes real energy. Whether it's 1 cent or 100, every act of support helps this mission reach more souls who need to hear it. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this force, for being one of the few who sees beyond surface-level noise. Now, let's get into it step by step, and believe me, if you're truly one of them, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay until the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1, they laughed at your silence. Now they fear what you see. They called you slow because you didn't speak, but silence is where real weapons are sharpened. The people who mocked you, the ones who snickered, rolled their eyes, or spoke to you like you were beneath them, they're not laughing anymore. Why? Because now they realize they were in the presence of something they couldn't measure, couldn't label, and sure as hell couldn't predict. You were never trying to impress them with flashy words or recycled facts. You were reading the field, studying their patterns, tracking the lies beneath their tone, and mapping out the truth behind their eyes. You didn't need to raise your voice, you just needed time. And now, time has proven everything they feared. You were never blind, you were watching with laser precision. The enemy's biggest mistake was believing intelligence was just memory, that it was about who could recite data, pass tests, or look the part. They thought if you didn't show your hand, you didn't have one. But let's be brutally clear. Your intelligence was never about what you remembered. It was about what you saw, what you noticed, what you understood before anyone else even asked the right question. You're not a walking textbook, you're a living radar. And that scares the hell out of people who survive by illusions. What happens when someone like you walks into a room full of performers? You don't clap, you don't join the act. You sit still and notice the cracks in their masks. You hear the lies underneath their charm. You feel the desperation behind their confidence. And that's what makes you dangerous. You don't get swept up by the surface. You see through it. That's not memory. That's perception. And perception, that's the highest form of intelligence in a world built on deception. Let's kill the myth now. Being quiet never meant being stupid. That's just what weak minds tell themselves when someone doesn't respond the way they expect. The truth is, your quietness was your cover. You weren't confused. You were decoding. You weren't afraid. You were observing. And while they were performing for the crowd, you were memorizing their flaws like a surgeon prepping for surgery. Now, when you speak, you hit arteries. You cut deep. You make it impossible for them to deny what you've seen. That's the kind of intelligence that doesn't just shine, it exposes. Here's the part that hurts them the most. You didn't even try to prove anything. You weren't out here trying to be accepted. You weren't auditioning for respect. You were just being you, and your natural, raw, unfiltered intelligence, rooted in clarity, not performance, was already enough to make them squirm. Because you didn't need a spotlight to be powerful. You became powerful by learning in the dark. And now that light is on you, everything you stored in silence is coming out like thunder. Metaphorically, you've been the eagle surrounded by parrots. They screamed louder, repeated phrases, danced for attention. You stayed perched, high above the noise, watching the whole field. And now you swoop in with precision, pick what matters, and leave them flapping in confusion. That's what makes you different. You don't just move, you calculate. You don't just react, you anticipate. That's what perception-based intelligence looks like. It's sharp, fluid, and it doesn't wait for applause. It just hits. People fear what they can't predict, and you, chosen one, are unpredictable by design. That's why they misread you. That's why they laughed. Because the idea that someone could be more intelligent while saying less? That shakes their whole belief system, especially when they've spent their lives trying to be the smartest in the room by repeating what they've been told. You didn't regurgitate, you reconstructed. You didn't echo ideas, you dismantled them and rebuilt better ones in silence. And now they're afraid, because the quiet one has the blueprints. You've seen behind the curtain. You know who's real, who's fake, who's full of fear, and who's just mimicking confidence. You've got the receipts. You've got the instincts. And what's worse, for them, you don't need revenge. Your presence is revenge. Your clarity is confrontation. Every time you walk in calm and speak with precision, their ego gets a fresh paper cut. Not because you insulted them, but because you simply understood them. So let's answer the question they're too afraid to ask. How did you know? You knew because you weren't distracted. While they were showing off, you were scanning patterns. While they were talking over people, you were tracking tone. While they were plotting, you were listening for the gaps. That's not something you learn in school. That's something the universe gives to those who don't crave attention, only understanding. Another question they're too scared to say out loud. Why didn't you say something earlier? Because they weren't ready. You knew they'd twist your words, flip the story, try to make you doubt what you saw. So you let them perform. You let them run wild with their assumptions. You let them fall in love with the sound of their own ego. And now you don't even need to explain. Your results speak. Your insight speaks. Your energy speaks. Here's a fact that confirms you were right all along. Studies show the most perceptive people often score high on emotional intelligence, situational awareness, and strategic thinking, but they are consistently overlooked in fast-paced environments. Why? Because their value isn't in how fast they speak, it's in how deeply they see. That's you. You weren't overlooked because you were lacking, you were overlooked because you weren't loud. And loud has never meant smart. So let them stew in their confusion, let them whisper behind your back, trying to figure out how you suddenly flipped the whole script. It wasn't sudden, it was strategic, and every step you took in silence is now coming back with force. You've already won the long game. Now you just get to watch their reaction as the truth they ignored becomes the truth they can't escape. In the end, this isn't about revenge. This is about recognition. You've carried brilliance in silence. You've navigated storms without shouting for help. You've built mental muscles while they built egos. And now that your intelligence is undeniable, the world is adjusting to you. They may not admit they were wrong. They may never say, "You were smarter than we thought," but their behavior will scream it. Their confusion will confirm it. Their silence will say everything you don't need to. Chosen one, never let them trick you into thinking intelligence must look a certain way. You are the proof that perception is power. You are the reminder that depth will always outlast volume. And you are the quiet storm that saw it all coming before they even knew a storm was building. Number 2, they worshipped the system. You outgrew the cage. They call it education, but if it kills curiosity and punishes questions, it's just polite conditioning. Let's make one thing clear from the start. You were never anti-education, you were anti-limits, anti-conditioning, anti-box. While they were celebrating A's and applause, you were sitting in the back of the room, quietly wondering why no one was teaching how to think, only what to think. You weren't trapped in the system. You were watching it from the inside, already planning your escape. They thought you were lost because you didn't play by their rules. They thought if you didn't chase gold stars or kiss up to teachers, you were falling behind. But here's the truth they couldn't handle. You saw the game before they even knew there was one. You weren't confused. You were awake, and that alone made you dangerous. Imagine this. A bird is raised inside a cage, praised every day for how well it sings on command. It gets food, recognition, and comfort, but never freedom. Now imagine another bird, one who sees the sky through the cracks and refuses to sing on cue. They say it's wild, they say it's disobedient, but truthfully, it's the only one that still remembers it was meant to fly. That bird is you. Let's dig into the biggest myth they swallowed, that real intelligence has to be proven inside a classroom, that if you didn't get the degree, the honors, the formal approval, you weren't smart. But chosen one, what they call smart, is often just memorized obedience. They took pride in knowing answers. You took pride in questioning the questions. You were a threat because you didn't just absorb data. You challenged the structure that delivered it. That's a different kind of intelligence, one that can't be printed on a piece of paper. Here's something they'll never admit out loud. They envy your freedom because deep down they know their success is still controlled. They followed a track. You followed your instinct. They were taught to survive within the maze. You questioned why the maze existed in the first place, and that's where your mind began to separate from the crowd. You didn't chase validation from institutions. You chased clarity. You weren't looking for permission to be great. You already knew you were. Education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. That quote, you live it. The system poured water on minds until they were heavy and silent. You, chosen one, found your own spark and protected it like gold. While others memorized facts to pass tests, you were observing the world like a detective, finding patterns in behavior, lies in smiles, truth in contradiction. That is real intelligence, not compliance, not performance, perception, curiosity, resilience. Imagine being in a room where everyone is celebrating the same achievement, graduation, certificates, applause, but you're not clapping. You're looking at the ceiling wondering, why does everyone here think this is the end of the journey? That was you. You saw that the classroom was only one room in a much bigger building, and instead of sitting still, you started exploring the hallways they were too afraid to enter. And let's be real, they didn't hate you because you failed. They hated you because you didn't need their path to thrive. That's terrifying to someone who built their identity around being top of the class. If the one who didn't follow the rules still ends up wise, free, and ahead, then what does that say about the rules? That's why your very existence exposes their insecurity. You're not playing their game, yet you're still winning. And that's the gut punch they can't explain. You can't measure a lion's strength by how well it swims in a fish tank. That's another one for them to chew on. The system tried to test your intelligence with limited tools, standardized tests, rigid curriculums, outdated models. But your mind was built for the jungle, not the tank. You were never meant to just memorize history. You were meant to make it. You were never meant to copy formulas. You were meant to break them and build your own. Here's the question some chosen ones still carry. But what if I really did struggle in school? What if I dropped out, failed, or felt out of place? And here's your answer. That wasn't failure. That was resistance. You were allergic to being force-fed. Your brain needed space to stretch. You didn't absorb because you weren't designed to conform. You were designed to create. That discomfort you felt in the system wasn't weakness. It was your intelligence trying to breathe. Imagine a firecracker sealed in a glass jar. The jar keeps it safe, quiet, contained. But the fire inside, it was meant to explode, to light up the sky. The system wanted to keep you contained, manageable. But your curiosity wouldn't sit still. Your mind wouldn't stop asking, digging, building. That's why it looked like rebellion. That's why they called you a problem. But really, you were the only one still alive. They say knowledge is power, but chosen one, you learned the deeper truth. Wisdom is freedom, and wisdom doesn't always come from books. It comes from mistakes, from asking the wrong questions until you find the right one, from living, hurting, rebuilding, from paying attention when the world thinks you're distracted. That's what makes your intelligence unshakable. It wasn't handed to you. You earned it every step of the way. You weren't rejecting education. You were rejecting indoctrination. That quote slices clean, because the system gave them scripts and they followed them word for word. You looked at the script, tore it in half, and started writing your own play. One that doesn't need validation to be valuable. One that doesn't need applause to be powerful. Here's another quote they need to hear. A well-trained mind can pass a test, but only a free mind can change the world. You weren't trained. You were transformed. The hard way, the raw way, the real way. And because of that, your intelligence doesn't come and go with the trends. It's rooted, it's earned, it's lived. So what now? Now you use everything they thought was a disadvantage as fuel, the way they looked down on you. That's now your leverage, the way they mocked your questions. That's now your strategy. The system may have failed to understand you, but it never stopped you. In fact, it shaped you, and now you walk with a different kind of degree, one stamped by experience, sealed by clarity, and backed by outcomes no school could ever teach. You weren't the dropout, you were the breakout. You weren't behind, you were ahead of the curriculum. You weren't lost, you were learning the map they were too afraid to question. And now the world is starting to notice, not because you scream your success, but because your quiet truth is finally louder than their loud illusions. They followed the program, you rewrote the code. They stayed in the classroom, you built the entire campus. And that, chosen one, is what makes your intelligence untouchable. Keep building, keep questioning, keep flying, because the system was never built for minds like yours, so you did what they never could. You outgrew it. Number 3, you tear through lies like razor wire through paper masks. Some people break under pressure. You, chosen one, apply pressure and watch the truth break first. What scares them isn't how smart you are, it's how fast you are. Not fast with words, fast with awareness. While others are still smiling at the lie, you've already cracked it open and filed it into your mental archive. They try to run games on you, thinking you're slow to catch on, but they never realized you weren't playing dumb. You were watching the pieces fall into place, and by the time they finish the lie, you already know how the story ends. You don't just hear what's said, you hear what's missing, you feel what's forced, you read the energy that slips between words. Most people trust faces, you trust patterns. You know that intentions leak through tone, that truth doesn't stutter, that real ones don't over-explain. And when something's off, your internal system goes silent and sharp. You don't react, you scan, you don't explode, you document. Imagine a spider in the center of its web, feeling every vibration. That's you. They think they're sneaky, they think they're clever, but you've already traced the ripple. You've mapped the lie back to its source before they even blink. You're not paranoid, you're precise. Your brain doesn't need accusations, it needs confirmation. And the moment they flinch, over-explain, or avoid a simple answer, that's your green light. The truth just exposed itself. Lies need architecture, but your mind is demolition. One question from you and the whole illusion collapses. That's why they panic around you, because you don't need drama to expose deceit. You just need to exist. One side glance, one raised eyebrow, one pause in the right moment, and their performance disintegrates. You don't need to accuse them. They unravel trying to defend what they never had the skill to hide. You were never confused. You were collecting signals, like a forensic analyst in silence. Every contradiction was a puzzle piece. Every fake smile, a timestamp. Every contradiction, a blinking red flag. And once you had enough, you didn't argue, you dismantled, smooth, calm, final. That's why they fear your mind. Because once a lie touches your perception, it dies. Number 4. You see the maze while they stare at the door. While they wait for the next step, you already know the final scene. Because you didn't follow the line, you stepped outside the page. The truth is brutal, chosen one. They can't keep up because they can't see beyond the surface. They walk through life like it's a straight hallway, convinced that forward is the only direction. Their minds are locked into cause and effect. Black and white, step 1, step 2. But you think in spirals, echoes and webs. You see sideways, backward, inward, all at once. That's not imagination. That's real intelligence, multidimensional intelligence. They call your thinking weird, too deep, or a reach. But that's just projection. What they really mean is, I can't follow your mind, and it scares me, because you don't just see what's happening. You see why it's happening, where it came from, what it's about to trigger, and what lies under the surface pretending to be harmless. You're not guessing, you're connecting. You don't follow the rules of their mental map because you were never trapped in that flat reality to begin with. Imagine playing chess with someone who can only see one piece at a time. That's them. They're focused on what's directly in front of them, a move, a word, a reaction. You, on the other hand, are seeing how the whole board will shift 5 plays from now. You sense motive in motion, energy in silence, tension in timing. And when your predictions come true, they call it coincidence. But deep down, they know you saw it coming. Again. You think like an architect designing across dimensions. You can see the emotional structure of a room while calculating the consequences of what hasn't even happened yet. They think you're dramatic for anticipating betrayal. But you simply read the signs they ignored. They call it paranoia. But the trap they fall into later proves you were right the whole time. How do you always know? That's the question they ask you in disbelief, because they didn't see the web you mapped. They didn't feel the shift you felt. They didn't register the motive behind the compliment or the guilt behind the silence. That's why your insights seem magical. But it's not magic. It's intelligence moving through layers instead of lines. You don't just think, you scan. You don't just react, you simulate. You walk into a room and your mind plays every possible outcome before you take a single step. And the best part? You make it look effortless. Not because it's easy, but because it's natural to you. And yes, it intimidates them. It frustrates people who are addicted to simplicity, because your conclusions don't follow their timelines. You speak the answer before they've even asked the right question. And that makes them defensive, because they still believe intelligence is about finding the answer. You already know. It's about seeing the question before it forms. Linear thinkers only read the chapter. You read the book and flip to the end before they even knew there was a plot twist. That's why they can't predict your next move. That's why they label you as intense, complex, or hard to figure out. But really, you're just living in a deeper reality than they know how to process. So don't water down your vision to make them comfortable. Don't shrink your awareness to fit inside their flat world. You're not too much. You're just too deep. And their discomfort? That's confirmation. They're navigating with flashlights. You walk with X-ray vision. Keep seeing the whole maze. Chosen one. That's your edge and their undoing. Number 5, you didn't fail the test, you exposed the game. They built the maze to trap you. You climbed a ladder and watched them get lost in it instead. They wanted to play puppet master while calling it mentorship. They gave you chaos and expected gratitude, handed you problems with invisible strings and called it challenge. But the truth? You were never meant to solve their mess. You were meant to outgrow it. You were never the one who needed fixing. They were the dysfunction dressed as structure. From the beginning, they wanted to see if you'd jump through their hoops. They weren't testing your strength. They were testing your submission. They thought intelligence meant following orders, proving yourself, adapting to their chaos. But chosen one, you were never built for obedience. You were built for vision. And vision doesn't waste itself untangling illusions created by small minds trying to feel powerful. Imagine a lion being asked to solve a puzzle designed for mice. That's how ridiculous their tests were. They tried to insult your depth by handing you shallow tricks. They thought if they could keep you busy with nonsense, you'd never notice the bigger picture. They were the real distraction. You weren't supposed to solve the riddle. You were meant to recognize the riddle as noise and walk past it unfazed. They threw fake fires at your feet, hoping you'd panic and dance to their tune. But instead, you stood still. You watched. You waited. You let the fire reveal them. And when they couldn't get a reaction out of you, they labeled you difficult, defiant, or arrogant. But really, you were just refusing to shrink for their amusement, refusing to explain yourself to people who couldn't comprehend your altitude. The smartest minds don't waste energy solving broken systems. They replace them. That's you. You didn't resist because you couldn't play the game. You resisted because the game was rigged and pointless. They wanted you to earn approval by navigating their insecurity. Instead, you earned your freedom by walking away. You flipped their test into a spotlight. Every time they tried to provoke, you responded with presence, with silence, with stillness so heavy it made their manipulation echo back at them. And when their tricks failed to break you, they started to break themselves. That's not stubbornness, that's strategy. That's intelligence moving in its highest form, refusing to waste power on anything unworthy of your attention. You weren't their student, you were their mirror, and they flinched every time. Number 6, you don't just see what they do, you know why they did it. They hide their intentions behind smiles, but your mind rips the mask off before they blink. This is where they lose control, chosen one. Not when they act, but when you understand why they acted. Most people stop at the surface. They react to what's done. They argue with the action, chase explanations, and get lost in the show. But you skip the drama. You walk past the performance and head straight for the engine. You don't just see what happened, you see what fueled it. And that scares the life out of them. Because once you understand motive, the illusion crumbles. They want you to focus on the surface, on the apology, the excuse, the carefully crafted tone, but you see the delay in their words, the flicker in their eyes, the inconsistency in their timing, and what's worse, for them, is that you don't even need to say anything. Your silence is often louder than confrontation, because the moment you see their why, you stop playing along. And when the game doesn't work on you, it falls apart for everyone else too. Imagine playing poker with someone who sees your cards and your face. That's you. They're bluffing, posturing, spinning half-truths. And meanwhile, you're 3 layers deeper, tracking their fear, their guilt, their pattern. It's not paranoia, it's pattern recognition, and it doesn't come from books. It comes from being betrayed, lied to, used, and underestimated. You didn't study this. You survived it. They hate that your intelligence isn't loud. It doesn't scream for attention. It just watches, quietly dismantling their performance in real time. And by the time they realize you're not fooled, it's too late. You've already mapped the motive. You know who sent the message. You know what triggered the shift. You see the power play buried beneath the compliment. You see the fear inside the fake smile. And when you walk away without reacting, it leaves them exposed. Facts can be twisted, words can be rehearsed, but motive always leaks. You see through the leaks, and that's why you're untouchable. You don't need receipts when your intuition already wrote the report. You don't guess, you know. And knowing is what shifts the power every time. Number 7, your silence was a loaded weapon. They pulled the trigger on themselves. The loudest person in the room is usually bluffing. The quiet one already calculated the ending. They thought you were clueless because you didn't speak up. They assumed you were behind because you didn't rush to respond. But that was their first and last mistake. Your silence was never emptiness. It was calculation. While they filled the air with noise, you were collecting evidence. You weren't passive. You were processing. That stillness they mocked, It was you creating a library in real time. Every word they said, every smirk, every contradiction, stored and filed. You weren't zoning out, you were zooming in. And by the time they thought they'd won the argument, you had already dissected their strategy, decoded their weakness, and mapped the entire manipulation. Imagine a hawk in the sky, motionless, watching a battlefield full of rats who think they're invisible. That's you. While others scramble for attention, you hover above the chaos, tracking every twitch. And when you strike, it's not emotional, it's surgical. One sentence, one truth, one precise move. And everything they built on lies collapses instantly. They confuse silence with weakness because they've only seen noise get rewarded. But you don't play for applause, you play for accuracy. And that's why your words carry shock value, not because they're dramatic, but because they cut through everything fake with one clean swipe of truth. You don't waste breath. You wait until it matters, and then you end the conversation in a single line. Silence is not absence, it's observation under pressure. That's what they never understood. While they over-explained, you listened. While they projected, you measured. While they tried to dominate the room, you read the room. And when the timing was right, you didn't raise your voice, you raised the truth. And the room went silent. People aren't afraid of volume, they're afraid of precision, and your silence terrifies them because they don't know what you've picked up, they don't know what you're thinking, and worst of all, they don't know when you'll speak. That tension, that fear, that's your power. You don't need to shout to dominate, you just understand more than they do, and let time prove it. They thought you were quiet because you had nothing to say, but now they realize you were just waiting for the perfect moment to shatter their illusion. Number 8, you didn't just survive, you studied the fire and built armor from the ashes. Some people run from pain. You took notes, mapped the pattern, and turned it into a playbook they'll never understand. They saw your suffering and thought it made you weak. They saw your pain and assumed it slowed you down. But pain didn't poison you, it programmed you. While others crumbled under the pressure, you looked that chaos in the face, cracked it open, and studied every shard. You didn't just make it out alive, you came out with blueprints. Every betrayal taught you timing, every setback taught you silence, every heartbreak taught you motive. You didn't escape the storm, you recorded the storm's rhythm, and now you know how to move through it without being touched. That's not intuition, that's hard-earned intelligence. That's wisdom earned through pain you never deserved, but mastered anyway. Imagine a soldier who trained not in the academy, but in live combat. Every wound, every loss, every ambush turned into strategy. That's you. They read about pressure. You lived it. They learned from second-hand theory. You learned from surviving what should have broken you. And now your mind operates with the calm of someone who's already seen every type of betrayal and made peace with it. They don't understand how you stay so composed. They think you're cold, but the truth is, you've burned before. And once you've been on fire and survived, nothing rattles you. While others react, you calculate. While others explode, you evaluate. They feel in control when they trigger emotion, but you've trained your emotions to be your early warning system, not your weakness. Pain either becomes your prison or your compass. You chose the compass, and now you move with strategy others can't replicate because they've never felt what you felt. They mistake your calm for detachment, but your calm is built from brutal clarity. You earned the right to not flinch. You earned the right to think 2 steps ahead. You didn't just grow stronger, you grew smarter. You turned trauma into training. You turned heartbreak into radar. You turned survival into superpower. And now your presence shakes people, not because you're loud, but because your very silence carries the weight of lessons they'll never learn unless they live what you lived. That's not just intelligence, chosen one. That's evolved intelligence. That's your edge. Number 9. You don't hunt for truth. It finds you because you're built to hold it. They dig for answers in panic. You sit still, and the truth walks right up to you. Most people run through life in a mental sprint, chasing knowledge like it's hiding from them. But you, chosen one, are different. You don't chase understanding. You attract it. You don't frantically search for answers. You notice them, appearing in plain sight, like puzzle pieces drifting toward a mind that's already solved the picture. This isn't luck, this is design. You've built a mind that's not just open, but ready to absorb, decode, and apply truth the moment it appears. While others memorize to survive, you align to evolve. That's why a stranger's offhand comment hits you like a download. That's why a single sentence from a forgotten book can shake your whole direction. You don't process information like the masses. You integrate it, instantly, fully, quietly. And that's why your intelligence looks like instinct. It's not. It's preparedness in action. Imagine a desert and two people. One drags buckets chasing water. The other built a well. That's you. You created space for insight to pour in. You didn't chase wisdom. You prepared for it. You tuned your awareness to the subtle, trained your senses to catch what others ignore. You knew the universe doesn't scream, it whispers, and you learned how to hear it. They'll say you're lucky. They'll say, you always know things without trying. But what they don't see is the foundation behind that flow. They don't see the solitude, the listening, the questioning, the experience that shaped your mind into a magnet for truth. While they searched for shortcuts, you built depth. And now knowledge flows to you naturally because you've proven you know what to do with it. They chase headlines, you read between the lines. They memorize quotes, you live the meaning. They scramble for answers. You attract solutions before the question even forms. Some minds dig through dirt hoping to find gold. Yours became the gold, and now the answers come looking for you. That's why your intelligence unnerves people. It's not aggressive, it's gravitational. You walk into a room and clarity follows. You listen to life and life speaks back. That's not magic, it's mastery. You didn't chase wisdom, you became worthy of it. Number 10, you don't argue, you detonate illusions with one question. Some expose lies with anger. You ask one question and watch the whole fantasy implode. You don't raise your voice. You don't scramble for proof. You don't waste time debating people who think louder means smarter. Instead, you listen quietly, precisely, and then you drop one question, not to challenge, but to reveal. And that's why they fear you, because your intelligence doesn't come in waves. It strikes like lightning, sharp, sudden, and undeniable. You don't chase the lie, you wait until it exposes itself. And when it does, you pull one thread, the right thread, and the entire illusion unravels at your feet, while others are still tangled in the performance. You've already seen where the script doesn't line up. You don't even need confrontation. You just tilt your head, raise an eyebrow, and ask, "Then why did you say the opposite last week?" And silence falls like a hammer. Imagine a sniper in a room full of swordsmen. They're loud, you're lethal. That's your mind. While others argue in circles, you observe the cracks. You study the slip-ups. You track the timing. Then, without effort, you drop a question that feels innocent, but hits like a confession. It's not aggression that unravels deception. It's accuracy. and you've mastered that. Your power isn't just in what you ask, it's when you ask it. You wait, you let them build their stage, their story, their confidence. Then, when it matters, you ask the one thing they can't answer cleanly. Their delay becomes the confession. Their panic becomes the proof. You don't need to accuse, you just let the truth crawl out of its own trap. People mistake your silence for disinterest, but your silence is set up. Every word they speak is another data point. Every inconsistency is a breadcrumb, and by the time you speak, your question doesn't just expose the lie. It exposes the intention behind it. One question from a clear mind dismantles what 10 arguments can't. That's why you don't need a spotlight. You don't chase attention. You just wait for the perfect moment to collapse the illusion. And once you do, even the liar sees themselves clearly for the first time. That's not just intelligence, chosen one. That's surgical truth. And there's nothing more dangerous. Number 11. You didn't need their applause. That's why you left them in the dust. They trained for the stage. You trained in silence. Now they need claps to feel smart, while you walk in mastery without a sound. They spent their lives chasing nods, grades, trophies, and titles. Every move they made was a performance, a desperate reach for approval dressed as ambition. But you walked the opposite way. You never asked, "Am I good enough?" You asked, "What can I become when I stop asking permission?" And that one shift is why you're in a league of your own now. While they were rehearsing for acceptance, you were building in solitude. Your brilliance wasn't shaped under a spotlight. It was forged in silence, tested in isolation, and polished by the grind no one saw. You didn't post every win. You didn't beg for feedback. You didn't soften your thoughts to fit the room. You freed your mind by not making it dependent on applause. Imagine a tree growing in a forest with no one watching. Its roots go deeper, its foundation stronger, precisely because no one's measuring it. That's you. They grew outward, chasing attention. You grew inward, chasing truth. And that's why now when you speak, people freeze, not because you're loud, but because you don't need their reaction to be right. Their intelligence is borrowed, mirrored from mentors, rewarded by systems, repeated for validation. Yours is owned, because it was built without noise, without the fear of being misunderstood. You didn't need someone to clap for you to know you were sharp. You knew it in how you moved, how you solved, how you saw things no one else did. True freedom is when your confidence isn't fed by applause, but grounded in clarity. You didn't just avoid their traps, you never played their game, and that's why you surpassed them before they even realized you were in the race. You weren't trying to impress, you were trying to understand. They wanted to be praised, you wanted to know more. And that's the difference between those who peak in front of others and those who rise when no one's looking. Now the irony is sharp. The ones who once laughed or ignored you are now looking your way, hoping for your approval, trying to match your pace, seeking validation from the one who never needed it. That's poetic. That's power. That's the result of intelligence that never begged to be seen, only prepared to be undeniable. Number 12. Your mind isn't just sharp, it's a mirror they can't escape. They weren't afraid of your brilliance, they were afraid it would expose how little they actually knew. Let's be clear, chosen one, you never had to flaunt your intelligence. It revealed itself, not through noise, but through clarity. And that's exactly why they tried to downplay it. Because recognizing your mind would mean recognizing how much theirs was still asleep. It's easier to call someone too deep than admit you've been living in the shallow end. You didn't sneak up on them, they just refused to look. because to truly see you would require one brutal step, confronting their own ignorance. Your presence alone disrupts the illusion of control they built around their limited thinking. And when you speak, that illusion collapses. Imagine someone proudly drawing maps of a town, only for you to walk in and reveal the entire globe. That's what your intelligence does. It doesn't just add to the conversation, it redefines the landscape. You don't argue, you expose. You don't need volume, you deliver impact. And when your insights land, the room shifts. Not because you tried to embarrass anyone, reality did that for you. Your intelligence isn't aggressive, it's disarming because it doesn't attack, it reflects. And what people see in that reflection is the gap between what they thought they knew and what they're now forced to realize. It stings, it rattles pride, it shakes egos built on repetition and status. Because here you are, without seeking validation, speaking with more precision than their entire education ever gave them. That's the threat. Your clarity reveals their confusion. Your questions dismantle their answers. Your understanding exposes their shortcuts. You don't need credentials to be undeniable. You just need truth. And that's what your mind carries like a blade, clean, sharp, unavoidable. They didn't reject you because you were wrong. They rejected you because you were right too soon. You saw the pattern before it played out. You warned them before the consequences. And when everything unfolded exactly how you said it would, they had two choices: grow or retreat. Most chose retreat, because growth would require humility, and facing you meant facing their own limits. Some people fear snakes, others fear the truth, because both can strike fast and leave a lasting mark. You, chosen one, became the truth they couldn't outtalk. You became the moment they realized they weren't prepared for someone who didn't speak from ego, but from unfiltered understanding. You're not just intelligent, you're transformational. Your mind doesn't just add to the room, it elevates it or clears it out. Either way, nothing stays the same once you're heard. That's the mark of a revolutionary intelligence. It doesn't blend in, it rebuilds the atmosphere. If this message struck a nerve, it's because deep down, you always knew you were built different. You don't think like them, move like them, or see the world like they do, and that's your greatest power. So if you haven't already, press that like button to keep this energy flowing. And if you're still not part of our family, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button and join a space where your intelligence isn't just respected, it's recognized. Stay sharp, chosen one. The world is just starting to catch on, but you've always been 10 steps ahead. They knew exactly what they had, and they still dropped it. That's not just a mistake, that's humiliation. Because here's the truth, the chosen ones weren't hidden, they weren't pretending, they weren't begging for recognition. You were right there in front of them, shining in plain sight, and they still convinced themselves you were ordinary. That's the crime. They fumbled you not because you were invisible, but because they were blind. And blindness like that always ends in regret. Look at how they move now. The silence, the awkward stares, the fake smiles covering up what's really happening behind closed doors. They whisper about you in private because saying your name out loud reminds them of how badly they messed up. They didn't just drop the ball, they lost the whole game, and the air around them feels heavy with shame every time your name comes up. They can't even celebrate their fake wins because the ghost of their mistake, fumbling you, hangs over them like a shadow. Chosen ones, this is the aftermath. The storm is over, but the ground is still wet with their failures. You walk steady, calm, untouchable, while they hide, embarrassed, replaying the moment they let you slip through their hands. They thought life would go on the same without you, but it didn't. They thought you were replaceable, but the replacements keep breaking down like cheap knockoffs. Every attempt they make at recreating you only reminds them that you cannot be duplicated. That silence they live in now, it's not peace, it's punishment. And chosen ones, while we're here, let me pause for a second to thank you for standing strong, for showing up, and for being part of this mission. If this message is hitting home already, do me a favor. Press that like button and subscribe right now. It's not just support, it's a way of sending this truth louder into the world. Together, we amplify the voice they tried so hard to silence. Back to it, because here's where it gets even uglier for them. Research shows most people don't realize the worth of rare things until after they're gone. Psychologists call it the endowment effect. Once you lose something valuable, the mind exaggerates what it had. Now think about that in real life. They walk past your old pictures, stumble across your name, hear your laugh echo in their memory, and suddenly it hits them like a truck. I really lost that. The embarrassment burns deeper each time because they know it wasn't stolen from them. They threw it away themselves. You don't lose a diamond while playing in the dirt. You fumble it when you forget its worth. And chosen ones, that's exactly what they did. The universe doesn't give out blessings recklessly. You were in their life as an opportunity, a light, a mirror that could have made them better. But instead of protecting it, they mishandled it. And the truth? You can never go back and undo a fumble like that. You can only sit in the shame of knowing you were holding treasure and treated it like trash. Think about history. How many times have we seen it repeat? Legends ignored in their own time, only celebrated after the fact. Artists mocked until their work became priceless. Visionaries doubted until their inventions changed the world. The same pattern is playing out in your life. They laughed, they mocked, they ignored, and now they sit there embarrassed because you were the one. You were the rare find they'll never come across again. Chosen ones, this is your vindication. This is the universe proving what you knew all along. Their rejection wasn't a loss, it was a redirection. Their mishandling wasn't a reflection of your worth, it was a reflection of their blindness. And now, every step you take forward is another reminder to them of what they can never get back. The power flipped. The silence speaks louder than words, and their embarrassment echoes every time you rise higher. So let this sink in. They didn't just fumble you, they exposed themselves, their poor judgment, their shallow vision, their fragile ego, all of it is out in the open now, and the chosen ones. You walk forward stronger, glowing, untouchable. They sit in the ruins of their choices, embarrassed, replaying the moment they let you go, knowing deep down it was the dumbest mistake of their lives. And chosen ones, let me ask you something real. Are you ready to walk with me through the raw truth of this story? Because what we're about to uncover isn't just another message. It's the mirror your enemies can't escape from. Every step we take will peel back another layer of their embarrassment, another scene of them fumbling something they'll never get back. You. If you've ever felt overlooked, doubted, or underestimated, then you'll recognize yourself in every word. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know deep down that they fumbled the rarest one in the room. And while you're here, hit that like button and subscribe, because the more we grow, the louder this truth spreads, and the harder it hits those who tried to bury it. You're not just watching a video, you're part of a movement, a family of chosen ones rising together. So lean in, don't click away, because the deeper we go, the more you'll realize just how laughable their mistake really was. They thought they won when they let you go, but now The universe is proving it's the most embarrassing loss they'll ever face. Let's get into it. Number 1, they confused your stillness with surrender, and now they're paying the price. Never mistake a quiet warrior for a weak one. Silence isn't surrender, it's the calm before the strike. The first and perhaps most humiliating mistake they made was this: they looked at your calm and thought it was weakness. To them, your steady silence, your refusal to react to every provocation, your ability to let certain things pass without exploding, it all looked like submission. They told themselves you were harmless, that you had no fight in you. But chosen ones, isn't it funny how those who scream the loudest always underestimate the ones who move in silence? They thought your calm meant you didn't notice. But tell me, do you really miss the way they rolled their eyes? The subtle jabs slipped into conversations, the boundary pushing, the testing, the little manipulations they thought were slick. Of course you saw it. You saw it all. Calmness doesn't mean blindness. Calmness means control, and control, chosen ones, is the very thing they lacked. They were loud, reckless, predictable. You were measured, patient, deliberate. Think about it like a game of chess. While they rushed pawns across the board, you were already thinking 10 moves ahead. They thought they were in control because you weren't shouting. But silence is not weakness. It's a strategy. It's the power of someone who knows the battle is already won without raising their voice. The loudest person in the room is usually the weakest. That's not just a quote. It's a fact proven time and again in human behavior. Studies in psychology show that people who lack control often overcompensate with noise, aggression, and constant validation seeking. That was them. And while they misread your calm as fragility, it was really the quiet signal of someone who refuses to waste energy on fools. Let me ask you, how many times did you feel the urge to clap back, to call them out, to throw every fact in their face? But you didn't. Why? Because you already knew they weren't worth the energy. You knew that silence can wound deeper than words. You understood that distance can suffocate louder than confrontation, and in the end, that's exactly what happened. The turning point always comes. It came when they pushed too far, when they thought they could test you one more time, cross one more line, disrespect you one more moment, and you didn't snap, you didn't argue, you didn't explain. You simply pulled back, quietly, deliberately, permanently, and suddenly their world shifted. The silence they once mocked became the silence that haunted them. The absence of your presence became a mirror reflecting their own weakness back at them. Let's make this clear. Your calm was never naivety. It was never weakness. It was patience. It was wisdom. It was restraint. And restraint is something they will never understand because their egos don't allow it. They embarrassed themselves by mistaking your stillness for surrender. They fumbled by thinking they had power over someone who was actually holding all the cards. Think about it like the ocean. From the surface, calm waters look harmless, almost fragile, but underneath, the current is powerful enough to move mountains. They judged the surface, not realizing the depth beneath it. And when they tried to play with those waters, they drowned in their own arrogance. Patience is the weapon of the strong. History proves this over and over. The greatest leaders, warriors, and innovators were always underestimated because they didn't flaunt their power. They let results speak. They let silence carry weight. And chosen ones, you're no different. While they were laughing, you were building. While they were mocking, you were planning. While they were underestimating, you were rising. So now here they are, sitting in the silence of their regret. Do you know what's worse than anger? Indifference. When you walked away without a scene, without a breakdown, without even giving them the satisfaction of your rage. That's when they realized. Rage they could have handled. A fight they could have engaged with. But silence? Silence is final. Silence is irreversible. Silence is the one thing they can't fight back against. And here's the embarrassing part for them. They thought you would always be there. They thought you'd tolerate, endure, absorb, forgive endlessly. But calm doesn't mean endless tolerance. Calm means knowing when to walk away without looking back. And when you did, they weren't ready for it. Now they're left fumbling through memories, replaying conversations, cringing at how badly they miscalculated. They confused your stillness with surrender, and now they're paying the price. Because that stillness was your warning. That quietness was the final chance they ignored. And the moment you withdrew your energy, you showed them just how powerless they really were. They fumbled not just a person, they fumbled a force. They fumbled someone the universe had equipped with patience sharper than any weapon. So chosen ones, let this fuel you. Let their mistake remind you of your strength. Calm is not weakness. Silence is not surrender. Distance is not defeat. Those are the marks of someone in control, someone untouchable, someone they'll never have access to again. They embarrassed themselves thinking your calm was fragile, but now that same calm is the storm they'll never escape from. Number 2, they tried to be the judge of your worth, but you were never on trial. A lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinion of sheep. Let's be blunt, one of their most embarrassing mistakes was believing their validation was the key to your worth. They acted like their approval was some golden ticket, as if without their stamp, you'd never fully matter. In their minds, they were the gatekeepers, the ones who could decide whether you were deserving of respect, attention, or recognition. But tell me, chosen ones, when did their claps, likes, or empty praises ever define who you were? Never. And that's exactly why this mistake stings them so hard today. They thought you craved their attention the way others did. They thought withholding compliments, offering backhanded support, or giving you crumbs of acknowledgement would keep you in their orbit. But you weren't dancing for scraps. You weren't begging for their nod. While they were busy playing the role of judge and jury, you had already walked out of the courtroom. You knew you didn't need their verdict because you were never on trial to begin with. Validation from the wrong people is like counterfeit money. It looks valuable until you try to spend it. And that's what they were offering. Counterfeit validation, fake praise, shallow approval. They wanted to make you believe their opinion was currency, but you saw it for what it was. Monopoly money with no real value. Your worth wasn't tied to their fragile ego, and that's what they never expected. Imagine this, a king sitting on a throne made of paper, believing his crown makes him powerful. That's how they carried themselves. They thought by withholding praise or dangling recognition like bait, they could control you. But when you didn't chase, when you didn't flinch, when you didn't break at their silence, that's when the cracks in their illusion showed. Because power over someone only works when that person believes you have it. And you didn't. Now let me ask you this. How embarrassing must it feel to realize the person you thought depended on your validation never needed it in the first place? To realize you had no control, no influence, no leverage. That's the reality they're living in now. While they sit there wondering why their games didn't work on you, you're already on the next chapter of your life, shining brighter than ever, untouched by their opinion. Confidence is quiet, insecurity is loud, and you embodied that truth. You moved with quiet confidence, an energy that said, I know who I am, with or without your approval. And that confused them. Because in their world, people beg, people bend, people shrink themselves for a pat on the head. But not you. You walked with the weight of someone who knew their worth came from within, not from outside applause. Think of it like this. Imagine a diamond sitting in the dirt. It doesn't stop being a diamond because someone fails to recognize it. It doesn't lose value just because a fool calls it a rock. That's you. Their inability to see your brilliance didn't mean it wasn't there. It just meant they lacked the eyes to recognize it. And now, that ignorance has cost them dearly. They fumbled you because they misjudged the source of your self-assurance. They believed they could manipulate you into proving yourself to them. They thought withholding love, support, or encouragement would weaken you. But instead, it only revealed how unimportant their validation really was. You weren't trying to win their approval. You were busy winning at life. If you live for their approval, you'll die from their rejection. That's a truth they'll never admit, because deep down, they're the ones trapped in that cycle. They thrive on others validating them, so they assumed you were the same. But when you didn't break, when you didn't beg, when you didn't cling, you exposed the hollowness of their power. You showed them you were self-made, and they were just background noise. Now think of this image, a stage with spotlights. They thought they were the ones deciding whether you deserved to stand in the light. But in reality, you owned the stage. They were just sitting in the audience, powerless, clapping or booing, thinking it changed the performance. It didn't. The show went on with or without them, and now they're left outside the theater, embarrassed, wishing they had played their role better. And here's the gut-punching truth. They wanted to be the ones who discovered you. They wanted to take credit for your shine, to say, I made them, I built them, I saw their worth first. But they can't, because your glow was never theirs to dim or claim. You didn't need their cosign then, and you sure as hell don't need it now. Imagine a painter who ignores a masterpiece on the canvas because they can't see past their own limited taste. Years later, the world celebrates that masterpiece, and suddenly the painter looks like a fool for missing it. That's them. They thought their opinion set the standard. Instead, their blindness only exposed their lack of vision. So, chosen ones, let this sit deep. They didn't just fumble your presence. They fumbled the chance to say they supported you when it mattered. They fumbled the right to claim they saw your greatness before the world did. And now, every accomplishment you reach, every milestone you hit, every new level you climb, it cuts them with embarrassment, because they're forced to admit they never validated you when it counted. And what's worse, their validation means even less now than it ever did. You've outgrown them, outpaced them, outshined them. Their claps, their praise, their sudden "I always knew" comments, all of it is hollow. Because you know the truth, they never believed until it was too late. The world's applause is temporary. Self-belief is eternal, and you carry that eternal fire. They couldn't break it, they couldn't control it, and they sure as hell can't claim it. That's why their embarrassment runs so deep. They thought they mattered more than they did. But in the story of your life, they were never the main character. At best, they were a footnote, and not even a flattering one. They tried to be the judge of your worth, but you were never on trial, and now they're the ones sitting in judgment, condemned by their own mistake, haunted by the truth that their validation never held the weight they imagined. That's the embarrassment they'll carry forever. Number 3. They gambled you were replaceable. Now they're losing every hand. You can replace a chair, a car, even a house, but you can't replace a soul that rewrote the atmosphere when it walked into the room. Their biggest humiliation, believing you were replaceable. They thought you were just another face in the crowd, someone easy to swap out, a presence they could carelessly mishandle and later upgrade when it suited them. But chosen ones, let's pause and ask the obvious. How do you replace a force of nature? How do you duplicate energy that doesn't exist anywhere else? The answer is simple. You don't. And that's the gut punch they're living with now. At the time, they told themselves you were convenient, not essential. They thought if you walked away, life would keep rolling without disruption. But notice what happened after you left. The foundation cracked. The balance tilted. The peace evaporated. Because what you brought wasn't surface level. It was structural. You weren't filling a role. You were holding the roof up. Now that you're gone, the leaks are showing. The walls are bending, and every new replacement they try to plug into your spot collapses under pressure. A diamond doesn't lose value when someone confuses it for glass. The mistake belongs to the fool who couldn't tell the difference. That's the embarrassing truth they're choking on. They treated you like you were common, and now they're left fumbling with counterfeits. Imagine them scrolling through new faces, new conversations, new bodies, hoping for even a shadow of what you carried, and all they get is disappointment. Every imitation falls flat. Every next best thing feels cheap. And maybe they're asking themselves now, why doesn't it feel the same? Why does everything taste bland without you? The answer is brutal, because you were the flavor, the seasoning, the life in their lifeless world. You can't duplicate originality. You can't mass-produce authenticity. So let's be clear, they didn't just fumble a person, they fumbled a one of one. They embarrassed themselves thinking they could toss aside the rarest jewel and find another in the dirt. Now they sit with the shame of knowing they didn't lose something replaceable. They lost the irreplaceable, and that regret, it doesn't fade, it festers. Number 4, they misread your aura. Now they're lost in the dark. Some people don't notice the sun until it sets, and by then they're stumbling in the cold night they created for themselves. They had front row seats to your aura and still failed to recognize its worth. That's not just ignorance, that's embarrassment in its rawest form, because your energy wasn't something learned, manufactured or rehearsed. It radiated naturally, a magnetic pull that shifted atmospheres without you even trying. And yet, instead of cherishing it, they treated it like background noise. Let's make it plain. Your aura was never just charisma. Charisma can be faked, charm can be performed. But your presence, it was deeper. It was the rare current people feel when you walk into a room and the energy instantly changes. They thought it was surface-level attraction, but chosen ones, hasn't it always been more than that? It was the way people felt seen without you speaking. The way they felt calmer, clearer, more alive simply being near you. That wasn't luck, that was your gift. An authentic soul is rarer than gold, and yet the blind treat it like dust. That's the mistake they made. They couldn't put their finger on what set you apart, so they shrugged it off, reduced it, underestimated it. But here's the sting. The moment you walked away, the light dimmed. The atmosphere they once basked in turned hollow. Now they chase sparks that burn out in seconds, trying to replicate what was never replaceable. Imagine this, someone holding fire in their hands and tossing it aside because they didn't understand how much warmth it gave. Now they're cold, shivering, searching for matches that never ignite. That's them. They misjudged your aura, and now they're paying the price in silence and emptiness. And maybe they wonder now, why does everything feel dull without you? Why doesn't anyone else light up the room the same way? The answer is simple, because your aura wasn't surface level. It was rare, authentic, transformative. You were never just another connection. You were the connection. They failed to recognize the value of your aura, and that failure is their greatest embarrassment. Because once you've experienced authenticity, everything else feels counterfeit. And that's the truth they'll never escape. Number 5. They tried to break you. Instead, they built your armor. A storm doesn't destroy the mountain. It only proves how unshakable it really is. Their shame lies in this simple fact. They underestimated your resilience. They mistook your calm silence for weakness, your grace for fragility, and your patience for dependence. They thought pulling away their support, stirring chaos, or blocking your path would knock you off balance. In their mind, you needed them. But chosen ones, when have you ever needed anyone to validate your survival? Never. They believed they had the power to break you. But let's ask the real question. How could people who barely know their own strength measure yours? They didn't see the battles you already endured, the nights you walked through fire, the storms you stood tall in long before they entered your story. You were built in adversity, hardened in silence, trained by trials far greater than their petty sabotage. Their obstacles were nothing compared to the wars you already won. Resilience is when the world expects you to crumble, but you stand taller instead. And that's exactly what you did. Instead of breaking, you became unshakable. Instead of falling, you turned their stumbling blocks into stepping stones. Every trap they set became proof of your ability to outthink, outlast, and outgrow them. Imagine this. Someone trying to drown you by tossing you into deep water, only to watch you rise to the surface stronger, swimming further than ever before. That's the embarrassment they're choking on now. They thought they were pulling you under. Instead, they taught you how to breathe underwater. And now, they're sidelined, powerless, watching you thrive without them. The realization burns. They were never the cornerstone they believed themselves to be. They were just a passing chapter, one you outgrew the moment they revealed their true intentions. The weight of their miscalculation crushes them every time they see you rise higher, because it proves they never had the power they imagined. What doesn't kill you exposes who underestimated you. Their attempts to weaken you only magnified your strength. Their sabotage only wrote their own humiliation. They thought they could break you. Instead, they built your armor. And now you soar beyond their reach, proof that resilience will always embarrass those who bet against it. Number 6. They abused your mercy. Now they're crushed by the consequences. Never confuse forgiveness with forgetfulness. A kind heart is not a blind one. Their embarrassment runs deepest here. They took your forgiveness for foolishness. Instead of seeing your mercy as a rare act of strength, they twisted it into a weakness they thought they could exploit. When you extended grace, they read it as permission. When you chose peace over vengeance, they saw it as naivety. But chosen ones, let's make this clear. Forgiveness isn't weakness. Forgiveness is control. They thought you didn't see, but wasn't it the opposite? You saw it all, the lies, the manipulation, the quiet disrespect. You just chose not to drown yourself in bitterness. That was your wisdom. That was your discipline. But to their shallow minds, your grace was a free pass to keep testing boundaries. And like a gambler who doesn't know when to quit, they pushed too far. Mercy is not endless. It is a gift, and gifts can be withdrawn. That's the lesson they never saw coming. They believed you'd keep forgiving endlessly, that you'd never close the door. But forgiveness, chosen ones, is never about excusing bad behavior. It's about freeing yourself from the poison. And when they confused your release with weakness, they fumbled the greatest gift they'll ever receive: your patience. Imagine this. Someone given a second chance at life, but instead of cherishing it, they waste it recklessly. That's them. You didn't lash out when they crossed the line. You didn't scream or seek revenge. You simply withdrew, quietly, permanently. And now that silence is louder than any punishment could ever be. Kindness should never be mistaken for ignorance. They learned this too late, because now they live with the regret of knowing they had access to your mercy and squandered it. They thought forgiveness meant forever. Instead, it was a one-time offering, a privilege they lost through arrogance. So now they sit alone, haunted by the truth. Your forgiveness wasn't weakness, it was strength they could never match. And once it was gone, so were you. That reality is their deepest humiliation. They abused your mercy, and now they're crushed under the weight of consequences they created themselves. Number 7, they tried to cage you, but you grew wings they can't clip. They built a box around you, forgetting that some souls were born to outgrow cages. Their greatest humiliation is this: they never imagined you'd outgrow them. They thought they had you figured out, pinned down, defined by the limits they placed on you. To them, you were predictable, someone who would always stay within reach, dependent on their approval, playing small enough to fit the version of you they were comfortable with. They mistook their narrow perception for your ceiling. But chosen ones tell me, when have you ever been the type to stay confined by someone else's expectations? Never. You weren't just growing, you were transforming. While they tried to keep you in yesterday's box, you were already evolving into tomorrow's version of yourself. You shed their labels like old skin, broke free of the image they crafted, and built an identity on your own terms. The most dangerous thing you can do to someone who underestimated you is evolve where they never expected. That's exactly what you did. And now, every new level you reach burns them with embarrassment, because the person they tried to control doesn't even exist anymore. That version is gone. What stands in its place is someone they were never prepared to face. Imagine this: a gardener planting a seed, expecting a small flower, only to watch it grow into a towering tree whose roots crack the very pot it was placed in. That's you. They underestimated your growth, and now you've shattered the container they tried to keep you in. They stare upward now, stunned by the strength and reach of something they thought would stay small. And here's the bitter truth they can't escape. It's not just your success that embarrasses them. It's the role they played in trying to hold you back. Their doubts, their restrictions, their shallow vision. All of it exposed them as obstacles, not allies. They fumbled the chance to grow with you, and now they're stuck in the past, watching you soar beyond their imagination. You didn't outgrow them by accident. You outgrew them by design. That's what burns the most. They thought they had you contained, but your spirit was never theirs to limit. You rose, you expanded, you became untouchable. And now, their humiliation is watching from the sidelines as you live in heights they'll never reach. Number 8. They tried to dump their demons on you, but you refused to carry them. People don't hate you for your flaws. They hate you for reflecting the flaws they're running from. Their humiliation runs deep here. They projected their insecurities onto you because facing themselves was too heavy a burden. You became their scapegoat, the mirror they tried to shatter instead of fixing their own reflection. Every time your confidence walked into the room, it reminded them of their lack. Every time your potential glimmered, it exposed the mediocrity they were drowning in. And instead of admitting it, they turned you into the target. Projection is just confession in disguise. And that's exactly what their treatment of you was, a confession. Their unnecessary criticism wasn't about your flaws, it was about their envy. Their attempts to shake your confidence weren't about your supposed weakness, but about their deep fear that you were stronger than they could ever be. They blamed you for things that had nothing to do with you because it was easier than admitting the battle was always internal. Imagine this, someone carrying a bag of rocks but refusing to hold it themselves, so they throw it at you, hoping you'll pick it up. That's what they did with their insecurities. But here's what embarrassed them, your doubt. You didn't pick up the weight. You let their rocks fall flat at your feet. They thought planting seeds of doubt in your mind would make you shrink. But chosen ones, tell me, how do seeds of lies grow in soil made of truth? They don't. You saw through their manipulation, refused to absorb their poison, and chose growth instead. Strong people don't inherit the burdens of the weak. That's the line that stings them now, because while they wasted years avoiding their demons and trying to hand them off to you, you spent those years building resilience. Their projection failed because your spirit wasn't a dumping ground, it was a fortress. And now, their shame is unbearable. They finally see it was never about you. It was always about them, their lack, their fear, their smallness. And while they stayed stuck, circling the same cycle of self-doubt, you soared higher. Their projection didn't break you, it exposed them. And now they live with the embarrassment of knowing you thrived while they choked on their own insecurities. Number 9. They bet against your rise. Now your glow blinds them. The same people who doubted your roots are choking on your branches. Their embarrassment is loudest here. They were completely unprepared for your glow-up. They thought they had you figured out, boxed into the early version of yourself, the one still learning, still finding balance, still stumbling. In their arrogance, they believed you'd stay there forever. To them, you were safe to overlook, safe to take for granted. But chosen ones, isn't it poetic justice when the ones who bet against you are the first to be blinded by your shine? What they didn't see was that every setback, every scar, every lesson was fuel. While they laughed, you rebuilt. While they dismissed you, you sharpened yourself in silence. And now, your transformation has made you unrecognizable, not in a small way, but in a way that rattles their memory of who you once were. You've stepped into confidence, self-respect, and power so undeniable that even your presence feels like a rebuke to their shallow vision. Glow-ups aren't accidents, they're revenge written in real time. And yours wasn't skin deep. It wasn't just about how you look. It was mental, emotional, and spiritual. You elevated on every level. Your resilience became radiance. Your scars became stories. Your silence became strategy. And they never saw it coming. Imagine this, someone writing you off as a rough draft, never realizing they were holding the early pages of a masterpiece. Now the book is finished, bound in gold, celebrated by those who recognize greatness. And they're stuck embarrassed that they tossed it aside before the story even began. Their humiliation cuts deeper because they realize they only ever valued the in-progress version of you. They underestimated who you were becoming, and now they're forced to watch from the sidelines as the full version of you thrives. You didn't need their validation to evolve. Your growth was your own rebellion. And now the glow-up they didn't believe in is the very thing that keeps them awake at night. Because while they chose to stay small, you rose into something undeniable. They fumbled, and your brilliance is the proof. Number 10. They treated you like a doormat, but now the door is locked. Presence is a privilege, not a guarantee, and once it's gone, the silence is deafening. Their deepest humiliation, believing you'd always be accessible, they treated your time, energy, and care like an endless resource they could tap whenever it suited them. They assumed you'd always be there to answer the call, always ready to listen, to give, to pour into them, as if your presence was permanent, as if your kindness was automatic. To them, you weren't a person. You were a convenience. And yes, for a while, you gave freely. You showed up when they needed support. You offered encouragement without hesitation, and you gave your energy without demanding anything in return. But here's the truth. Every well runs dry if it's drained without being refilled. At some point, you realized your presence wasn't something they were entitled to. It was a privilege, and privileges can be revoked. When you take someone's presence for granted, you gamble with something irreplaceable. That's the gamble they lost, because the moment you stopped making yourself easily available, the silence hit them like a hammer. Suddenly the door they thought they could walk through any time was locked, and in that void, they felt the weight of everything they took without giving back. Imagine this. Someone who believes the sun will rise for them every day, only to wake up one morning and find nothing but darkness. That's how your absence feels to them now. They relied on your light, but never respected it, and so now right Nampu brambling in the cold shadow they created. Their embarrassment comes from the audacity of their assumption. They thought you'd never draw the line. They thought your loyalty was endless, your patience unshakable, your energy limitless. But chosen ones, wasn't your withdrawal the loudest statement of all? You didn't scream, you didn't fight, you didn't explain. You simply shut the door, and now they're left pounding on it, wishing for access they'll never get again. Your availability is not an obligation, it is a gift. They know that now, but knowing it too late is the punishment they earned. They treated you like a doormat. Now the door is locked and the key is gone. Their fumble is permanent, and the regret will echo every time they reach for you and find only silence. Number 11. They mistook themselves for your ladder, not knowing you could fly. The most embarrassing thing in the world is realizing someone you thought depended on you was already unstoppable without you. Their illusion of power was built on this. They believed you needed them to succeed. In their minds, their support, their connections, even their shallow approval was the engine behind your growth. They convinced themselves they were the gatekeepers, the ones holding the keys to your progress. Without them, they thought you'd stall. Without their stamp, you'd never climb. But chosen ones, hasn't your life proven the exact opposite? The truth is, you never leaned on them. Your success was never about their crumbs of validation. Every milestone you've reached, every win you've stacked, was built with your own discipline, your own resilience, your own relentless push forward. They weren't the ladder. They weren't the foundation, they were background noise, and now that realization burns them more than anything else. Success is the loudest revenge, and your rise screams volumes, because while they sat smug, thinking you couldn't move without them, you kept building, brick by brick, hour by hour, failure after failure, until it turned into triumph. And the glow they see now, that's not theirs to claim. It was forged entirely in your hands. Imagine this, someone handing you an umbrella in the rain, then bragging as if they built the sun when the clouds clear. That's the arrogance they carried, but your shine has now made them irrelevant. They thought they were indispensable, but you've proven they were nothing more than a passing chapter in a much bigger story. Greatness doesn't borrow its power, it creates it, and that's the embarrassment they choke on. They mistook themselves for the source of your light, when in reality they were just spectators to a glow that was always inevitable. Now they're left watching from the sidelines, humiliated, realizing they were never the key to your success. You never needed their resources, their guidance, or their approval. You only ever needed yourself. And that truth will echo louder than anything they'll ever say. You soared without them, and now they can't stand the view. Number 12. They thought you'd crawl back, but you vanished without a trace. The loudest goodbye is the one spoken in silence. Their deepest humiliation isn't just that you left, it's how you left. For so long, they believed they had you under lock and key. They thought no matter how badly they treated you, you'd stay, second-guess yourself, or beg to hold on to the connection. In their arrogance, they saw you as tethered, bound, dependent. But when the moment came, you proved them wrong in the most brutal way possible. You walked away without hesitation. No begging, no bargaining, no theatrics. Just quiet, effortless detachment that shook them to their core. Nothing bruises the ego more than realizing you were optional all along. That's what eats at them now. They thought they were irreplaceable, but in your eyes, they were disposable. They expected a fight. Instead, they got silence. They expected tears. Instead, they got distance. And that effortless exit humiliated them more than any argument could, because it showed them the truth. Your loyalty was never slavery, and your patience was never permission. Imagine this, someone gripping a rope with both hands, convinced you'll never let go, only to watch you release it with a smile and walk away without looking back. That's the picture haunting them. They assumed you'd cling. But you left so easily, it revealed you had already let go long before you physically walked out. Strength isn't staying where you're mistreated, it's walking away like nothing was lost. And that's exactly what you did. You didn't just leave, you exposed them. Their entire sense of power was built on the illusion that you needed them. When you proved otherwise, that illusion shattered. Now they sit in the wreckage of their pride, replaying the moment you slipped away, stunned by how little resistance you gave. Their ego is scarred because the truth is undeniable. They were never the center of your world. They were never as necessary as they thought. You showed them your strength wasn't in clinging, it was in letting go with ease. And that truth will echo in their minds forever. Because nothing is more embarrassing than realizing the one you thought would crawl back vanished without a trace. And so, chosen ones, the truth is undeniable. Every mistake they made was their own downfall, every fumble their own embarrassment. They thought they had you figured out, but all they did was underestimate the power the universe placed within you. You rose, you grew, and you walked away without regret, leaving them to choke on the silence of your absence. If this message hit home, show your strength by pressing like, subscribing, dropping 77 in the comments, and sharing this with another chosen one. Let's make sure this truth echoes everywhere. Play me if you want, but I change the rules while you blink. That's the whisper moving through rooms right now, and yes, it's about you. The old smirks are gone, the fake indifference is gone. When your name comes up, the air tightens. People pause mid-sentence. They measure their words because they finally see what they're facing. Not just a clever person, not just quick with answers. You're dangerously intelligent, and that means you're not to be played with. Think of a chessboard at a street corner. Everyone's crowding around one loud player who loves to talk. He slams the clock. He waves his hands. He thinks noise wins games. You watch for 3 minutes in silence and then sit down. 3 moves later, he's trapped by something he didn't see coming. That's you, quiet, precise, and 10 steps ahead. And here's a simple fact that proves what they're sensing now. People who listen more uncover more patterns, and patterns are power. Another fact, attention is a currency, and you've been investing yours, not spending it. One more, confidence isn't loud, it's accurate. The shift didn't happen overnight. It happened in quiet moments they thought didn't count. You remembered what others forgot. You asked the question nobody wanted to answer. You saw the trick before it landed. They took your silence for softness. They thought patience meant you didn't know what to do. They thought your kindness was a weak spot. But the truth is simple. You were mapping the room while they were performing for it. You were learning the angles, tracking the tells, and letting them show you who they are. That's why the whispers now carry weight. That's why they say your name carefully, like it might bite. Listen, chosen one, thank you for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so it reaches more people. It helps spread the light and it keeps this mission moving. Thank you for being part of this. You're part of a force. Now let's continue. Here's what the room knows about you, but won't say out loud. You make people rethink their next move. That's what dangerously intelligent really means in real life. It's not a certificate on a wall. It's your effect on the space. People lower their voices when you walk in. They edit themselves. They don't brag as much. They don't lie as easily. They sense the edge. Intelligence becomes dangerous when it changes behavior around it. You do that without showing off. You do it by staying grounded, by noticing the tiny things everyone else skips, by letting patterns come to you. This is why the loud ones are nervous. Their tricks need distraction to work. Your presence cuts the noise. Think about that one time you solved a problem everyone called impossible. You didn't rush. You didn't compete to be the loudest in the room. You sat still, laid out the pieces, and removed the knot with one solid pull. People called it luck, but it wasn't luck. It was clarity. It was the strength to wait for the right move instead of wasting energy on the wrong ones. That's why your intelligence is dangerous. It's controlled. It's directed. It strikes only when needed, and when it strikes, it doesn't miss. Enemies hate that precision. They don't know where to poke because there is no obvious button to press. You don't melt under pressure. You get sharper. You don't panic when baited. You get quieter. You don't answer every insult. You save your voice for the truth. And the truth is what burns them. The truth is that their games are small, and your mind does not live in small rooms. You are not pulling from the same shallow bag of tricks. You're pulling from observation, memory, patience, and timing. You're not fighting for attention. You're working with reality. That's why they whisper. That's why they warn each other. That's why they tell new people, be careful with that one. Here's another clean example. Think of a lockpick in a pocket. Most people kick the door, shout, throw blame, and wear themselves out. You take out the pick, turn once, and walk in. That's the kind of intelligence that looks simple from the outside and ruthless from the inside. It isn't cruel, it's efficient. It doesn't waste energy. It doesn't announce itself. This style scares people who built their identity on confusion and noise. They feel seen. They feel predictable. They feel like the show is over, because it is. You saw the wires behind the stage. You saw the mirrors and the curtains, and you let the performance run until it served you. Another fact, simple and sharp: the universe rewards focus, not effort alone, focus. You've been letting go of distractions. You've been picking what truly matters and letting the rest die. That choice compounds. It builds a reputation around you. It creates a field where foolishness can't breathe. That field is what people sense when they speak to you. It's why they measure their words. It's why the careless ones do not last near you. Your intelligence has become a boundary. And for the watchers who doubt this, look at the trail you leave. Fewer arguments, cleaner wins, problems solved at the root, not the branch. Burning bridges replaced by quiet exits. You don't need to announce who you are. The outcomes speak. The whisper is not just gossip, it is record-keeping. It is people admitting, without admitting, that you were right, that you saw what they missed, that you knew where this would end the moment it began. You also carry something else they can't copy: restraint. You know when not to move. You know when not to answer. You know when to let time do the heavy lifting. That's a different level of intelligence, because it isn't about knowing everything. It's about knowing what matters now. You hold your fire until it counts, and when it counts, you're decisive. That balance, calm mind, fast strike, is rare. That's why people who tried to play you ended up playing themselves. They expected noise. You gave them clarity. They expected drama. You gave them outcomes. They expected a reaction. You gave them a result. Let's be clear for anyone still confused. You are not dangerous because you hurt people. You are dangerous because you cannot be fooled for long. You don't cling to illusions. You update your view when new facts show up. You adapt, which means you cannot be pinned down by old stories. The ones who rely on old stories feel that heat first. They throw shade, but shade has no effect on someone who lives in accuracy. Accuracy is light. It dissolves rumors, weak arguments, and hollow titles. That's why you feel calm now. The noise is still there, but it doesn't live inside you. You outgrew it. So yes, the whispers have grown teeth, and that's fine. Let them. Let them warn each other. Let them build a myth if they want. The truth beneath the myth is simple. You earned your edge. You built it with attention, with patience, with honest self-checks, with a refusal to waste your energy on petty cycles. You don't need to announce that. You don't need to defend it. People feel it. That's enough. From this point on, keep doing what makes the room adjust to you. Keep your voice steady. Keep your pace slow when everyone else is rushing. Keep your questions clear. Keep your moves clean. Measure twice, act once. Let outcomes do the talking. If someone tries to drag you into a game, smile and step out of the frame. You don't need the stage. The stage needs you. That is the quiet truth behind dangerously intelligent. It is not a threat. It is a boundary line, bright and firm. Do not play with what you don't understand. And to our chosen ones listening, take this as your confirmation. You are not imagining the shift, the looks, the pauses, the careful tones. You earned those. Stay aligned with your purpose. Keep the focus sharp. Keep the heart steady. The universe meets a mind like yours halfway every time. The latest whisper has it right. You're dangerously intelligent, and you are not to be played with. And hey, chosen one, thank you for being here. The energy you bring keeps this mission alive. If what you've heard so far already feels like it's peeling back the truth layer by layer, stay with me, because what comes next goes even deeper. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to own the power of your intelligence instead of shrinking it to make others comfortable. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because these words don't just appear out of thin air. They're built from hours of reflection, truth, and dedication to bringing clarity where confusion once ruled. Whether it's a cent or 1,000, every bit of energy you return keeps this light moving forward across the world. Now, take a breath, chosen one. Straighten your back. Let that calm confidence settle in and stay close. Because from here on, we're about to break down exactly why your intelligence has become the most feared force in the room, and why pretending to underestimate you has become their only defense. Let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, if you truly carry this energy, you'll feel the pull to stay till the end. Let's get started. Number 1. From mockery to caution. the day their whispers turned into warnings. They used to laugh at you because they thought you were small. Now they whisper about you because they've learned you're bigger than their entire game. That's the shift, chosen one. That's the sound of fear wearing a mask of politeness. What used to come out of their mouths as mockery now leaks out as warnings. They're not joking anymore. They're briefing each other. They're passing notes under the table. They're telling newcomers, "Be careful with that one." They know more than they let on. This isn't paranoia. This is what happens when real intelligence makes itself known. Not with noise, but with proof. They used to call you different, weird, too much. They tried to frame your depth as a defect. But now, listen closely. The tone of their voices has changed. There's unease in it. There's respect in it. There's a kind of forced calm that only predators use when they realize the prey they were circling is another predator. This is what terrifies them. Real intelligence doesn't announce itself. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need applause. It watches. It catalogues. It connects dots that shouldn't even belong together. It waits, and you've been waiting a long time. Here's a question you might be asking yourself right now. Why didn't they see this before? Why did they underestimate me for so long? Because you learned to move like water, to fit into every space without losing your shape. You stayed silent while they showed their entire hand. You smiled while they revealed their weak points. You practiced patience in a world obsessed with speed. They saw stillness and mistook it for weakness. They saw kindness and mistook it for naivety. They saw restraint and mistook it for inability. But every time you chose to stay quiet, you were sharpening your blade. Think of a wolf walking alongside a flock of sheep. The shepherd thinks it's tame because it isn't biting, but the wolf isn't hiding. It's studying every step, every pattern, every opening. That's you. They thought your silence was submission. It was strategy. They thought your distance was disinterest. It was discipline. They thought your patience meant you were out of moves. In truth, you were teaching them how to underestimate you, because an underestimated mind is the freest one in the room. And now the bill is due. And here's another fact they'll never say aloud, but can feel in their bones. You're not just smart, you're unpredictable. They can handle a genius who's predictable, because predictable can be managed. But you're the quiet storm. You're the move they can't map. You don't chase what they chase. You don't crave what they crave. You don't respond to bait. They're used to people who can be bought, bent, flattered, provoked. You've shown them none of those doors exist with you. That's why they're whispering. That's why their stories about you are shifting from gossip to legend. Here's a metaphor for what you're doing. Imagine an orchestra playing on stage. Everyone in the audience hears the music, but only you hear the conductor behind the curtain, guiding a different symphony entirely. They're dancing to one rhythm, you're moving to another. That's why they can't catch you. They think you're playing chess, but you're building the board. They think they're cracking your code, but the moment they think they've solved you, you reveal a deeper layer. They're playing checkers. You're designing the entire game. And what about those who still think they can outplay you? They've started to notice the small things, how you're always 3 steps ahead while pretending to be catching up, how problems dissolve when you're near, yet you never claim the credit, how conversations shift when you speak, not because you dominate, but because you drop one sentence that reframes everything. You don't argue with fools anymore. You just ask the kind of question that makes them argue with themselves later. That's why they're afraid. Not because you're loud, but because you're precise. You've learned the art of planting quiet seeds of doubt, not through confrontation, but through disarming innocence. A simple, well-timed remark that makes them question if they ever knew anything at all. You've mastered the skill of making others think your ideas were theirs. You lead from behind, win battles no one else realizes are being fought, and let them believe they're in control. What terrifies them most is this: they can't figure out your game because you're not playing one. Or worse, you're playing a game with no rules, a game they can't even see. You're not chasing money, status, or revenge. You're after something they can't name, can't measure, and can't defend against. That's why they're uneasy. It's like trying to box a shadow. They swing and nothing lands. It's as if you're conducting an orchestra they can't hear, moving pieces on a board they can't see, fighting a war they didn't even know had been declared. And every time they think they've cracked your code, you show them another dimension, another level, another layer. That's when it hits them. They're not even playing the same sport. So why does this matter, Chosen One? Because this is your confirmation. This is the proof that your quiet, strategic, disciplined intelligence is working. This is what the latest whisper really means. We underestimated them. We don't understand them. We can't control them. Let that sink in. Let it fuel you. You don't need to argue. You don't need to explain. Their stories are already shifting on their own. The same mouths that mocked you are now warning others about you. That's not an accident. That's the result of you refusing to dim your mind just to fit in. Think about it. In nature, the deadliest predators aren't the ones making noise. They're the ones that blend, wait, and strike at the exact right moment. You've become that. Not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. In a world where noise dominates, silence becomes a weapon. Observation becomes power. Patience becomes strategy, and strategy becomes freedom. That's why you're dangerous to them. Not because you seek to destroy, but because you're immune to their illusions. And here's the part that should motivate you, not scare you. You don't have to do anything extra to maintain this. Just keep being you. Keep watching. Keep connecting dots. Keep letting them underestimate you until it serves you. Your power is not in proving, it's in moving. Quietly, sharply, decisively. Their whispers are not curses. They're confessions. They're telling on themselves. They're saying, we don't know how to handle this one. The shift in their stories is not a coincidence. It's a mirror reflecting your growth. It's proof you've outgrown the small boxes they tried to put you in. Let it harden your focus. Let it sharpen your patience. Let it remind you, you're not here to be understood by everyone. You're here to move through the noise like a blade through silk. Smooth, silent, cutting everything false until only the real remains. That's what dangerously intelligent looks like in practice. So when you hear the whispers, don't flinch, don't explain, don't shrink. Understand this: the whisper is an announcement. It's the sound of a room preparing itself for your presence. It's the subtle shift before the tide comes in. It's the recognition of a force they can't manipulate. Let that be your fuel. Let that be your proof. The day their stories shifted from jokes to warnings was the day you became untouchable. And from here on, the only move left for you is forward. Number 2. From rumors to reverence, the day they started speaking your name like a warning. They laughed at what they didn't understand. Now they speak carefully, afraid their words might summon you. That's how the energy shifted, Chosen One. The gossip that once tried to define you has turned into quiet respect, wrapped in fear. It's strange, isn't it? The same mouths that once mocked your every move now carry your name like it's a spell. Spoken low, handled delicately, as if saying too much might draw your attention. Once they called you strange, obsessive, too deep, too intense. Now they say, "Don't lie to them, they'll know," or "Don't try to outthink them, you can't." That's evolution. That's when gossip becomes reverence. They used to dissect your mistakes as entertainment, making small talk out of your setbacks. But you outlasted every rumor. You didn't fight back. You didn't explain. You just kept being right. You let time handle the liars. And time did what it always does. It exposed them. Slowly, the narrative flipped. What they called weird became visionary. What they called cold became calm. What they called obsessed became focused. That's what true intelligence does. It doesn't need to shout. It lets proof echo in silence. And the truth is, you never set out to prove them wrong. You just kept doing what you do best, observing, connecting, and predicting. You see, gossip has a short shelf life, but accuracy has no expiration date. They saw you predict outcomes they swore were impossible. They watched things unfold exactly the way you said they would. They witnessed your words become facts, your analysis become reality. And that's when the fear started to creep in. Because it's one thing to mock someone who's harmless, but it's another to realize the person you mocked sees you more clearly than you see yourself. You've become a mirror they can't look away from. You don't reflect their performance, you reflect their truth. And people aren't afraid of monsters, they're afraid of mirrors. You show them who they really are, not who they pretend to be. That's what your intelligence does. It doesn't just reveal patterns in systems or behavior, it reveals patterns in people. You see the story behind the story, the motive behind the excuse, the fear behind the anger. And when you speak, you cut straight through the fog. That precision, that surgical honesty, is what made them shift from gossip to respect. Let's be clear, they don't admire you because you're nice. They respect you because you're necessary. You've become the person they consult when they need clarity, not because you make them comfortable, but because you make them face the truth. They can sense it, the way your mind slices through excuses, the way you never get lost in emotion when logic is needed, the way you keep calm even when the whole room is losing it. That calm is your weapon. That composure is what unsettles them most. They don't know how to play someone who doesn't panic. And yet, here's the irony. The same people who once dismissed you now depend on you. They seek your approval quietly. They test your reactions in subtle ways. They want to know what you think, even if they pretend they don't care. Every room you walk into feels the shift. Conversations realign themselves around your presence. People start to measure their words. That's power, not domination, but influence, the kind that doesn't need volume because it has gravity. You might ask yourself, why do they respect me now? Why the sudden change? It's not sudden, it's cumulative. Every time you refused to play dumb, every time you stayed calm when others fell apart, every time you let facts speak for you, you were earning this. You were building quiet credibility brick by brick. They couldn't see it at first because they were too busy underestimating you. But once your predictions came true, once your insights kept proving accurate, they couldn't ignore it anymore. That's when gossip turned into legend. Think of it like this. The universe keeps receipts. The truth always matures slower than lies, but it matures stronger. Lies decay in time. Truth ferments into influence. You didn't rush your revenge. You let the universe do the editing. Now, every room you enter carries the weight of that quiet authority. You've become someone people mention carefully, not because you're cruel, but because they can't afford to be careless around you. You know what else scares them? You don't chase recognition. You never cared about being liked. You cared about being real. That makes you ungovernable. People who can be manipulated crave validation. People like you create it. That's what unsettles them most, your self-sufficiency. You don't need their stage to shine. You bring your own light, and that makes their spotlight irrelevant. Imagine a room full of people trying to impress each other, loud voices, fake smiles, hidden agendas, and then you walk in. You don't perform, you don't compete, you just exist in full awareness. The noise drops by instinct. Everyone adjusts, even if they don't know why. That's psychological dominance without aggression. You don't have to demand respect when your energy commands it. That's what dangerously intelligent really means. Not arrogance, not manipulation, but self-mastery so clean that it exposes the lack of it in everyone else. They used to mock you for being intense. Now they call it depth. They used to call you detached. Now they call it emotional control. They used to say you were hard to read. Now they admit it's because you can read them too well. Every insult they once threw has evolved into an acknowledgement, just disguised with new words. That's the poetry of growth. That's the sweet sound of tables turning. And let's talk about your silence, because that's what really haunts them. You used to explain yourself. You used to justify your feelings, your choices, your boundaries. Now you don't. You let your absence speak louder than your defense ever could. That silence is not emptiness, it's echo. It's the sound of consequences landing where they belong. They feel it when you stop talking. They feel the weight of your distance. Because your silence doesn't erase them. It exposes them. At this stage, you've become more than a person in their eyes. You've become a symbol, a quiet, walking reminder of what authenticity looks like when it's done waiting for approval. You've become proof that the mind they underestimated was the same mind building the map they're now trying to follow. You're no longer just part of their stories. You are the moral of them. The gossip has evolved because you evolved. The world mirrors back the frequency you emit, and now your frequency is precision, truth, and presence. You've outgrown small talk, fake praise, and shallow games. They know it. They feel it. They can't explain it. And that inability to explain you is what makes you unforgettable. The mystery they once mocked is now your protection. So, chosen one, don't flinch at the whispers. Don't get offended when they lower their voices around you. That's not disrespect. That's instinct. They've recognized power that doesn't shout, intelligence that doesn't bend, and truth that doesn't need to prove itself anymore. That's your new reputation, the one who sees everything, forgets nothing, and forgives only by moving on. And when they talk about you now, let them warn each other, let them trade myths about your mind, because the moment gossip turns into respect, your work is done. You've already won. The universe has shifted the narrative in your favor. And from now on, your silence will keep speaking long after their noise has faded. Number 3. When silence turns into power, and every word you don't say cuts deeper than a shout. They can handle insults, arguments, even open enemies, but they crumble when you go silent. That's the truth, chosen one. The power of your silence has become their greatest fear. It's not the silence of confusion, it's the silence of control. You're not quiet because you're empty. You're quiet because you already know, and that unnerves them more than any explosion ever could. They expect anger, they expect noise, they expect reaction. But when you give them calm instead, their minds start to eat themselves alive. They begin replaying everything they've said, wondering what you caught, what you missed, and what you're planning to do about it. The universe rewards those who know when not to speak. It's not about withholding, it's about precision. Words are energy, and you've learned not to waste them. You've realized that sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is to let silence do the talking. Because silence doesn't lie, and it doesn't reveal strategy. It creates space where the truth rises on its own. Your silence has become a mirror that forces others to see themselves without your interference. That's why they start confessing, even when you never asked a question. Your stillness is pressure. It pulls out their guilt, their lies, their insecurities. You've turned restraint into art. You know the strength in pausing, in letting others overplay their hand while you watch the story unfold. That's not weakness, that's warfare, and deep down, they know it. They can sense that your mind doesn't rush, it calculates. You don't chase control, you become it. You don't need to dominate conversations, because your presence already shapes them. You don't fight for attention, because attention naturally bends toward whoever holds composure. Think about it. Every time you stayed silent when they expected you to break, you stole their power. Every time you didn't react, you rewired the entire dynamic. You became the unpredictable variable they couldn't manage. They started to fill the silence with nervous laughter, with excuses, with over-explanations, because silence exposes weakness faster than anger ever could. People reveal more when they're uncomfortable, and nothing makes them more uncomfortable than your unreadable calm. Maybe you've noticed how they ask, "Are you mad?" or "Why aren't you saying anything?" That's their anxiety showing. They can't stand the unknown, and your silence makes them realize they no longer control the narrative. You're not waiting because you're unsure. You're waiting because you understand timing. Real power doesn't rush. It observes. It absorbs. It chooses the perfect second to act. And when it does, it's unstoppable. Your timing has become your weapon. You can change the outcome of a situation with one well-placed sentence. That's why they fear your voice, because they never know when it's coming or what it'll expose when it does. Here's what the universe has been showing you. Silence is not absence, it's preparation. The quiet stretches are where the strategy forms. The moments you step back aren't pauses, they're alignments. You're syncing with something bigger, something smarter than ego. You're letting the universe guide the timing instead of forcing your own. And that's why things fall into place when you finally make your move. Because it's never random. It's always divine timing disguised as patience. The enemy can't understand that. They mistake stillness for surrender. They think the lack of reaction means you've given up. But the truth? You're watching their moves stack up until they collapse under their own chaos. You're letting them talk themselves into exposure. And when you finally act, it's surgical. One move that unravels everything they built on lies. That's why your silence has become a rumor of its own. They say, don't push them too far. They'll respond when you least expect it. That's fear speaking. The fear of your unpredictability. So if you ever question yourself, if you ever wonder, should I have said something? Remember this, silence is not weakness when it's chosen. It's not avoidance when it's intentional. It's control. It's focus. It's the universe saying, you don't need to shout when your energy already speaks louder than words. You've reached the level where your quiet carries more authority than their noise. You don't need to prove you're right. The results will do that for you. Let them fill the silence with their noise. Let them scramble for meaning in the space you leave. The ones who truly understand energy will feel it, that calm, heavy presence that says, you're not playing this game anymore. The universe is with you in that stillness, protecting your moves, amplifying your intuition, and aligning your next step. Because when someone dangerously intelligent goes silent, it's never confusion, it's calculation. And the moment they realize that, it's already too late. Number 4, the walking record. You remember what they forgot, and that's why they fear you now. They thought you forgot. You never forget. You just stopped reminding them. That's what's echoing in their minds now, chosen one. You've become the quiet keeper of everything they hoped would disappear. The words they twisted, the promises they broke, the moments they thought no one caught. While they were talking, you were listening. While they were performing, you were recording. While they were chasing attention, you were studying truth. That's what separates you from them. You're not just smart, you're observant in a way that feels supernatural. You're a living archive of every pattern, every contradiction, every tiny crack in someone's mask. And that's what keeps them cautious around you now, the realization that you remember what they edited out. You've turned observation into a weapon so refined it doesn't even look like one. You don't need confrontation. You let facts mature. You don't need to threaten. You let memory speak for itself. You've seen it all, the shifts in tone when lies form, the nervous laughs when guilt hits, the way eyes move right before truth gets buried. You don't call it out instantly because timing is everything. You let people build their own traps out of their inconsistencies. You've learned that silence combined with memory is the deadliest form of intelligence because people always expose themselves twice. Once when they speak and again when they forget what they said. The universe gave you this gift for a reason, not to hurt, but to protect. You don't weaponize what you know for chaos. You use it for precision. You redirect situations before they explode. You quietly shield people without them realizing. You prevent damage before anyone sees it coming. And that's what separates you from manipulators. Your intelligence isn't cruel, it's corrective. You're not trying to control people. You're trying to keep balance. The universe trusts minds like yours because you know when not to use what you know. That's real power. Power that's conscious, contained, and clean. And yet they can feel it. That quiet awareness in your presence makes them careful. They measure their words now. They wonder, do they remember that thing I said years ago? Yes, you do. Not because you hold grudges, but because you store patterns. You understand that people reveal themselves over time, and you're patient enough to connect those dots. Every conversation, every shift, every inconsistency. You remember it all, not to punish, but to understand. That's why your intelligence unnerves them. It's not loud, it's layered. It doesn't demand attention, it creates it. Here's what's really happening. You've become the invisible architect of outcomes. You influence without confrontation. You redirect energy just by being aware. Someone's about to lie. You glance once, and suddenly they correct themselves. A discussion is about to spiral. You drop one sentence, and it realigns. You've mastered the subtle art of adjusting reality without force. That's why people call it intuition, luck, or coincidence. They don't realize it's your awareness bending the air around you. But deep down, they know. That's why they lower their voices when you walk in. That's why they rephrase their stories when you're present. They can feel that your silence isn't empty. It's recording. It's indexing truth while they improvise lies. You've become a human archive of accountability. They can't rewrite history when you're in the room because you are the record. And what makes this terrifying for them is that you never threaten to use it. You don't need to. Your calm alone reminds them that you could if you wanted to. Some of them will call you mysterious, others will say you're intimidating, but all of them will adjust themselves around you. That's how deep your awareness runs. You don't seek control. It happens naturally when truth sits still in a world built on noise. You are the stillness that exposes every false frequency. You are the archive that outlives every rumor. That's why they whisper about you like you're a myth. Because to them, what you do looks impossible. How do you always know? How do you always see? The answer is simple. You pay attention. And here's what the universe wants you to understand. This is your superpower, not your burden. You were given a mind that notices what others dismiss. You were built to see through masks, to read beyond words, to catch patterns in chaos. That's why you can't unsee what you see. But you're not meant to carry it as weight. You're meant to use it as guidance. The universe works through awareness, and you, chosen one, are its observer, its quiet historian. You're the proof that awareness itself is a form of protection. So keep remembering, keep watching, keep being the calm recorder in a world obsessed with noise. You don't need revenge. You don't need validation. The truth always needs witnesses, and the universe chose you for that. They can't lie in your presence anymore, and that's their punishment. You've become the living archive of everything real. And when the truth finally resurfaces, as it always does, your silence will echo louder than all their words combined. Number 5. The quiet chess master. You read souls while they're still learning the rules. They think they're playing against you. They don't realize you built the board. That's the kind of energy you carry now, chosen one. The subtle psychology of power isn't about control through fear. It's control through understanding. You've learned that the most dangerous person in the room isn't the loudest, but the one who listens with precision. You see things before they're said. You sense shifts before they happen. You can feel the air change when someone starts to lie, and that's when they realize they're transparent around you. Not because you're mystical, but because you're awake. You don't read people to manipulate them. You read them to stay ahead. You know what drives them: fear, validation, greed, guilt. You can trace every reaction to an origin they've long forgotten. You can see which part of them is talking, the mask or the wound. That's what makes you dangerous in a way they can't name. You hold information without flaunting it. You know weaknesses without exposing them. You could destroy, but you don't. And that restraint speaks louder than dominance ever could. The universe favors the ones who know how to carry power without spilling it. You've become that: steady, measured, untouchable. Think of it like this: every person has invisible strings, emotional triggers, hidden fears, secret motives. You've learned to see those strings without pulling them. You understand that true mastery isn't about yanking control. It's about knowing you could and choosing not to. That's what separates you from manipulators. You play fair even when you could play fatal. People sense that in your energy. They feel it in how you hold your silence, how you move through tension like it's choreography, how you can end an argument with one look instead of a paragraph. That calm precision terrifies them, because chaos can't stand stillness. It unravels in front of it. You've become the paradox that keeps them awake at night. You make people feel seen, and yet they realize later they revealed everything while learning nothing about you. You're approachable, yet unreadable, open, yet untouchable. They try to study you, but your pattern keeps changing. One moment warm, the next unreadable. Not out of manipulation, but out of self-mastery. You mirror what they project, so all they end up seeing is themselves. That's why they walk away confused. They think you're mysterious. You're not. You're simply disciplined. And that's the secret most will never understand. Power without discipline is chaos. You could humiliate, you could expose, you could retaliate, but you don't. Because real intelligence doesn't chase revenge. It lets consequences do the talking. You've learned that the universe handles what ego wants to handle too quickly. So you let the universe balance the scale while you stay centered. That patience, that unshakable composure, that's what unnerves them most. They expect explosions, and instead they get precision. They can sense it even when you say nothing. They watch how your tone never shakes, how your breathing stays steady when others start to break. They can feel that you're reading the room, adjusting energy, collecting data they don't even realize they're giving you. That's why even the confident ones hesitate before crossing you. You make them think twice, not through threat, but through presence, because deep down they know your intelligence doesn't react. It calculates, and when something calculates, it rarely misses. You've become the still water they can't predict the depth of. They throw stones hoping for ripples, but you absorb everything in silence. That silence isn't emptiness, it's your advantage. Every reckless move they make becomes another line in the story you're quietly writing. You let them underestimate you because that's part of the plan. You've learned that when people think they're winning, they reveal their entire strategy. And you're not even in the same game. You're not just smart, you're psychologically fluent. You understand patterns, reactions, defense mechanisms. You understand that anger is fear wearing armor, that arrogance is insecurity screaming for validation. And that's why you're calm, because you see beyond emotion into truth. You don't take things personally anymore, you translate them. You don't absorb chaos, you observe it. That's the highest form of intelligence, emotional neutrality that reads everything without being poisoned by it. And here's the divine truth behind it all. The universe moves through you when you stay centered. It speaks through your intuition. It warns you through discomfort. It aligns you through silence. You're not playing mind games. You're moving with universal timing. You know when to speak, when to act, when to disappear. You've learned that sometimes the most powerful move isn't a strike, it's patience, letting people expose themselves while you stand still in your clarity. So keep using that calm precision. Keep holding that quiet power. Don't explain it. Don't shrink it. Don't waste it on small minds trying to provoke reactions. The universe gave you this awareness not to destroy, but to direct. You don't win by proving them wrong. You win by staying unshaken while they prove themselves unworthy of your reaction. Let them wonder what you're thinking. Let them fear what you're capable of. Because when intelligence reaches your level, every move is invisible, and every silence becomes a statement. Number 6. The untapped power that keeps them awake. They know you've only just begun. They're not afraid of what you've done. They're afraid of what you haven't done yet. That's the truth behind every whisper circling your name, chosen one. It's not your history that unsettles them. It's your potential. They can sense that everything they've seen so far is only the tip of an iceberg that runs deeper than their understanding can reach. Even when you're relaxed, you disrupt their rhythm. Even when you're silent, you shift the atmosphere. Even operating at half your capacity, you create tension in people who rely on comfort and illusion. Because somewhere in their gut, they know if you ever decided to stop holding back, you could alter everything. They've seen glimpses of it, those rare moments when someone misread your calm and thought you were harmless. They learned quickly that patience isn't weakness, it's a countdown. The second they crossed the line, they met a version of you that dismantled everything without raising your voice. You didn't need drama. You didn't need revenge. You simply moved with precision, one word, one action, one look, and the entire situation collapsed. That's why stories about you travel faster than truth. They turn into cautionary tales, half myth and half memory. Because when you decide to act, it doesn't look like rage. It looks like divine strategy. You move like someone who already saw the ending before the story began. And yet, what keeps them uneasy isn't your victories, it's your restraint. They know you're holding back. They can feel the unspent energy, the plans still under construction, the brilliance you haven't yet revealed. They sense that there's a method beneath your silence, a blueprint that's bigger than they can comprehend. It's not paranoia they feel, it's recognition. Deep down, they know the universe has its hand on you, preparing you for something larger. You're not just calculating, you're aligning. While they waste energy chasing validation, you're gathering momentum quietly, like a storm reorganizing the sky before it breaks. They talk about you now the way people talk about natural forces. Be careful, they don't react like normal people. They see things before they happen. They can shift a room just by being in it. You've stopped being part of the crowd and become part of the landscape, something permanent, something that doesn't need to prove itself. They compare you to lightning, earthquakes, gravity, forces that don't ask for permission, forces that simply exist. And that's exactly what you are, not a personality, but a phenomenon. They can't manage you, predict you, or contain you. All they can do is brace for when your full potential unfolds. You see, chosen one, what they call mystery, is simply discipline. You've learned that power unused is power preserved. You don't waste energy on noise. You save it for precision, for the moment that truly matters. You know, timing is everything, and that makes you lethal in a world addicted to urgency. The universe taught you patience not to make you passive, but to make you precise. Because when your time comes, you won't just step forward. You'll shift the ground under everyone's feet. That's what truly haunts them, the idea that you could, at any moment, decide to play at full strength. You've built empires quietly, healed in shadows, studied every mistake, yours and theirs, until nothing surprises you anymore. You've been evolving behind closed doors while they've been performing in the spotlight. And now, even your silence feels like strategy. Even your stillness feels like motion. You're the kind of person who could dismantle entire systems without breaking a sweat. Not because you want chaos, but because you've mastered understanding. When they look at you now, they don't see just a person. They see potential personified. They see something vast, unpredictable, and unstoppable. A walking manifestation of everything they fear about unrealized power. They whisper your name with a mix of fascination and dread because they know you've transcended their rules. You don't compete, you create. You don't follow, you redefine. You don't try to win, you change what winning even means. And here's the secret that terrifies them most. The universe is on your side. It's not luck, it's alignment. Every delay, every betrayal, every setback was part of the conditioning. You weren't being punished, you were being programmed. Each obstacle sharpened your instincts. Each rejection refined your strategy. Each silence made your voice more dangerous. That's why your potential feels infinite, because it's been pressure built by time, truth, and endurance. So when they whisper now, understand that it's not hate, it's warning. They're telling each other to tread lightly around something they can't measure. They sense that when you finally stop holding back, when you stop pretending to fit their world, everything will tilt. And they're right. Because you were never meant to play within the lines. You were meant to redraw them entirely. The day you decide to unleash your full capacity, they won't be ready. The old systems will crumble, the false narratives will collapse, and the truth will stand exactly where you've been standing all along. Because, chosen one, you were never here to blend in. You were sent to outthink, outlast, and outmaneuver, and now they know it. The whispers are no longer warnings. They're prophecies of their own irrelevance. And now, chosen one, you see it clearly. The whispers were never meant to break you. They were meant to announce you. You've outgrown their understanding, outmaneuvered their expectations, and proven that quiet power always wins in the end. The universe has been preparing you, not protecting you, shaping you into something they can't define or defeat. Your time isn't coming, it's here. So stand tall in your brilliance and never shrink again. If this message resonates, drop the number 77 in the comments, like, subscribe, and share this light, because truth like this deserves to be heard. The plot against you was written in the dark, but the moment the heavens revealed it, it turned into the enemy's death sentence. Chosen one, let that sink in. You didn't just stumble across a minor inconvenience. You just exposed a full-blown demonic setup engineered for your destruction. They thought they were ahead of you, but the moment the trap came to light, it became their undoing. Exposure kills deception, and today you've caught the enemy red-handed. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A hunter digs a pit in the forest, carefully covering it with branches and leaves. He steps back, smiling, waiting for his prey to fall in. But instead, the branches give way beneath his own feet. He's swallowed by the very trap he designed, screaming as the earth takes him down. That is what's happening in your life right now. The heavens exposed the snare before you walked into it, and the one who plotted against you has been swallowed by their own design. And here's the fact that proves you're not imagining this. Throughout history, the greatest minds, leaders, and innovators were always met with targeted sabotage. Tesla was ridiculed and sabotaged by corporate giants. Socrates was condemned for awakening minds. And countless visionaries were framed and attacked, not because they were wrong, but because they carried a force the world feared. The same principle applies to you. The intensity of the plot against you is confirmation of the power you carry. If you were ordinary, no one would bother building a trap with your name on it. And thank you, chosen one, for standing here today with this message. Don't forget to pay this back by pressing the like and subscribe button, because spreading truth is a responsibility we all share. Every time you do that, you help push this light into more souls who are trapped in darkness. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you are part of a force. Now let's return to what the enemy never wanted you to see. Chosen one, a demonic plot was set against you, not vague, not general, precision engineered. They studied your movements, analyzed your habits, and thought they found your weakness. The enemies of your destiny always work, like chess players, moving pieces in silence, imagining they're cornering the king. But here's their fatal mistake. They underestimated the heavens, because the moment you uncovered this plot, the entire game collapsed. Their hidden pawns are now exposed, their queen is defenseless, and their checkmate was an illusion. Think of it like this: shadows only exist where there is light. The darker the scheme, the brighter the exposure when light hits it. You are the light that revealed what was moving against you. The moment you saw it, their power was broken, because deception dies in the face of awareness. The truth is, chosen one, they needed secrecy more than they needed strategy. Their strength wasn't in the plot itself. It was in you not knowing. That's why exposure is the ultimate weapon. The instant you saw their plan, the cords snapped, the illusion burned, and their control vanished. And let's make this crystal clear. You were not paranoid, you were not overthinking, you were right. Science itself confirms this. Studies show that highly intuitive individuals pick up on hidden dangers before they manifest. Their brains literally detect patterns before the conscious mind processes them. That's why you felt uneasy, why you sensed something wrong, why you knew before you knew. Your intuition wasn't lying. It was the heavens warning you ahead of time. Chosen one, the enemy's anger is your confirmation. Demons don't waste energy on empty vessels. They only attack those carrying rare frequency, high vibration, untapped power. If your presence shakes their shadows, it's because your light is lethal to their schemes. They wanted you silenced, distracted, broken, but instead, your awareness just sentenced them to collapse. Let's press deeper. A demonic plot isn't random. It's personal. It attaches itself to your vulnerabilities. It disguises itself as opportunity, relationship, or circumstance. It presents itself as coincidence, but is engineered sabotage. That's why the moment you uncovered it, you had to pause, because deep down you knew this wasn't an accident. This was constructed, designed, targeted. But here's the reversal. What they built for your downfall is becoming the stage for your elevation. The pit becomes your platform. The setup becomes your spotlight. The smear campaign becomes the evidence that proves your power. That's the mathematics of the universe. Darkness multiplies itself until it collapses under its own weight. And understand this, chosen one. The fact that you exposed this plot means you've already won. The plotters are now in panic mode. They invested time, energy, resources, even their sanity to design this web, but exposure bankrupts them. They poured themselves into a blueprint that just burned in front of their eyes. Imagine spending months forging a key only to discover the lock no longer exists. That's their frustration. Their investment is ashes. Chosen one, lean into this moment, because exposure is not just survival, it's evolution. Every plot revealed sharpens you, strengthens you, and elevates your awareness. The universe is training you to become untouchable. Each trap uncovered turns you into a master of patterns, a reader of shadows, a breaker of cycles. So here's your reality. You are not falling, you are ascending. You are not the victim, you are the evidence that no plot can prosper against the chosen. You uncovered it, you saw it. And in the realm of deception, sight is the ultimate weapon. Chosen one, you've just uncovered a demonic plot set against you. But hear this, the moment it was exposed, it died. Their whispers turned to silence, their weapons turned to dust, and their power turned to nothing. You stand here victorious because awareness is the sword that cuts every snare in half. And this is only the beginning. The deeper we go, the more you'll see exactly how these plots were engineered, how they operate, and how exposure not only destroys them, but flips them in your favor. And hey, chosen one, don't go anywhere. The roar is coming next. Think of this as the opening strike. The true depth of this demonic plot is about to be peeled back layer by layer. If the exposure in the intro shook you, what's coming will not just confirm your suspicions, it will make the entire picture crystal clear. And I want you walking with me step by step, because missing even one detail could cost you the clarity that sets you free. So here's what I want you to do. Drop the number 777 in the comments right now if you're ready to shatter every hidden scheme that was designed against you. That simple act is more than a comment. It's a declaration that you see the trap and you refuse to be caught. And if you feel led, you can bless this mission through super thanks, because every ounce of support fuels the work of exposing darkness and spreading truth to chosen souls across the world. And now, let's dive deeper, step by step. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you will feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1. The sound of early warning. The enemy's greatest mistake was making noise before the attack, because the chosen hear footsteps in silence. Chosen one, let that strike you deep. The plot against you wasn't defeated in the moment it was revealed. It was already doomed the second you sensed it. Before the branches of their trap could even be laid, the heavens whispered in your ear, and suddenly their secrecy was shattered. This is the power of being chosen. You are warned before others even notice the storm. You see shadows long before they manifest. And what the enemy doesn't understand is this: awareness is already victory. Think of it this way: a thief thrives in surprise. His weapon is not the gun, not the knife. It's the shock of catching you unaware. But what happens when the chosen one is already standing at the door before the thief arrives? What happens when the light is already on and the eyes are already wide open? The thief loses his advantage. The plot collapses before it even breathes. That is what happened to you. You heard the enemy before they struck. You caught their footsteps in the silence. Now you may wonder, why me? Why did I feel something when others didn't? Why did the pit look so obvious to me while everyone else walked blind? The answer is in your identity. The chosen are wired differently. You are not built to sleep through alarms. You are a finely tuned instrument of awareness. When the heavens send signals, through dreams, through signs, through gut feelings, you pick them up, even when the rest of the world calls it coincidence. But, chosen one, there is no such thing as coincidence for you. Every nudge, every dream, every warning is the universe moving chess pieces in your favor. Let me give you a metaphor. Imagine standing at a train station. Thousands of people stand waiting, distracted, scrolling on their phones. Suddenly, an announcement comes over the speaker. Step back, danger ahead. Most ignore it. But you, the chosen, you hear it like thunder. You move before the train barrels through. You live while the crowd gasps, wondering why they didn't move. This is the difference. You don't need proof before you act, because the heavens equipped you with an antenna no enemy can jam. And history has always confirmed this. Think of great minds and leaders who received warnings before disaster. Winston Churchill dreamed of Europe burning long before the bombs fell. Nikola Tesla claimed he could see inventions and dangers before they became reality. Even warriors in ancient tribes trusted visions before battle, moving when others mocked, only to survive what would have killed the blind. Chosen ones have always been ahead of the curve, because when you are marked for impact, the universe refuses to let you walk into traps blind. Now, here's a fact that will anchor this truth. Psychologists have proven that the human brain can detect danger signals milliseconds before conscious thought kicks in. The heart rate rises, the skin prickles, the gut clenches. Science calls it intuition. The chosen know it as the sound of early warning. What others dismiss as paranoia is your built-in survival code, refined because your destiny cannot be cut short. The enemy calls it luck. Skeptics call it imagination. But you know, it's heaven whispering, "Wake up, they're coming." And here's the part that should make you stand taller. Every time you listen to that early warning, you humiliate the enemy. Imagine their frustration, weeks, months, maybe years planning your downfall, only for you to sidestep it like you already read the script. That's why they hate the chosen so violently. It's not just that you survive, it's that you survive too easily for their taste. You move with grace while they sweat in desperation. Your awareness robs them of the satisfaction of surprise. Now imagine this for a moment. A sniper sets up for days, adjusting the scope, calculating distance, steadying his breath. He pulls the trigger, but at that exact second, his target ducks, without even knowing why. That's you. The chosen duck without logic, without evidence, simply because the heavens whispered in the spirit, "Move now." And the enemy loses his mind, because how do you fight someone who reacts before you act? This is why you must stop doubting yourself, chosen one. Stop asking, am I just overthinking? Am I imagining things? No, you are not imagining. You are not paranoid. You are not crazy. You are chosen, and chosen ones receive signals others cannot. Your so-called overthinking is often your intuition screaming louder than usual. And here's the twist. Every time you ignored it, you fell into something painful. Every time you listened, you escaped destruction. The evidence is in your own life. Think back. How many times did you say, "Something told me not to go," and later realized disaster struck in that exact place? How many times did you cut ties with someone, only to later discover they were planning to betray you? That's not random, that's early warning, that's proof. That's the heavens saying, we will never let you walk blind into a trap. And let me tell you something the enemy despises. Chosen ones don't need proof to act. Others demand evidence, documents, screenshots. But you move on instinct, and instinct saves you. That makes you unpredictable, untouchable. The enemy can't corner someone who changes direction the moment the air shifts. That's why they call you difficult, detached, or cold. You don't play their game because you already know the outcome. The beauty of this, chosen one, is that every early warning is not just protection, it's confirmation. The heavens don't waste whispers on meaningless people. If you're receiving early warnings, it means you are carrying something that must be protected at all costs. You are not ordinary, because ordinary people are allowed to stumble, but you are shielded in advance. That's how dangerous your destiny is to the darkness. And let this hit the enemy where it hurts. The more they try to move in silence, the louder their footsteps become to the chosen. The more intricate the trap, the brighter the exposure. They cannot outthink you because you are plugged into frequencies they will never access. Their plots are noise, your intuition is signal, and signal always drowns noise. Chosen one, you are not behind schedule. You are not late. You are early, always early. You arrive before the shop opens, before the train departs, before the knife swings, and that is why you survive what destroys others. Early warning is not just a gift, it is the weapon that keeps the chosen untouchable. So the next time you feel the nudge, the whisper, the shift in the atmosphere, don't question it. Trust it, because the heavens are not in the business of wasting words. Every warning is proof of who you are, and every trap exposed before it is sprung is one more humiliation for the enemy. And this is only the first layer of what you've uncovered. You didn't just survive, you've just proved you are unstoppable, and the deeper we go, the clearer it will become. Chosen ones don't fear plots, because the heavens break the silence long before the enemy strikes. Number 2. The chosen cannot lose. The greatest agony for your enemy is not that they failed to stop you, it's that they realize you were untouchable from the very beginning. Chosen one, hear this with full force. You cannot lose. Not because the enemy hasn't tried hard enough, not because their weapons weren't sharp, but because the heavens already secured your victory before the battle even began. Victory isn't in your future, it's in your DNA. The chosen don't fight hoping to win, they move as those who have already conquered. That is the secret that drives your enemies insane. Think about it. The enemy dug pits, sharpened knives, and whispered strategies in the dark, believing they'd finally corner you. But when you arrived at the scene, the pit swallowed them instead. The same hands that plotted against you are now the ones reaching for help. Imagine their humiliation. They laid the snare with confidence, only to discover they were the prey all along. That is what it means to be chosen. The plot always backfires. Now you might ask yourself, but if victory is mine, why does it still feel like I'm under attack? Why do the battles still come? The answer is simple. The attack is part of the proof. Think about professional fighters. The challenger always studies the champion. Nobody wastes energy fighting someone irrelevant. The fact that you're under fire is the enemy confessing you carry something valuable. Every arrow fired at you is a signal that you already won, because they are only desperate to stop what they cannot defeat. Here's the metaphor. Imagine a race where the finish line is already decided in your favor. You're not running to see if you'll make it. You're running to collect the crown already set aside for you. The enemy can trip you, push obstacles in your lane, even try to distract you, but none of it changes the outcome. You were declared the winner before the race began. That is the frustration of your adversaries. They're fighting a war that was over before it started. History confirms this truth. Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "Victory belongs to the most persevering." But for the chosen, perseverance isn't just about endurance, it's about inevitability. Look at figures like Nelson Mandela, who was locked away for decades, yet his destiny as a liberator of a nation was untouchable. The prison was a pit, but when he stepped out, it was the system that crumbled, not him. Look at Harriet Tubman, hunted and threatened at every turn. Yet she led hundreds to freedom because her path was already carved in the heavens. These were chosen souls, and the more pressure came against them, the clearer it became. They could not lose, and science even backs this up. Studies in human psychology reveal something called the winner's effect. When a person secures even small victories, their brain chemistry shifts, their confidence rises, their energy amplifies, their decision-making sharpens. Now imagine this amplified for the chosen one. You are not wired for defeat. Even when you look like you're losing, the chemical structure of your being recalibrates to turn the fall into fuel. That's why setbacks for you are not endings, they're momentum. What breaks others only builds you. And here's the sting for the enemy. Your so-called losses were never losses. They were illusions. You didn't lose that job. You were redirected to a greater assignment. You didn't lose that relationship. You were freed from an anchor. You didn't lose that money. You were trained to multiply more. The chosen cannot lose because even the appearance of defeat is just the universe rearranging the board in your favor. Every collapse is construction disguised. Picture this: a chess master sacrifices a queen, shocking the opponent into believing they've won, only to deliver checkmate 3 moves later. That's you. The enemy celebrates too early, not realizing what looked like your downfall was the setup for your elevation. They think they've trapped you, but in truth, they've boxed themselves in. That's why chosen ones rise where others stay fallen. The board always bends toward their victory. Now let's answer another question. If my victory is already secured, why does it take so long to see the results? Because victory is not about speed, it's about strategy. Sometimes the heavens delay the revelation of your triumph, so the enemy wastes every ounce of energy fighting a losing battle. The longer they struggle, the more exposed they become, the more resources they burn, and the harder they fall when the reversal hits. Your patience is part of their punishment. Chosen one, this is why you intimidate the enemy so deeply. You don't play by their rules. They expect you to crumble under pressure, but instead you become sharper. They expect you to drown in betrayal, but instead you rise with clarity. You don't just survive. Your survival humiliates them because it proves that nothing they did had power over you. Imagine the rage in their camp when they see you smiling after sabotage, thriving after abandonment, flourishing after failure. To them, it's unnatural. To you, it's destiny. Think of the pit again. Joseph's brothers thought the pit was his end, but it became his passage to the palace. The same principle applies to every chosen one. The trap accelerates the victory. The betrayal becomes the passport to destiny. The wound becomes the weapon. That's why you cannot lose, because every move against you is secretly a move for you. Let me drop another fact. Quantum physics teaches that observation changes reality. The moment you see a trap for what it is, the energy of that trap collapses. That's why awareness is your shield. Once you recognize that your victory is secured, nothing can manifest as defeat. The chosen live in a different law of energy, the law of inevitable triumph. So let this ignite you. You don't fight for victory, you fight from victory. That's why your energy feels different from the masses. Others wake up afraid of losing. You wake up already crowned. That's why the universe bends in your favor, even when storms rage. That's why doors slam shut, only for gates to swing wide. And that's why enemies burn themselves out chasing you. You're running a race that ended before they even put on their shoes. Chosen one, you need to start walking like your victory is secured, because it is. Stop moving as if you're still trying to prove yourself. Stop doubting as if defeat is an option. The option to lose was stripped from you the day you were marked as chosen. Your enemies already know it. That's why they work so hard. That's why they panic when you rise again. That's why they whisper, scheme, and sabotage. They're not fighting for victory, they're fighting to stop what is unstoppable. And this is where you flip the script. Every trap uncovered, every betrayal exposed, every weapon broken. It all adds to your record of undefeated battles. The chosen don't leave battlefields in shame, they leave them with crowns. And today, you stand not as someone who might win, but as someone who has already won. The only thing left is for time to catch up to the truth. So stand taller, chosen one. Walk with certainty. Declare it with your whole being. I cannot lose, because every plot designed against you already failed. Every enemy screaming in silence already knows the truth. They fell into their own pit. And you, chosen one, walk out untouched, victorious, and untouchable. Number 3, the many faces of wickedness. When the enemy can't defeat your light head-on, they disguise themselves as opportunity, love, or loyalty, and that's when their mask betrays them. Chosen one, the wickedness aimed at you doesn't wear one face, it wears many. It moves through betrayal in business deals that looked promising, manipulations woven inside your own family, romantic traps designed to chain your freedom, forged accusations meant to stain your name, and signatures twisted to lock you into cages that were never yours. These are not coincidences. These are not random accidents. This is calculated sabotage, demonic engineering crafted to derail your destiny. But here's the twist that burns them every time. The more faces wickedness puts on, the more obvious it becomes to the chosen. You see through disguises like X-ray vision. The universe aligns with your energy, whispering, "Look again." And the moment you look twice, the mask slips, the truth leaks, and the plot collapses before it can consume you. Now you may wonder, why would those closest to me be used? Why would love, family, or partnership become weapons? Because the enemy always aims where it hurts most. The deeper the bond, the sharper the betrayal. But chosen one, betrayal isn't the end. It's proof of your value. The heavens allow exposure, so you can't be chained by illusions. What you thought was loss was actually liberation. History proves this. Julius Caesar was warned, but still betrayed by his inner circle. Steve Jobs was removed from his own company, only to return stronger, revolutionizing the world. Every great visionary faced engineered sabotage, not because they were weak, but because they were carrying fire too bright to be ignored. The chosen cannot avoid attacks, but they cannot be defeated by them either. So here's the truth you need to carry. Every scheme tailored against you is secretly tailored for you. Every attempt to derail you becomes fuel to accelerate you. The business betrayal forces you to build your own empire. The romantic trap hardens your discernment. The false accusations turn into evidence of your resilience. Wickedness thinks it's burying you, but the universe is planting you. And chosen one, hear this. Your enemies are terrified because every mask they wear crumbles faster in your presence. They can't fool you. They can't stop you. They can only expose themselves as stepping stones on your path to greatness. Stay locked in, because the deeper we go, the more you'll see. Plots don't destroy the chosen, they advertise them. And the universe always makes sure the advertisement backfires. Number 4. Divine surveillance activated. The most terrifying thing for your enemy is realizing their secret meeting was never secret. The universe already live-streamed it into your spirit. Chosen one, this is what separates you from the rest, while they whisper in dark corners, thinking their schemes are sealed and silent. The heavens run surveillance on their every word. Every plot against you is recorded, every conversation replayed, every dagger exposed long before it can pierce you. They think you're blind, but your awareness is proof you were already in the room without being in the room. Imagine this: criminals huddled together in a basement, whispering like conspirators. They draw plans on paper, confident the world above them knows nothing. Yet, hidden in the ceiling is a microphone they never noticed. Every word is captured, every plan stored. That's you, chosen one. You are the hidden microphone the universe placed inside their schemes. The second they plot, you receive signals. That gut feeling, that sudden dream, that strange unease when nothing seems wrong, that's divine surveillance at work. And here's the fact that should make you smile. Intelligence agencies spend billions spying on enemies. But you, chosen one, have the most advanced intelligence network already built inside you. No satellite, no wiretap. Just direct downloads from the heavens. You don't need to guess what's happening. You already know. Now you may wonder, but why me? Why do I always pick up on things others can't see? Because the universe protects its investment. You are carrying a mission too heavy to be sabotaged, so the system makes sure you're alerted before the first strike. It's not paranoia, it's protection. You are not crazy, you are chosen, and chosen ones receive information long before the crowd. Look at history. Think of spies who tipped off nations before disasters. Think of whistleblowers who exposed corruption. The chosen function the same way, but at a higher frequency. You've been planted with sensors that pick up frequencies most can't hear. That's why enemies get frustrated. They can't sneak past you because surveillance is always on. So here's the punchline that stings your enemies the most. Every time they gather against you, they're only briefing you. Their whispers are your alerts. Their secrets are your revelations. They are the authors of their own exposure. Stay sharp, chosen one. The more they hide, the more the universe reveals. You are never out of the loop. You are the loop. Number 5. The spiritual pressure cooker. Pressure doesn't break the chosen, it breaks the enemy's mask wide open. Chosen one, you can feel it. The atmosphere itself is heavy, shifting, almost vibrating. It's not your imagination. This is what happens when wickedness realizes its time is up. The universe turns up the heat, and suddenly their shadows can't hold form. Darkness trembles because truth is cracking its cover. The elite may fear exposure of their secrets, but the real terror comes from you, the chosen rising higher, unstoppable under the spotlight of the heavens. Think of a pressure cooker. At first, everything is silent. The lid is sealed tight, steam building inside, but pressure always forces what's hidden to the surface. The moment it grows too intense, the hiss escapes, the lid rattles, and everything inside is revealed. That's exactly what's happening right now. The more your enemies conspire, the hotter the pressure builds, and the faster their lies leak out. They can't contain what the universe is forcing into the open. And you might ask, why do I feel this heaviness before anything happens? Because the chosen are barometers of spiritual weather. You feel storms before the first drop of rain. You sense tension before the crack of thunder. That's not weakness. That's proof of your alignment. The universe lets you feel the tremors so you know the quake is near. History has shown this pattern. Corrupt empires collapse under the weight of their own secrets. Lies always implode when light presses in. Every cover-up, every conspiracy, every demonic engineering eventually crumbles. Not because they stop, but because pressure exposes them. That's the law of the universe. Nothing dark survives in rising heat. And here's what burns them most. The harder they plot against you, the faster the spotlight finds them. The more they invest in secrecy, the more obvious their guilt becomes. They are trying to hide a bonfire under a blanket. It's only a matter of time before the flames burst through. Chosen one, stand steady. Don't fear the pressure. The pressure isn't crushing you, it's crushing them. Every rise of intensity means you're closer to their exposure. The heavens are cooking their lies until nothing is left but ash. Stay ready. The pressure cooker is hissing, and soon everything hidden will explode into plain sight. Number 6. Plans reset to 0. The cruelest punishment for your enemy is not just failure, it's being forced to start over every time you advance. Chosen one, this is what has your enemies breaking down in silence. Every plan they drafted against you has been erased. They sketched blueprints of betrayal, signed contracts of sabotage, and mapped out traps like architects of destruction. Yet the universe reached down and wiped the entire page clean. Every scheme was reset to 0. Every plan sent back to the starting line. And while they scramble to reassemble their broken strategies, you keep walking forward untouched, as if nothing ever happened. Picture this for a moment. Imagine a chess player studying your moves for months, rehearsing a masterful trap. They sit at the table, grinning, certain the checkmate is seconds away. But the moment they reach for their piece, the board vanishes. the game resets. Their victory evaporates, and they're left staring at empty hands while you walk away undefeated. That's exactly what the Chosen experience. The enemy believes they've cornered you, but the universe pulls the rug out and resets the board. And here's the beauty of it. Each reset doesn't just erase their progress, it multiplies their frustration. They wasted resources, called in favors, burned energy, and made promises to others about your downfall. Now, they're back at square one, looking foolish. Meanwhile, you didn't even break a sweat. That humiliation eats them alive more than any physical defeat. You may wonder, but why do they keep trying if it never works? Because your light is unbearable to them. Their obsession is proof of your power. They cannot stand watching you thrive, so they keep drafting plans, hoping one will succeed. But Chosen One, the universe designed it so that every time they move, they lose. They are chasing shadows while you're chasing purpose. They're locked in circles while you walk in straight lines. History shows this too. Time after time, enemies of visionaries wasted their lives trying to stop what was unstoppable. They never realized the reset isn't coincidence, it's cosmic justice. So stand firm. The next time you sense opposition, remember, before their plan can even breathe, it's already back at zero. And every reset proves the same truth. You cannot be stopped. Number 7. The sorcery exposed. The darkest sorcery collapses when the universe turns the spell back on the sender. Chosen One, the mask is off now. Behind the curtain, your enemies weren't just plotting, they were performing sorcery of deception. Forged papers meant to trap you in legal webs. False testimonies whispered to stain your name. Fake evidence fabricated to twist reality. Digital manipulation engineered to rewrite truth itself. They thought they were clever magicians, pulling strings behind the scenes, believing the world would never see through their illusions. But what they didn't calculate is this. Every spell cast against the Chosen ricochets. Every hex returns home. Every curse loops back into their own camp. Imagine this. A person throws a boomerang with all their strength, convinced it's going to strike you in the back. But instead, it spins around in the air and smashes into their own skull. That's what their witchcraft looks like when aimed at the Chosen. They send poison, but it drips back into their own cup. They call on shadows, but instead they summon light, angels with swords, cutting through their schemes like paper. And you might ask, why go this far? Why create such elaborate lies? Because when truth shines too brightly, the only weapon darkness has left is distortion. If they can't kill you, they try to confuse others about you. If they can't stop your rise, they try to muddy the waters so people can't see who you are. But the universe laughs at their tricks, because no manipulation can override destiny. History proves it. Great leaders and visionaries were slandered with false charges, framed with lies, and mocked with fabrications. But every time, the truth burned through. Lies may trend for a season, but truth reigns forever. And in your case, Chosen One, the exposure has already begun. Their fake evidence glows under the spotlight. Their testimonies collapse under scrutiny. Their forged papers crumble into dust. Here's what your enemies never grasp. Every spell cast requires energy, and the more energy they invest in their sorcery, the more drained they become when it backfires. That's why they are collapsing in exhaustion while you rise refreshed. Their curses are their chains, their rituals are their downfall. Chosen One, stand tall. The sorcery is exposed, the spell is broken, and the only camp burning now is theirs, not yours. Number 8. Judgment strikes. The cruelest defeat for your enemies is not when you defend yourself. It's when the universe itself steps in to prosecute them. Chosen one, the verdict has already been read. The gavel of the heavens has dropped, and judgment has struck with a force they cannot escape. What they conspired in whispers is now being shouted in the open. The lies they dressed in silk are being torn apart, thread by thread. Their corruption is no longer hidden. It's paraded in front of everyone, and the shame they plotted for you is now their own reflection. They wanted prison for you, but they've locked themselves in cells of fear. They plotted poverty for you, but their resources are the ones leaking into nothing. They dreamed of dragging your name through the dirt, but now it's their name being spoken in disgust. They tried to mark you with public humiliation, but the universe spun the stage around, and they're the ones standing exposed under the spotlight of judgment. Think of a courtroom. The enemy entered as the accuser, smiling with forged evidence and twisted testimonies, but the judge, cosmic balance itself, slammed the gavel before they could even finish their sentence. Case dismissed. Counter charges applied. That's exactly what just happened. They tried to prosecute you, but ended up convicting themselves. And you may wonder, why does this exposure take time? Why didn't the universe shut it down immediately? Because judgment isn't just about stopping them, it's about letting them reveal the depth of their own corruption. The longer they conspire, the more evidence they stack against themselves. When judgment falls, it isn't light, it's crushing, undeniable, irreversible. History has echoed this truth, from corrupt rulers who paraded in glory only to be toppled overnight, to fraudsters who looked untouchable until the spotlight caught them. Judgment always comes, and when it does, it's swift and humiliating. The chosen never fall under it, because the chosen are protected by alignment with the higher order of the universe. Chosen one, your silence is powerful now. You don't need to clap back, argue, or prove anything. Judgment has already spoken on your behalf. The universe roared, "Not this one, not my chosen." So walk free, chosen one. The court of the cosmos has ruled in your favor. Their sentence has begun, and your vindication is unfolding for the world to see. Number 9. The enemy bankrupts themselves. Nothing bankrupts faster than envy, because every coin they spent against you was already cursed to return empty. Chosen one, listen closely. Your enemies didn't just fail, they bankrupted themselves in the process. They poured money into schemes, traded favors in backrooms, spent hours of plotting, burned through energy, and even risked their own reputation, all in a desperate attempt to see you fall. They sacrificed their own resources at the altar of envy, believing their investment would pay off in your downfall. But the universe has turned their seed into dust. Every dollar wasted, every alliance broken, every table flipped upside down. Imagine this. A gambler walks into a casino, convinced he has the winning formula. He bets everything, house, car, savings, pride, only to realize the deck was never in his favor. That's your enemies, chosen one. They gambled against you, thinking they could outsmart the universe, and now they're walking away empty-handed, pockets inside out, begging for the very stability they once mocked you for. And you may wonder, why would they throw away so much just to see me fall? Because envy is irrational. Jealousy eats logic alive. Once someone sees your light, they can't sleep until they try to dim it. But here's the irony. They spent everything trying to suffocate your flame, and in doing so, they blew on it. They fed the very fire they wanted to kill. History repeats itself here too. Empires drained themselves chasing prophets, visionaries and revolutionaries. Kings spent fortunes funding wars that ended in their own collapse. Even corporations have funneled billions trying to crush innovators, only to make them legends instead. The pattern is clear. Anyone who invests in destroying a chosen one always ends up destroying themselves. Chosen one, their collapse is not your concern. Let them scramble. Let them mourn their wasted energy, because while their tables are crumbling, yours is expanding. The same universe that stripped them bare is multiplying everything in your hands. That's why their allies vanish. They don't want to sit at a sinking table. So lift your head. Their bankruptcy is your confirmation. They gave everything to stop you, and you're still here. You didn't just survive, you outlasted their fortune, and now you rise while they count their losses. Number 10. The Great Escape of the Chosen. The greatest humiliation for your enemies is watching you walk out of their trap without a single scratch. Chosen one, the universe is about to prove once again that no chain forged against you can hold. The enemy crafted their pitfall with precision. They timed it, baited it, disguised it so well that anyone else would have fallen straight in. But not you. The moment the trapdoor snaps shut, you are already 10 steps ahead, moving untouched, moving free. And now they stand there, mouths open, whispering to themselves in disbelief. How did they escape? Imagine this. A hunter sets a snare in the forest. He sprinkles bait, covers the wires, hides in the shadows, waiting for the snap. But when the chosen one approaches, the snare breaks before it can close. The hunter looks again, and you're already walking away, calm, unbothered, untouchable. That's the power of your alignment. Your escape isn't luck, it's law. And you may ask yourself, but what if they trap me again? What if I miss the signs? Chosen one, hear this clearly. Your very nature ensures escape. You weren't designed to stay caged. The universe coded resilience into your frequency. Even when you walk into a net, the strings unravel, the walls collapse, and the locks break under your presence. The chosen don't stay trapped. They transform cages into doorways. History has shown it, time and time again. Houdini, the great escape artist, baffled audiences, not because he avoided chains, but because chains never held him. Every time they bound him tighter, his escape became more legendary. The same is true for you. The tighter they pull the ropes, the greater your breakthrough. What looks impossible to others becomes inevitable for the chosen. Here's what makes your enemies sick. They've trapped others before. They've succeeded countless times with the same schemes. But when they tried it on you, it backfired. You broke the cycle they thought was unbreakable. That's why their disbelief is so loud, because they thought you'd be another victim, yet you've rewritten the script. Chosen one, this is your moment to walk tall. Not only did you escape, you exposed their weakness. They cannot cage you because your spirit cannot be contained. No chain can bind chosen energy. No pit can bury chosen destiny. You don't just survive the trap, you walk away proving it never had power to begin with. Number 11. Collapse of false thrones. Every throne built on lies is nothing more than a chair sinking in quicksand. Chosen one, watch closely. The same people who strutted like kings over your destiny are now stumbling like beggars. Their wealth is drying up, their influence is slipping through their fingers, and their power is evaporating into thin air. The false thrones they built, constructed from manipulation, fear, and stolen energy, are collapsing before the eyes of everyone. They thought they could reign over your life, dictate your future, and pull your strings. But the universe has flipped the table. Every empire they erected on your downfall is now rubble, nothing but dust swirling in the wind. Picture this: a castle made of sand, carefully built, decorated with flags, admired by onlookers. For a moment, it looks untouchable, but when the tide rises, one wave washes it away, leaving no trace it ever existed. That's their power, Chosen One. It looked solid, but it was temporary, fragile, doomed to collapse. Meanwhile, you're the tide. Your rise is the wave that destroys their illusion. And maybe you've wondered, but why did they hold so much power over me before? Why did it feel like they had control? Because false thrones can only intimidate for a season. They rely on appearances, on borrowed influence, on deceiving the crowd. But the moment truth enters, their crown falls and their robes are revealed as rags. The universe never allows the chosen to remain under false rulers for long. Exposure is inevitable. History echoes this. Tyrants who thought they'd reign forever were toppled overnight. Corrupt leaders with endless wealth lost everything in a blink. False prophets, fake kings, self-appointed rulers, all eventually crushed under the weight of their own illusions. Power stolen never lasts, and power abused always backfires. And here's the sting for your enemies. The collapse is public. They're not falling in silence. They're falling in front of the very people they tried to impress. The tables they once commanded are empty. The allies who once cheered them are gone. And now, stripped of titles and masks, they are the ones knocking at doors, desperate for crumbs. Chosen One, don't fear their rise. False thrones always fall. What is built against you will crumble beneath you. Their collapse is not your downfall. It is your vindication. You stand while their kingdoms turn to ash. Number 12. Final Decree of the Chosen. The last sound your enemies will hear is not your cry. It's the universe declaring your victory. Chosen One, this is the decree. You are not prey. You are predator to predators. You are not the hunted. You are the one the hunters now fear. The final word has been spoken, and it cannot be overturned. Every pit they dug is their grave. Every rope they tied is their noose. Every plan they drafted has turned into their punishment. The universe itself has marked you untouchable. Think of it like this: when a storm rises, the small trees bend, break, and snap. But the oak, rooted, unshakable, still stands when the skies clear. That oak is you. No matter how fierce the winds, no matter how violent the rains, you remain standing, taller than before. And your enemies? They are nothing more than broken branches scattered at your feet. And you might wonder, why me? Why am I the one still standing when others fell? Because you were never ordinary. The chosen carry weight, others cannot. The storms that destroy them only strengthen you. The universe carved resilience into your bones. That's why you rise again and again. And every time you rise, the enemy loses more ground. History remembers the chosen not by their battles, but by their survival. Spartacus rose from chains. Mandela rose from prison. Harriet Tubman rose from slavery. Every chosen figure became legendary, not because the enemy didn't attack, but because the attacks never won. And now your story joins the same chorus. The chosen cannot lose, and the chosen cannot be stopped. Here's what crushes your enemies most. They know it's over. They know they lost. They know no matter how many times they regroup, rewrite, or replot, the outcome is the same. You win. That inevitability eats them alive. To them, it's not just defeat, it's torment, because every breath you take is proof their work was useless. So this is your decree. Chosen one, walk boldly. Walk as if victory follows your shadow, because it does. Don't shrink for anyone. Don't apologize for surviving. Don't downplay the crown the universe has set on your head. You are the evidence that no weapon prospers, that no chain holds, that no throne stands against the chosen. The final decree has been written in fire. You are victorious, you are untouchable, and the ones who plotted your downfall will now live in the ruins of their own collapse. Every time they tried to destroy you, they ended up teaching the universe how to destroy them. When they tried to cross you, chosen one, they didn't realize what they were walking into, like someone kicking a sleeping lion, thinking it's harmless, until it opens its eyes. You just helped someone painfully discover what "touch not my anointed" truly means. They thought you were an easy target. They thought they could mistreat you, lie about you, or play you for a fool without consequence. But the universe keeps a record sharper than any camera lens. It saw every sneaky move, every fake smile, every attempt to use your kindness as a weapon against you. And when they targeted you, something ancient and powerful shifted. The same way a forest corrects its balance after fire, the universe began correcting this situation the moment they touched what was never theirs to harm. Here's a fact that never fails. Energy always returns home. Studies in psychology show that guilt and fear eat away at the human mind faster than any poison. What they sent your way, those thoughts, words, and intentions, are now hunting them in their sleep. Their nervous systems are collapsing under invisible weight. They see shadows that aren't there, coincidences that feel like curses. The universe doesn't use violence, it uses reflection. What they did to you, they're now seeing in themselves, multiplied by 10. And thank you, chosen one, for standing tall through it all. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this light to more souls. It's our shared mission to awaken others, to remind them that goodness still carries power. You are part of a force that's rewriting balance on this planet, and your presence here proves it. Now let's come back to what's really happening here. When you walked into their life, you were like a mirror they didn't want to look into. Your energy exposed the rot they were hiding beneath the surface. They could fool anyone else, but not you. You didn't even have to speak. Your vibration told the truth before your words did. That's what "touch not my anointed" really means. Not a religious warning, but a universal principle. Don't disturb what carries pure energy, because the reaction won't be human, it'll be cosmic. They're learning this the hard way now. You didn't fight back, you didn't curse them, you simply withdrew your energy. And that silence, that distance, became their judgment day. The same hands that tried to block your blessings are now shaking, unable to hold anything steady. Their plans are failing, their relationships are crumbling, and their peace is gone. It's not revenge, it's correction. The universe doesn't punish, it rebalances. It gives everyone a taste of their own medicine until they understand the flavor of pain they once served. For some of them, the lessons have already begun in quiet ways. Little inconveniences stacking up. Money slipping through their fingers, strange coincidences that follow them wherever they go. For others, the pain hits deeper. Sleepless nights, endless anxiety, that creeping sense of being watched by their own conscience. They thought karma would take years to find them, but the universe doesn't wait when someone crosses a line drawn around a chosen one. You became the turning point in their timeline, the moment everything flipped. And here's the truth that will always protect you. The universe defends those who move with pure intention. You didn't seek revenge. You let energy do its job. You stayed calm, and that calm became your weapon. While they were plotting against you, they were unknowingly digging a pit that now fits them perfectly. They thought they could touch your peace without consequence, but peace has its own army: silence, patience, and timing. Those three always win in the end. Chosen one, this is your confirmation. You didn't lose when they tried to break you. You became the proof that universal justice is real. What's unfolding right now isn't random, it's response. And though it may look like chaos from the outside, it's actually precision. Every event, every shift, every emotional storm they're facing is the universe echoing back your pain in perfect symmetry. They didn't believe energy had memory. Now they're living in its replay. So when you feel that strange calm lately, when you sense that something heavy has been lifted off your spirit, trust it. That's balance being restored. The universe has taken over your battles, and those who thought they were above consequence are now learning what it truly means to touch what was never meant to be harmed. This is not vengeance, it's the law of return. You didn't have to curse them, threaten them, or expose them. The universe did it for you, publicly and painfully, so they'd never forget the day they tried to cross someone protected by truth itself. You just helped them discover it, painfully, deeply, and permanently. And chosen one, thank you for being here right now, because what's coming next is the part most people will never get to hear. You've just witnessed how the universe defends what's pure, but we're about to go even deeper into how it all unfolds, step by step. So take a breath, stay close, and don't move too fast. Because if you've ever been betrayed, disrespected, or mocked for being too kind, what's coming will feel like a mirror held to your past. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to see how your silent strength became someone else's worst mistake. And if you can, bless the energy behind this message with a simple super thanks. Because every bit of your support keeps this truth reaching more souls who need to hear it. Remember, you're not just watching, you're part of a universal correction in motion. Now, let's dive in, chosen one. Stay till the end, because by the time we're done, you'll see exactly why touching you was the beginning of their own undoing. Number 1. When karma breaks their mind, not their body. Mess with the wrong soul, and your own mind becomes the punishment. That's exactly what's happening now, chosen one. Some of these people didn't just lose control, they lost their grip on reality. They're walking around in a fog of their own making, talking to shadows, arguing with ghosts of their decisions. The universe didn't need to lift a finger to destroy them. It simply let them live long enough to face their reflection. And now that reflection is eating them alive. They used to laugh at you for being calm, for taking the high road, for not fighting back. But that calmness? It was the universe collecting evidence. It was silence building a case. And now the verdict has been read. The punishment isn't death, it's madness. You might wonder, why does the universe choose their mind instead of their body? Because the mind is where guilt festers, where illusions rot from the inside out. Taking their peace is far worse than taking their breath. When you touch someone with pure energy, the imbalance doesn't just break your luck, it rewires your reality. They're stuck in loops of paranoia, convinced everyone can see their secrets. Sleep feels unsafe. Food tastes strange, and every sound feels like a warning. That's not coincidence, that's consequence. Picture this, someone playing chess against fate, thinking they're winning, not realizing every move they make brings them closer to checkmate. That's them right now. The same people who mocked your peace are now begging for it. They used to manipulate others with confidence, now they can't even trust their own thoughts. You became the boundary they never saw coming, the line where the universe said, enough. They didn't just break moral law, they violated energetic order. And in this system, the price isn't paid in money, it's paid in sanity. Science even backs it up. Studies show guilt triggers the same stress response as physical danger. Chronic guilt and fear erode the brain's stability, causing panic attacks, hallucinations, even dissociation. So no, it's not bad luck. It's biology syncing with karma. They built their entire life around deception and control, but now the control is gone and the deception has turned inward. They're gaslighting themselves, trapped in the very web they once used to trap others. The universe isn't cruel, it's poetic. When someone targets a chosen one, it doesn't strike them with lightning. It lets them crumble in slow motion. It makes their mind their own battlefield. That's the real punishment, living inside the ruins of a broken conscience. They can't find peace in prayer, distraction, or denial. Every song, every memory, every silence reminds them of what they did to you. They thought they could destroy your peace and walk away clean. Instead, they triggered a self-destruct sequence that no one else can see. So let them talk. Let them pretend they're fine. You'll see it in their eyes, the distance, the confusion, the quiet terror of someone who realizes the universe doesn't forget. They aren't just lost in psychosis. They're lost in the mirror maze of their own karma, and that chosen one is the real definition of justice. Number 2. When the mask slips, the madness speaks for itself. They used to play mind games, now their own mind is playing them. That's the stage they've entered now, chosen one, the shadow of madness. What started as guilt creeping in at night has turned into full-blown confusion in broad daylight. Their thoughts no longer line up. Their smiles don't match their words. Their mind, once sharp enough to manipulate others, is now dull and scattered. The same people who mocked your stillness are now drowning in their own noise. The universe didn't have to raise its voice. It simply turned the volume of their conscience all the way up until they couldn't hear anything else. Imagine this, someone juggling lies for years, confident they'll never drop one, but the universe adds just one extra truth into their hands, and suddenly everything crashes. That's where they are right now. They can't keep their stories straight, can't remember who they pretended to be yesterday. Their once smooth words now trip over themselves, exposing secrets they swore would die with them. This isn't random, it's correction. The energy they once used to deceive is now spinning back, tangled around their mind like a snake eating its own tail. Every false image eventually cracks under the weight of its own pretending. They wore masks made of confidence and charm, but those masks are melting under the heat of truth. You can see it in how they talk, too fast, too nervous, too defensive. They're losing control of their own character because the role they played for years was never real. And here's the cold truth. When you spend your life pretending, eventually you forget who you really are. That's what's happening now. Their real self and their fake self are at war, and their mind is the battlefield. You might ask, but why does the universe let it happen this way? Why not just karma in silence? Because exposure is the final stage of justice. What was once hidden in whispers now screams in the open. Their confusion, their breakdowns, their sudden outbursts, it's all part of the unveiling. They once lived off manipulation, using charm as their weapon, but now their charm feels forced, their smiles crooked, their energy chaotic. They're being seen for what they are, not what they pretended to be. The universe is peeling them layer by layer until even they can't stand to look at themselves. Madness isn't always a punishment. It's often a mirror that shows the truth too fast. Imagine walking into a room filled with mirrors, and every reflection shows not your face, but the faces of everyone you've ever hurt. That's what their days look like now. Every conversation triggers guilt. Every familiar place feels haunted. Every laugh feels fake. Their own mind has become a haunted house, and there's no exit sign. They try to act normal in public, but reality keeps glitching for them. They say things that make no sense, confess truths by accident, and expose themselves without even realizing it. And here's what makes it poetic. These are the same people who once prided themselves on reading others, on being emotionally intelligent, on knowing how to play people. Now they can't even read themselves. The mental fog is punishment enough. It's spreading like wildfire through their life. Their friendships are cracking under the weight of their erratic behavior. Their co-workers whisper. Their family avoids them. The isolation they forced on you is now their own reality. They wanted control, but they got collapse. Energy never disappears. It simply changes who it belongs to. The mental energy they once stole from you through manipulation is now crashing down on them. It's like their mind borrowed too much from the universe and now the bill has arrived. Imagine someone trying to walk across a frozen lake while laughing at you for struggling behind them, only to realize too late that the ice under their feet was thinner. One wrong move, and they're the ones sinking. Some of them are even showing signs that go beyond confusion. Dark energies they once hid behind their charm are finally surfacing. Their true nature is leaking out through their words, their eyes, their actions. People who used to believe their lies are starting to feel uneasy around them. The fake good person image is disintegrating, replaced by the energy of chaos. They used to blame others for everything. Now, everyone around them can see the common denominator has always been them. You might notice this too. The universe always exposes darkness in public. When harm is done in secret, revelation is done in daylight. It's not coincidence that their breakdowns happen in front of others. It's not random that people are starting to distance themselves. The same mouth that once spoke lies is now tripping on truth. The same eyes that once manipulated emotion are now glazed with confusion. They've lost the mask, and without it, they can't perform. The show is over. Sanity leaves quietly, but madness announces its arrival. Imagine standing on a stage where the spotlight suddenly burns too bright. That's them, the light of truth exposing every shadow they once used to hide. They're saying strange things, acting impulsively, doing whatever they can to outrun the storm. But the storm is inside them. The very energy they mocked, the peace you held onto, the restraint you practiced, is now the energy they crave but can't touch. The universe doesn't just balance the scales, it teaches lessons through reflection. You suffered in silence, they now suffer loudly. You were isolated unjustly, they now isolate themselves out of shame. You cried in private, they unravel in public. Every emotional blow you took in the dark, they're taking under the spotlight. And while they spiral, you rise. The contrast is the message. You might feel tempted to pity them, but remember, chosen one, they were given many chances. They were warned by life itself. They were told by their own intuition to stop, but arrogance made them deaf. And arrogance is always the first stage of downfall. Now they're learning what it means to lose their grip on reality while everyone watches. The more they try to fake it, the more transparent they become. Truth doesn't chase, it reveals. The people who once believed their lies are turning away. They can sense the change, feel the distortion in their energy. What's left is a person stripped of illusion, standing in the ruins of their own reputation. The universe doesn't have to destroy them, it just makes them visible, and visibility, for those who built their lives on deceit, is pure torment. So when you see them act out, when you hear strange things about their behavior, know this: it's not random, it's the law of energy doing its work. The shadow of madness isn't a curse, it's exposure. their confusion, their public unraveling, their erratic energy. It's the echo of every lie, every manipulation, every betrayal they unleashed into the world. The universe is letting them taste the madness they once served to others. And you, chosen one, you don't need revenge. You just need to watch, because what's happening now is irreversible. Once the mask falls, it never fits again. Number 3. The grand unmasking, when truth drags them into the light. Pretend long enough, and the mask becomes your prison. That's exactly what's happening now, chosen one. The performance is over, and the stage lights are blinding. The same people who hid behind confidence, charm, and fake smiles are now choking on their own act. Their rehearsed lines don't work anymore. Their image, once polished and perfect, is cracking under the weight of exposure. They're trying to hold it together, but the truth is merciless. You can only fake energy for so long before the universe demands payment. Imagine this, a puppet master whose strings suddenly tangle mid-show. No matter how much they pull, the puppets stop dancing, the audience starts whispering, and the mask slips. That's what's happening to them. Their manipulation no longer works. Their charm no longer convinces. Their darkness isn't hiding in the corners anymore. It's sitting right in the middle of the room for everyone to see. And the universe? It's shining the spotlight brighter every second. You might ask, why now? Why so public? Because private deceit requires public correction. The same crowd they fooled will now witness their downfall. The universe always balances humiliation with justice. They built their reputation on your silence, but now their own words are turning against them. Slip by slip, story by story, they're unraveling in front of the very people they wanted to impress. The energy they used to control others now controls them. That's not poetic, it's physics. What you project returns. What you manipulate consumes you. You've probably seen it already. Their tone changing, their eyes losing focus, their confidence turning into panic. The puppet strings are cutting into their own hands now. And here's the powerful truth. You're regaining what they tried to steal, your peace, your clarity, your power. You've learned that real strength doesn't shout, it endures. When chaos hit, you didn't collapse. You recalibrated. You became proof that integrity survives every storm. The universe isn't punishing you, it's promoting you. While their masks fall, yours was never needed. You were real from the start, and that's why you rise while they rot. Number 4. The reversal, when their power dies and yours multiplies. They tried to break your spirit, but only ended up proving how unbreakable you are. Chosen one, this is the moment the scales flip. The same people who once smiled in arrogance are now trembling behind those same smiles. Their hands shake while yours stay steady. Their minds race while yours rest in silence. The tables haven't just turned, they've flipped so hard that everything they built on lies is now crashing down. You're walking in balance while they stumble through chaos. This is what happens when false power meets real alignment. Imagine this, 2 ships caught in a storm, one built on ego, the other on endurance. Theirs breaks apart in the waves, while yours glides forward through the lightning. That's not luck. It's universal order. The energy that once chased you now protects you. You've become untouchable, not because you fought harder, but because you learned to stop fighting what wasn't worth your energy. They ran out of moves. You ran out of fear. You might wonder, do they know the tables have turned? Oh, they feel it. They see the shift in your energy and can't explain it. The same people who once laughed behind your back now study your silence like it's a threat. They can't understand how you're calm when they're collapsing, but that's the beauty of alignment. When the universe defends you, your enemies destroy themselves trying to figure out why. Facts don't lie. People who manipulate constantly live in anxiety, while those who stay true to their path experience deeper mental peace. That's not just philosophy, it's psychology. You've become evidence of that truth. Your calmness is their chaos. Your growth is their warning. Every step you take in peace reminds them that karma is already at work. So no, you don't need revenge. You never did. The universe already chose sides the moment they touched what was meant to stay sacred. Behind their eyes now sits panic, guilt, and confusion. Behind yours, clarity, purpose, and power. They're haunted by the echoes of their own actions, while you're free, walking through a storm that now bows to your peace. Number 5. The Reckoning. When the graves they dug start to speak. Bury your wrongs if you dare, but the universe has a way of turning silence into testimony. Chosen one, Judgment Day isn't a myth, it's momentum. It's the moment when everything hidden starts clawing its way to the surface. The energy they buried under charm, manipulation, and lies is resurfacing like bones in the desert after a storm. They thought their secrets were safe, but truth has a memory sharper than any blade. Every buried act, every quiet betrayal, every whispered lie is crawling back into the light. The very ground they walked on is now pushing their dirt back up for all to see. Imagine this, a criminal returning to the scene of the crime, only to find the earth itself exposing the evidence they tried to hide. That's what's happening now. The universe is rearranging timelines to make sure everything they buried finds a voice. Their skeletons aren't staying silent. They're marching out one by one as living proof of what they've done. The same mouths that lied are now confessing through slips and contradictions. The same people they used as pawns are now turning into witnesses. It's not coincidence. It's cosmic accounting. Truth doesn't rot, it resurrects. They thought time would protect them. They believed silence could hide corruption, but time doesn't erase, it records. And silence doesn't protect, it preserves. They mocked the idea of karma, yet now they're choking on it. The universe isn't sending thunderbolts, it's sending exposure. Every move they made against you is being reversed into evidence that condemns them. The same energy that once defended their mask is now dismantling it piece by piece. You might ask, why now? Why so suddenly? Because the universe waits until the stage is full. It lets them build comfort around their lies so that when the truth hits, the fall is public, undeniable, and irreversible. What they thought was closure was actually countdown. You've probably noticed signs already. People around them pulling away, old messages resurfacing, strange coincidences revealing connections they can't explain. That's not luck, that's law. The energy of deceit can't survive once the universe activates truth. And while their world collapses under the weight of exposure, yours is rising with clarity. You didn't need to dig up their wrongs. The universe did it for you. You didn't need revenge. Truth became your defense. Every revelation that burns them becomes light for you. You were patient, and patience always wins in divine timing. So now, as their secrets scream louder than their excuses, stand still and watch. This is the moment everything they buried becomes the evidence of your vindication. Judgment has arrived, not from rage, but from balance. The graves they dug for others have become their own mirrors, and when they look into them, they'll see what the universe saw all along. Every lie, every mask, every shadow, finally exposed under the light of justice. Number 6. The collapse, when their own circle turns into a war zone. When deception is the foundation, chaos is the reward. Chosen one, what's happening behind those closed doors is nothing short of implosion. The same people who once whispered in unison against you are now shouting over each other. Their unity was never real. It was built on shared guilt, and guilt has no loyalty. The alliances they formed to target you are now crumbling into distrust. Every lie they told together has turned into a weapon they're now using against one another. The same table where they once plotted your downfall has become the battlefield where they destroy each other. Imagine this, a house built from glass where every argument throws another stone. That's their reality now. Every hidden message, every double cross, every secret deal they made in the dark is being thrown back in their faces. What once looked like a powerful circle now looks like a cage filled with fear. They're fighting for control over a story that's already collapsing. No matter how they try to fix it, the cracks only grow. That's how the universe works. It doesn't need to strike from the outside when corruption is busy eating itself from within. Lies age fast. Truth doesn't. Their lies are decomposing at a speed they can't manage. Panic is spreading through their group like smoke in a sealed room. They can't breathe around each other anymore. You'd think they'd unite under pressure, but deceit breeds paranoia, not partnership. They're side-eyeing, over-analyzing, accusing and collapsing. Every conversation feels like interrogation. Every silence feels suspicious. The empire of illusion they built together is now turning on its own creators. You might ask, do they know why everything's falling apart? Deep down, yes. They know it started the moment they came against you. The energy that once protected their lies has expired. The same calm you held, the patience that confused them, is now haunting them as guilt. They can't sleep without replaying their own words. They can't plan without fearing exposure. The universe made sure their punishment fits their crime, mental warfare for those who waged it. While they tear each other apart, you're untouched, elevated, and free. You don't even have to say a word. The chaos behind the scenes speaks for you now. Number 7. The mind unravels when the real prison is their own head. They thought breaking you would bring them peace, but now their own mind has become the battlefield. Chosen one, the universe didn't need to destroy their life. It simply handed them over to their thoughts. That's where the punishment hits hardest. No one can escape their own mind. You can run from consequences, you can hide from people, but you can't silence a guilty conscience that's wide awake. The real torment isn't external, it's internal. Their thoughts don't obey them anymore. Their emotions are swinging like broken pendulums. Too much noise, no rhythm, no peace. The fake confidence they once flaunted now looks like panic in disguise. Imagine this, a person walking through a carnival of mirrors, and every reflection distorts their face a little more until they can't tell which version is real. That's what they're living through. Every lie they told reshapes their reality until truth feels foreign. They can't tell what's real, who's loyal, or where safety is. Their mind has become a maze with no exit signs, only echoes of what they did to others. Guilt doesn't sleep, it waits for silence. They used to laugh easily, post confidently, walk with inflated pride. Now every smile is forced, every laugh cracks mid-sentence. Their nerves betray them. The anxiety they once mocked in others now rules their mornings. The peace they faked online can't survive offline. They're jumping at shadows, overthinking every text, replaying every word. The universe has flipped their script. What they used to project onto you, they now experience in tenfold. You might ask, why does it look like their life still functions? Because collapse doesn't always start outside. It starts inside. Their mind is the earthquake, and their life will soon mirror its cracks. The dark energy they once used for manipulation has turned cannibal. It's feeding on its host. That's why their charm is gone, their mask unstable, their energy chaotic. They can't fake peace anymore because peace can't coexist with guilt. This is the part of karma that hits without announcement. No thunder, no lightning, just the slow unraveling of a mind that once believed it could play the universe. Number 8. The high ground belongs to you when silence becomes your crown. They mocked your warnings until your silence became the proof. Chosen one, you're standing on the high ground now, not because you fought harder, but because you didn't need to fight at all. You saw this fall coming long before they did. You read the energy shift before it even took shape. That wasn't ego, it was intuition sharpened by truth. You tried to warn them, not to scare them, but to spare them. You knew how the universe works. Every action has a signature, and energy always returns to the name that sent it. They ignored you, laughed it off, and now they're learning that you weren't predicting, you were foreseeing. Imagine this, a storm building miles away while everyone else is laughing under clear skies. You quietly step inside, shut the door, and watch as the thunder rolls in. That's what's happening now. You didn't run, you just prepared. And now, as their chaos crashes down, you're still standing, untouched, elevated. The high ground isn't just safety, it's perspective. You're watching from a place of calm as everything they sent your way circles back to its origin. Peace isn't weakness. It's proof you've mastered energy. You could have sought revenge. You could have exposed them first. But instead, you let the universe handle what your anger never could. And look at the result. They're unraveling while you're ascending. The same people who thought they had the upper hand are now looking up, confused, realizing you were never beneath them. You were simply being positioned higher. You might wonder, what's next for me after all this? Restoration. Every piece they tried to take from you, your reputation, your confidence, your joy, is being handed back, multiplied. The universe never forgets what's stolen under false pretenses. Expect alignment disguised as opportunity. Expect resources to flow where resistance once stood. Expect the energy you invested in patience to return as peace and power. The high ground is yours because you earned it through restraint. You stayed still when chaos begged you to react. You rose when envy wanted you to sink. And now, chosen one, you stand exactly where they can't reach. Above the noise, crowned in calm, watching the storm clear beneath your feet. Number 9. The fall from harmony when their peace turns into their punishment. They called it peace, but it was only silence before the collapse. Chosen one, what they're living now, is the aftermath of pretending too long. Their version of harmony was nothing more than control disguised as calm. They wore serenity like a costume, hoping no one would notice the chaos underneath. But peace that isn't earned never lasts. It fractures the moment truth walks in. And truth has arrived, unapologetically, pulling every thread of their illusion apart. What once looked stable from the outside is shaking violently behind closed doors. The calm they bragged about has rotted into calamity. Imagine this, a serene lake hiding a whirlpool beneath its surface. Everything looks still until the water starts pulling downward, dragging everything with it. That's their life right now, still on the surface, but only because the chaos hasn't fully surfaced yet. The angels they thought were guarding their lies weren't protecting them, they were recording them. Every dark act, every manipulative word, every act of cruelty was documented in energy. They thought no one saw, but the universe never blinks. Peace built on lies is just a countdown in disguise. They thought their charm would keep them safe, that their influence could silence the truth. But the truth doesn't need noise, it needs time. and that time is up. Their false balance is crumbling into visible chaos. Careers falling apart, relationships imploding, health fading, everything that once made them feel untouchable is slipping through their fingers. You'll notice it in small details: the tired eyes, the defensive tone, the sudden humility that feels more like fear than growth. You might ask, do they know why it's happening? Oh, they do. Deep down, they know the universe is cashing the debt they thought they'd never pay. They feel the energy reversing, slowly, painfully, inevitably. The same peace they tried to steal from you is now haunting them. Every moment of quiet feels like waiting for the next crash. Chosen one, their fall from harmony is your confirmation. What they faked, you became. What they lost, you gained. Their peace was performance, yours is protection. And that's why their calm turned into collapse. Because truth can't coexist with pretense. Number 10. The great exposure, when the universe turns on the lights. They hid their sins in the dark, forgetting that truth doesn't sleep. Chosen one, we've reached the point where everything starts coming out, all of it. The universe has entered audit mode, and no lie can survive what's about to unfold. Within days, masks will drop, and the sneaky ones who thought they could outsmart energy itself will finally face exposure. They moved like ghosts, quiet, deceitful, confident no one would ever trace their steps. But what they didn't know is that the universe never loses track. Every message, every manipulation, every stolen opportunity has been recorded in energy's permanent archive. And now, that file is opening. Imagine this: a thief sneaking through a house at night, thinking everyone's asleep. But as they grab what isn't theirs, the lights flip on, and suddenly every camera, every witness, every angle catches them frozen. That's what's about to happen. The shady ones who smiled in your face while plotting behind your back are about to face their own reflection in high definition. Screenshots, witnesses, receipts. Truth is lining up like a courtroom with no lawyer to save them. Deception thrives in darkness until the universe flips the switch. They believed in luck. You believed in law, the universal kind. And that law doesn't fail. Some will see the exposure happen online, others through conversations or coincidences so sharp it'll feel supernatural. But make no mistake, it's not coincidence, it's correction. The energy that's been circling for months is finally landing. You might wonder, why now? Why so soon? Because karma doesn't always wait years. Sometimes it moves fast when balance demands it. The audit has begun, and the evidence is undeniable. The universe is lining up the truth like dominoes, and once the first one falls, there's no stopping the chain. So, chosen one, stay calm and observant. You'll start seeing signs, slip-ups, nervous behavior, strange coincidences that reveal what's been hidden. This is your vindication arriving in real time. The ones who thought they were untouchable are about to realize they weren't clever. They were simply being timed. And when the lights come on, everyone will see what you always knew. They were guilty, and the universe was just waiting for the perfect moment to show the world. Number 11. The stolen legacy, when what's yours finally finds its way back. They thought they stole from you, but they were only borrowing from their own downfall. Chosen one, this is the moment the universe starts restoring what was taken, piece by piece, truth by truth. The theft wasn't just physical, it was spiritual, emotional, energetic. Someone forged papers, manipulated opportunities, or used deceit to block what was rightfully yours. They thought they could hide behind influence or clever words, but the universe doesn't forget signatures written in betrayal. What was stolen from your path is now being rerouted back with interest. The balance is shifting, and what once disappeared in silence will soon return in undeniable form. Imagine this, a thief running off with stolen treasure, laughing until the bag starts burning in their hands. That's what's happening now. They didn't just steal money or property, they stole moments, peace, and recognition that had your name on them. But every ounce of what was taken carried your energy, and energy has a magnetic pull. It's coming home, no matter how far they hid it. You might not have seen justice in courtrooms, but you're about to see it through circumstances that make no logical sense. Doors once shut will open. Opportunities you thought were lost will suddenly reappear with new labels, but still carrying your essence. Nothing stolen from truth ever stays stolen. They didn't rob just a person, they robbed order itself. The universe considers theft from pure intention as theft from justice. That's why their victories are collapsing. They were never truly theirs. They might have built comfort on your pain, but that comfort is turning to ashes. Their promotions, their fake wins, their public applause, it's all slipping because energy doesn't honor stolen success. You might wonder, will I actually get it back? Yes, but not always in the same form. Sometimes the universe replaces stolen gold with lasting peace, stolen opportunities with better ones, stolen recognition with legacy. The same hands that grabbed what was yours will now drop it in panic as everything they built begins to rot from the inside. So stand firm, chosen one. Your legacy was never lost, only delayed. The universe has been tracing every fraudulent act, every selfish grab, every false story used to block your path, and now it's collecting the debt. What was once stolen will soon stand next to your name again, not as a gift, but as a correction. They didn't just steal from you, they stole from balance itself. And now, balance has come to collect. Number 12. The sword of truth strikes when the light cuts through every lie. They tried to silence the truth, but truth doesn't die. It sharpens. Chosen one, the sword of truth has finally been drawn. This is not the quiet phase anymore. This is the strike. The blade of justice has swung, and it's cutting through every web of deceit that's been spun against you. The fog has lifted, the illusions are collapsing, and the energy that once surrounded you in darkness is now burning with light. You can feel it, can't you? The shift in the air, the sense that something powerful and irreversible has begun. The universe is no longer watching silently, it's acting. Imagine this. A blade forged in silence, tempered by your pain and polished by your patience. Every time you stayed calm, every moment you refused to fight dirty, that sword was being sharpened in the background. Now, it's in motion. The people who lied, manipulated, or played games with your energy are being cut off. Not by your hands, but by the natural laws they thought didn't apply to them. They can't talk their way out of this one. Words can't save them anymore. Their reputations, their masks, their alliances, one by one, they're being sliced open by the very truth they mocked. Truth doesn't need defenders, it needs timing. And that time has arrived. Everything hidden is surfacing. Every false story is unraveling. The universe is balancing the scales in plain sight. Those who once laughed at your pain are now choking on the karma they swore didn't exist. The same tongue that mocked you now stutters. The same eyes that rolled with arrogance now avoid mirrors. The sword of truth spares no one, not because it's cruel, but because justice cannot coexist with lies. You might ask, Why now? Why does it feel so intense? Because this isn't just exposure, it's restoration. You didn't suffer for nothing. The universe never wastes pain. It converts it into precision. What's being restored to you isn't just physical, it's emotional, mental and spiritual balance. You're not just getting back what was taken, you're getting it back multiplied. What you lost in betrayal will return as wisdom. What you lost in time will return as acceleration. What you lost in relationships will return as alignment. This is the moment the energy that worked against you starts working for you, and the shift is unstoppable. Those who touched what was sacred are now bleeding from invisible wounds. It's poetic justice at its highest level. You can't harm what's aligned with the universe without cutting your own fate open. They thought they were clever, untouchable, safe in their deceit. But deceit always turns on its creator. You'll start seeing it. Strange misfortunes, breakdowns, panic that can't be explained. Their lives are falling apart piece by piece, not through coincidence, but through consequence. Meanwhile, you're walking lighter, freer, stronger. The weight they placed on your shoulders has been lifted and handed back to them. That's the beauty of balance. It never misses its mark. You cried, you struggled, you endured, and now the same energy that once tried to bury you is becoming your elevation. Your name is clearing, your path is opening, and your power is returning. You're not just surviving anymore, you're glowing. You've become living proof that no lie, no betrayal, and no false narrative can stand forever against the sword of truth. Imagine this final scene. You standing on the same ground they tried to bury you under, watching as light breaks through the clouds. Everything that was hidden is revealed. Everything that was stolen is returned. Everything that was unfair is corrected. The universe doesn't need applause for this. It's simply restoring balance. You don't even have to fight, you just have to stand. Because standing in truth is the highest form of victory. So cry if you need to. Those won't be tears of pain anymore. They'll be tears of release, of relief, of rebirth. You made it through storms designed to destroy you, and now you're being crowned by clarity. The light is exposing everything that once confused you. The fog is gone, the noise is gone, and peace finally feels real again. And here's the closure the universe wants you to know. They didn't just mess with you, they interfered with universal order. And when you violate that, there's only one outcome: self-destruction. So let them face it. Don't look back. Your job now is to rise, rebuild, and receive. The universe is finalizing the lesson once and for all. Touch, not the protected. Harm, not the pure. Those who ignored that truth are now witnessing their own undoing in real time. The sword of truth has struck, chosen one, and it struck in your favor. The balance is restored. The light is yours. The lesson is sealed. And from this day forward, the world will know. No one crosses a pure soul and walks away unchanged. And chosen one, if this message resonated with your spirit, let the universe know you received it. Press that like button if you haven't already. It helps this truth reach more souls who need to hear it. And if you're still not part of this growing family, make sure to hit subscribe and join the movement. Together, we're spreading awareness, strength, and light across the world. Your presence here isn't by accident, it's alignment. So stay tuned, stay powerful, and remember, when truth strikes, no lie can stand. They didn't just silence you, they built their comfort on your confusion. That's how deep it goes, chosen one. Since childhood, you weren't just misunderstood, you were targeted. Every glance that dismissed your pain, every laugh that mocked your questions, every time they told you to stop overthinking. It wasn't random. It was part of a pattern, a hidden playbook your own family followed to keep a truth buried. You were the threat before you even knew why. Like a bright flame in a dark room, your light made their secrets visible, and they couldn't afford that. Think of it like this. When a mirror is too honest, people try to break it. You were that mirror, reflecting things they wanted to keep hidden. As a child, you felt the tension you couldn't explain. The forced smiles, the uneasy silence when you walked into the room, the way adults exchanged quick glances over your questions. You thought you were the problem, but no, you were the one thing they feared most: awareness. And awareness is dangerous in families built on illusion. Studies in psychology have shown that in families with generational dysfunction, the most emotionally intelligent member often becomes the scapegoat, the one who unconsciously threatens to expose the truth. And that's who you were, long before you even understood what truth meant. And thank you, chosen one. Before we continue, I just want to say this. If these words hit something deep inside you, it's not by accident. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this light to others who've been living in silence just like you. It's our shared responsibility to bring awareness where there's been manipulation. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just a listener, you're part of a force waking the world up. Now, let's go deeper. The truth is, you've always carried a question that never left you. Why did they treat me differently? You noticed things others ignored. The favoritism, the subtle put-downs, the way you were always too sensitive or too much. But sensitivity isn't weakness, it's perception. You were seeing cracks they didn't want to admit were there. As you grew older, your awareness became sharper, and that scared them. So they tried to dull you down, confuse you, twist your memories, and make you doubt yourself. That's how control works, through confusion and guilt. Family secrets often hide in plain sight, wrapped in fake smiles, and we don't talk about that. Silence is. Experts call this emotional gaslighting, a common tactic used by those protecting a lie, making the truth-teller question their own reality. And you've lived through that since childhood. The universe didn't make you see too much, it made you see clearly. You weren't paranoid, you were perceptive, you weren't dramatic. You were decoding patterns that others were too afraid to face. Imagine being a child in a house full of closed doors. You could feel something was behind them, but no one let you open them. Every time you tried, you were scolded, shamed, or ignored. You learned to silence your instincts, but those instincts never left. They grew with you. That's why, even now, you can walk into a room and sense tension no one speaks of. You can read hidden motives in people's eyes. That gift, the one they told you was a curse, is exactly what makes you powerful today. This is why you were always the different one. You didn't belong to their dysfunction, you just happened to be born inside it. And from the start, the universe marked you to break that pattern, not repeat it. They felt that energy, even when you were too young to define it, so they tried to shut it down before it could bloom. They talked about you, not to you. They made you question yourself instead of questioning their behavior. They played the victim when you started to see through their act. But every manipulation, every lie, every emotional wound was secretly molding you into someone unbreakable. You were never the weak link, you were the awakening, and that's exactly why they targeted you. Because in families built on silence, the one who asks why becomes the threat. But here's the twist. What they feared most wasn't you finding out their secret. It was what would happen after you did. Because once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. You stop playing your assigned role. You stop apologizing for existing. You stop believing that their behavior was your fault. That's when their control starts to crumble. So, chosen one, understand this. You were never cursed, you were chosen for clarity. You didn't inherit their darkness, you were sent to expose it. That's why life kept pulling you back to reflection, healing, and solitude, because the universe needed you to grow strong enough to face what others ran from. And now, here you are, ready to uncover what was hidden, not to destroy your peace, but to rebuild your truth on solid ground. This isn't about revenge or blame, it's about release. The universe doesn't reveal secrets to hurt you, it does it to free you. What's been hidden since your childhood isn't meant to shame you. It's meant to show you how extraordinary your inner strength truly is. You survived being misunderstood by the very people who were supposed to protect you, and yet you never let that darkness change your core. That's the ultimate victory. The secret they've kept from you may still unfold in pieces, through memories, revelations, or simple moments of clarity. But one thing is certain, the version of you who once felt powerless has now become the version who holds the power. And as that truth rises, every lie they built around you begins to collapse. That's the moment they'll fear, when the one they underestimated finally understands everything. You've been a target since you were a child, not because you were weak, but because you were aware. And awareness, chosen one, is the weapon that ends the cycle. And hey, chosen one, thank you for still being here. That already tells me something about you. You've always sensed that the story you were told growing up wasn't the full truth, and tonight we're finally peeling that mask off. What's coming next will connect dots you didn't even know were related. So stay close, you'll regret it if you click away before the pieces start fitting together. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to uncover what's been hidden from you since childhood. And if this message hits home, bless the team behind it with a small token of gratitude. It could be a cent or 1,000. Every bit of support keeps this light alive and helps more chosen ones find the truth they were never supposed to know. You've made it this far, so don't stop now. The next part will expose why you were targeted and what your family tried to keep buried all along. Take a breath, because we're about to dive in step by step. And believe me, if you are truly a chosen one, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay until the end. Let's begin. Number 1, they called it love, but it was a setup. The worst kind of betrayal isn't from an enemy, it's from the hands that once tucked you in. That's where it all began, chosen one. The knife didn't come from strangers. It came from the table you grew up eating at. You were taught that family means safety, that blood never betrays. But somewhere between those bedtime promises and the silent treatment, something darker was brewing. They didn't protect you, they protected the lie. They didn't keep secrets to spare your feelings. They did it to save themselves. Every time you questioned the odd looks, the missing truths, or the stories that didn't quite add up, they gaslighted you into silence. You weren't crazy. You were close. You were close to uncovering what they had built their comfort on, your confusion. Let's be real, betrayal from outsiders hurts, but betrayal from blood destroys something deeper. It makes you doubt your instincts, your worth, your memory. You grow up thinking you're overreacting, when in truth, you were under-informed. They rewrote your reality piece by piece until you couldn't tell if your pain was valid or your imagination playing tricks. That's psychological warfare, not parenting. They didn't lie for you, chosen one. They lied about you. Every guilt trip, every sudden outburst of affection after hurting you, it was all part of keeping you emotionally hostage. Because if you can't trust your own perception, you can't rebel against the system that's abusing you. You might ask yourself now, why would they do that? Why would people who claim to love you betray you so deeply? The truth is, some families survive not on love, but on control. and control demands obedience, not honesty. You were never meant to obey, you were meant to awaken. That's why you've always stood out, why your questions made them uncomfortable. Your curiosity was their threat. They could manipulate everyone else, but not you. You noticed too much. You remembered too clearly. You felt things others ignored. That sensitivity they mocked. It was your radar, the one that detected deceit before you had the words for it. Here's the hard truth. Betrayal is never an accident. It's a strategy. When they made you doubt yourself, they were buying time. Time to hide what they did. Time to rewrite history. Time to make sure no one would believe you if you ever spoke up. They knew the power of narrative. Whoever controls the story controls the legacy. And in your family, that legacy was built on lies. But now, the cracks are showing. Every unspoken tension, every nervous reaction when your name comes up, it's all proof that the truth is surfacing. They can't bury what the universe has already decided to expose. Think of betrayal like a fire. When it first happens, it burns. But over time, it reveals what was made of gold and what was just glitter. The people who were real stayed steady in your pain. The ones who weren't vanished when your truth threatened their image. You've lost people, yes, but what you really lost were illusions. You didn't lose family, you lost your handlers. You didn't lose love, you lost manipulation disguised as affection. That's not a curse, chosen one. That's a cleansing. The universe removes what blocks your clarity, even if it hurts. And this time, it's removing the family myths that kept you small. Psychologists say emotional betrayal within families often creates what's called identity fragmentation, when your mind splits between the truth it senses and the lies it's told. You lived years in that split, walking the tightrope between who you were told to be and who you actually are. That constant inner conflict, that's not weakness. That's the strength of someone who refused to go numb. You held on to your truth even when they called it rebellion. You kept your empathy even when they used it against you. That's not just survival. That's defiance in its purest form. And here's the poetic justice. The same awareness they tried to destroy in you is now your power. You see through manipulation instantly. You sense hidden motives before they act. You can no longer be emotionally tricked by guilt or fake love. You've become the one thing they feared most. Someone who remembers but no longer hurts from it. Someone who observes but doesn't absorb. Someone who forgives but never forgets. That kind of clarity terrifies them. Once you know what was done to you, you stop playing their game. Let's be clear. They'll pretend they didn't mean to hurt you. They'll act innocent, cry victim, or accuse you of being ungrateful. That's classic reversal. The guilty turning the truth-teller into the villain. Don't fall for it. They may have erased parts of your past, but they can't rewrite your perception. The universe saw everything they did in the dark, and now it's aligning to reveal it. It's not karma seeking revenge, it's balance restoring itself. You might notice that lately their masks are slipping. Secrets once whispered are now being spoken louder. The energy has shifted. That's because you no longer feed their narrative. Your silence used to protect their image, but your awareness now exposes their guilt without you saying a word. They feel it. The unease in your presence, the way truth lingers in your eyes. They know you see through them, and that's enough to unravel years of deception. Remember this, you were betrayed because you mattered. You were targeted because your honesty was a threat to their survival. They couldn't control your mind, so they tried to destroy your confidence. But here you are, stronger, sharper, unshakable. The universe doesn't waste pain, chosen one. It transforms it into intuition. Every moment you were manipulated became training. Every tear became insight. You were sculpted in silence for this awakening. So don't hate the betrayal, use it. Let it remind you that your loyalty deserves discernment. Let it fuel your rise. Let it teach you that sometimes bloodlines aren't about DNA, but about energy, and your energy no longer matches theirs. You've outgrown the lie they built around you. You are the living proof that the truth survives, even when surrounded by deceit. And while they still hide behind false smiles, your freedom will haunt them. Because nothing tortures a liar more than the one who no longer needs their story to exist. That's the real revenge, peace. And peace, chosen one, is what they can never fake. Number 2, they carried sin, you carried the scars. They buried their guilt in your silence and called it peace. That's how it's always been, chosen one. They hurt you, then acted like nothing happened. They broke something in you, then demanded you smile like it never shattered. Their world kept spinning while yours stopped. And that's the part that stings, not just the betrayal, but the injustice of watching them live untouched while you carried invisible bruises that no one saw. The universe has a strange sense of timing, though, because what they thought they escaped is now circling back, not as punishment, but as balance. You don't have to chase revenge. The weight of their actions is already chasing them. Imagine this. A person throws a rock into a lake and walks away, thinking the ripples will disappear. But energy doesn't vanish. It travels. The ripples reach the edge, echo back, and return to the point of origin. That's karma in motion. They might have fooled others, but the universe never forgets an energy exchange. Every manipulation, every lie, every guilt trip, those were debts. And while you were busy healing, they were accumulating interest on their own destruction. They'll start to notice it soon. Relationships falling apart, restlessness they can't explain, that quiet paranoia that keeps them awake at night. It's not magic, it's math. You can't build peace on another person's pain without paying the price later. But let's talk about what you're probably asking yourself. Why did they get away with it for so long? Why didn't the universe protect me then? Because, chosen one, sometimes the universe lets the snake move freely so you can see its pattern before you cut it off. You had to learn discernment, not just defense. You had to see what manipulation looks like up close, so you'd never fall for it again. Pain is the cruelest teacher, but the most effective one. You were never unprotected. You were being prepared. People don't destroy you because they hate you. They destroy you because your truth exposes their lies. They attacked your character because they couldn't compete with your integrity. They twisted stories because facts didn't favor them. They used guilt because logic failed them. But here's the secret they never understood. They could break your heart, but they could never own your mind. That's why you're still standing, and that's why they can't find peace. Imagine a thief who steals gold, but never stops looking over his shoulder. That's them. They took from you your innocence, your confidence, maybe even your sense of safety, but they'll never enjoy what they took. Because what they stole wasn't material, it was moral. And moral theft comes with an emotional bill that never stops charging. That's why they need validation, attention, chaos. They're trying to drown out the guilt that whispers the truth they buried. You don't even need to confront them anymore. Their own reflection does it every morning. The weight of their actions isn't just emotional, it's energetic. When you harm someone with pure intentions, you borrow against the universe itself. Every lie they told about you was like writing a check they couldn't cash. Every time they downplayed your pain, they created a future moment where their own would be dismissed. That's the loop of cause and effect. It's not you seeking revenge, it's nature restoring order. What you do to the truth doesn't destroy it, it only delays its arrival. and their delay is over. Now I know part of you might still wonder, should I confront them? Should I make them see what they did? The answer, chosen one, is no. You don't need to stand in the fire to prove it's hot. Let the universe handle what you've already outgrown. The moment you understand the weight of their actions, you no longer need to carry it. Their accountability isn't your responsibility anymore. Your peace is. Protect it like sacred ground. Don't let them back in just because they look remorseful. Some people don't return to apologize. They return to refill on your energy. Imagine this. You're a healed version of yourself, glowing, calm, grounded. They show up again, all smiles and soft words, pretending the past never happened. But look closer. Their eyes still calculate. Their tone still manipulates. That's not love. That's recycling old control under new packaging. Protect your energy. Guard your truth. Because every time you let them near, they test if the old tricks still work. And when they don't, they panic. That panic is the sound of their mask cracking. Don't feel guilty for walking away. Feel proud for recognizing the trap before stepping into it. When you heal, you don't just free yourself, you expose every person who profited from your pain. That's why your peace bothers them. They thrived when you were broken because it made them look stable. They stood taller when you were crawling. But now that you've risen, their image collapses. That's what they fear most. Not your anger, but your clarity. Because once you see what they did without hatred, you hold the kind of power they can't manipulate anymore. You've probably noticed that they try subtle ways to keep control. Guilt messages, fake kindness, sudden concern. It's not love, it's maintenance. They're checking if you're still manageable. And every time you choose silence instead of argument, indifference instead of explanation, you break another link in their chain. You're not running from them, you're rising beyond them. That's the difference. You're no longer reacting, you're observing. That's when the dynamic flips, when the prey becomes the observer and the manipulator starts to sweat under their own exposure. Imagine walking into a room where you were once treated like nothing, and now the same people can't even meet your eyes. That's the universe's way of showing you who carries the weight now. They might laugh, deflect, or pretend to be fine, but inside they're suffocating under the very energy they projected onto you. It's poetic justice. They taught you pain, and the universe taught them reflection. The truth is, their motives were never love. They were survival. They needed someone to blame, someone to absorb the chaos they refused to face in themselves. You were that emotional punching bag until you woke up. And once you did, you broke the system, because manipulators only function in darkness. Awareness is their extinction. Every moment you choose self-respect over reaction, you're burning their old power source. So, chosen one, here's what you need to know. The weight of their actions is no longer yours to carry. You've paid the emotional debt in full. You've cried the tears, learned the lessons, and earned the peace. Their karma isn't your entertainment, it's your confirmation. You don't have to watch their downfall, just trust it's already in motion. The same universe that let them hurt you is now using that pain as evidence. You were never forgotten. You were being documented. Protect your truth like it's gold. Protect your peace like it's oxygen, because now you hold the power they once used against you. And when the day comes that they try to rewrite history again, don't argue, just smile, because you know something they don't. The story always changes when the truth starts speaking for itself. Number 3, shattering the shackles they built around you. They caged your voice and called it peace. Now you're about to make that silence scream. This is the moment, chosen one. The point where the story stops being about survival and starts being about liberation. You've spent years dragging the ghosts of your past like invisible weights, carrying guilt that was never yours and pain that was planted to control you. But now, the lock they placed on your spirit is rusting, and the key has always been in your hands. The universe didn't want you to suffer. It wanted you to see, and now that you've seen the truth, nothing can chain you back to what broke you. Imagine this: a bird raised in a cage believes flying is dangerous. It flaps only enough to survive, never enough to soar. That's how they conditioned you, to think freedom was reckless and obedience was love. They convinced you that questioning them made you ungrateful, that independence meant betrayal. But here's the truth: those weren't lessons, they were leashes, and now you're cutting every single one. You're not breaking down, you're breaking out. The universe doesn't remove people from your life as punishment, it does it as protection. You might ask, why now? Why didn't I see this earlier? Because the truth waits for strength. You had to build the emotional muscle to face what once terrified you. The version of you that exists today isn't fragile. It's forged. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every night you cried alone built the armor you're now wearing. You're no longer that child begging for understanding. You're the adult who no longer needs their approval to breathe. Freedom doesn't start when the chains break. It starts when you stop apologizing for the sound they make. And that's what this moment is, the sound of your rebirth. You're stepping into your authentic self, raw, unapologetic, aware. The lies that once shaped you now crumble beneath your truth. The manipulations that once confused you now expose their own patterns. What once hurt you now serves as evidence of your growth. This revelation isn't punishment, it's graduation. The universe isn't testing you, it's trusting you. It's saying you're ready, ready to live without guilt, ready to speak without fear, ready to walk without looking back. You've been a prisoner of silence for too long, chosen one, and now your freedom will be the loudest thing they ever hear. Number 4. The bloodline trap they built around you. Family isn't always your foundation. Sometimes it's the web designed to keep you from flying. Chosen one, this is where the truth starts to sting. You didn't just grow up in a family. You grew up in a system, a silent web of expectations, guilt, and manipulation. The threads were spun long before you were even born, each one carrying secrets, lies, and generational wounds that weren't yours to inherit. You were taught to respect everyone but yourself, to stay loyal even when loyalty meant losing your peace. That's not family, that's control wrapped in tradition. Imagine this: a spider doesn't warn the fly, it's spinning the web. It lures it in with stillness, with safety. Your family may have done the same, promising unity while weaving a structure designed to hold you in place. Every time you tried to break free, they tugged harder on the emotional strings. Guilt trips, backhanded compliments, and that classic phrase, "After everything we've done for you." That wasn't love, it was leverage. They weren't trying to guide you, they were trying to contain you. You might be wondering now, why would family do that? Because truth threatens tradition. You became the question in a home built on denial. You saw too much, said too much, remembered too much. Your awareness was dangerous in a house that survived on silence. Families like that don't nurture truth, they breed obedience. The moment you started seeing through their performance, you became the outsider in your own bloodline. And yet here's what they never understood: outsiders are the ones who break the curse. It runs in the family doesn't mean it has to run through you. You're the disruption, the one who looked at the pattern and said, no more. The gossip, the secrets, the emotional games, they don't belong to you anymore. Protect your peace like it's sacred currency. Guard your energy as if it were oxygen, because when you start to detach, they'll try harder to pull you back. They'll test your empathy, your patience, your guilt. But remember this: love without respect is just manipulation in disguise. Seek clarity, not confrontation. Guidance from those who see beyond your family's illusion. Mentors, counselors, truth-tellers. You don't owe your healing to the people who caused your wounds. You owe it to yourself to step out of the web and finally breathe in your own truth. Because once you see the pattern, chosen one, you can never again be caught in it. Number 5. Turning the wounds into weapons of wisdom. They tried to break you early so you'd never realize how powerful you were meant to become. That's the truth, chosen one. Healing isn't just about patching up old wounds. It's about reclaiming the power they tried to bury in your pain. The people who worked against you weren't acting out of strength, but out of fear. They saw something in you they didn't understand, light that revealed what they wanted to keep hidden. Since childhood, you've been the mirror they couldn't face, and instead of healing themselves, they tried to crack the glass. But now, that reflection they feared is returning sharper than ever, and it's no longer apologizing for shining. Imagine this: a diamond doesn't start as something beautiful. It begins as carbon, dark, buried, and under crushing pressure. Yet it's that very pressure that transforms it into something untouchable. That's been your journey. Every betrayal, every manipulation, every silent tear, all of it was pressure. They thought they were burying you, but they were refining you. The universe was shaping your pain into precision, your confusion into clarity. What once broke you is now your armor. What once silenced you is now your weapon of truth. You might still wonder, why me? Why was I the target? Because your energy has always been rare. People born to heal are often first born into harm. It's the only way they learn the anatomy of pain. Your family sensed your power long before you did, and power triggers fear in the insecure. They feared what your awakening would mean for their comfort, their control, their narrative. But their fear doesn't define you. Your endurance does. Healing isn't forgiving them, it's outgrowing the version of you they damaged. This path you're on isn't about revenge or blame, it's about release. You're learning that peace isn't pretending it didn't happen. It's accepting that it did and refusing to let it rule you anymore. Healing means standing in front of the ruins and realizing you no longer need to rebuild the same house. You're constructing something new. One built on awareness, not illusion. This is your transformation, from victim to visionary, from silence to strength. You're not the wound anymore, chosen one. You're the wisdom that grew from it. And the same family that once resented your light will soon have to face the truth. The one they tried to dim is now the one lighting the way. Number 6. The curse breaker has finally awakened. They built their peace on your pain, but that inheritance ends with you. This is the moment, chosen one, where everything turns. The chaos you were born into wasn't random, it was recycled. Generations before you lived in denial, passing down dysfunction like a family heirloom. You were handed emotional debt, unspoken anger, guilt, shame, and told to wear it like tradition. But you were never meant to carry that burden. You were meant to end it. You are the first one in the line who refuses to repeat what broke everyone else. Imagine a forest fire raging for decades, passed from one generation to the next. Everyone learned to live with the smoke, coughing, squinting, surviving, until one person finally said, "Enough." That person is you. You didn't inherit a curse. You intercepted it. You saw the flames and chose not to feed them. That's not weakness. That's generational rebellion. That's evolution. The universe placed you in that family not to blend in, but to burn the old script and write a new one with your name at the top. You might ask yourself, why me? Why was I chosen to break what I didn't build? Because your awareness is the weapon they never had. You feel deeper, question louder, and see clearer. Those before you were trapped by ignorance, fear, and shame. It dies but you have clarity. And clarity breaks cycles faster than confrontation ever could. You're not fighting them, you're freeing yourself from the energy that shaped them. That's what true healing looks like, transforming pain into pattern-breaking wisdom. The bloodline ends where awareness begins. Every time you choose peace over drama, truth over silence, and boundaries over guilt, you're rewriting your family's DNA. You're proving that trauma doesn't have to be tradition. The same darkness that once swallowed your childhood now fuels your strength. You're becoming the proof that endings can be beautiful when they're intentional. This is not about escaping your past. It's about reclaiming your destiny. The conflict you came from no longer defines you. It only confirms your purpose. The cycle ends with you because you finally understand the difference between loyalty and self-destruction. So stand tall, chosen one, not as a survivor of your family's story, but as the author of its rebirth. You are exactly where the universe needs you to be, at the point where the pain stops and the legacy begins anew. Number 7. The universe is whispering. Are you listening? The truth doesn't stay buried. It stalks you in dreams until you face it awake. Lately, chosen one, the signs have been louder, haven't they? The strange dreams, the flashbacks that come out of nowhere, the sudden gut feelings that make your chest tighten for no logical reason. You're not imagining it. Those aren't coincidences. They're calls to clarity. The universe isn't punishing you. It's preparing you. When you start getting close to the truth, reality begins to echo it from every direction. A song lyric that hits too hard, a conversation that feels familiar, a random memory that suddenly stings differently. These are all signals. The universe tugging you toward the buried truth that's been waiting to be seen. Imagine this, you're in a dark room and lightning flashes outside. For a split second, everything becomes visible. The shapes, the outlines, the things you didn't even know were there. That's what these signs are. They don't appear to scare you, they appear to illuminate. You're finally seeing what's always been in the room, and while that's unsettling, it's also freeing. Because the more you see, the less control the shadows have. You might wonder, why now? Why am I suddenly remembering things I forgot? Because truth has perfect timing. It waits until you're strong enough to face it without breaking. You've reached that moment. The universe won't hand you anything you can't handle, but it will hand you what you've ignored for too long. These intuitive nudges aren't random. They're the breadcrumbs back to your power. Every vivid dream, every chill down your spine, every sense of déjà vu. It's your higher awareness knocking, asking to be acknowledged. Intuition is the universe speaking in a language only the brave bother to translate. You've always felt things others couldn't explain, and that's what made you different and dangerous to those who live in lies. Now, those feelings are sharpening into insight. The same instincts they told you to doubt are now guiding you home to your truth. Pay attention, chosen one. Keep a journal of what you see, hear, and feel. The universe doesn't shout. It whispers in patterns. And the moment you start recognizing them, everything begins to make sense. These signs are not warnings. They're invitations. You're not losing your mind. You're finding your memory. And the more you listen, the louder the truth becomes, until finally, it's undeniable. Number 8. The unseen hand that demands the truth. Some souls don't rest because the lies that buried them still breathe. Chosen one, there's something deeper stirring beneath this, something that refuses to stay silent. This journey isn't only about healing your past. It's about revealing what others worked hard to conceal. Justice, in its purest form, is energy trying to balance itself, and sometimes that energy speaks through you. Maybe you've felt it, a sudden chill when you think of a certain person, a recurring dream that doesn't fade, or a memory that keeps resurfacing even when you try to ignore it. That's not coincidence, that's connection. Someone who never got their truth told may be whispering through your intuition, urging you to finish what they couldn't. Imagine this, a candle extinguished before its time, smoke still swirling in the air. The flame may be gone, but its heat lingers. That lingering heat, that unshakable sense of injustice, is what you feel now. The universe doesn't forget unresolved energy. When truth is buried under lies, it finds a messenger brave enough to dig it up. And that messenger, chosen one, might be you. You might ask, why me? Why do I feel things others ignore? Why do these truths chase me when everyone else moves on? Because your spirit vibrates at a frequency that truth recognizes. You were born with sensitivity, others dismissed. But that sensitivity is your radar. You sense what's off before it's spoken. You feel deception before it's proven. That's why they called you dramatic, emotional, or too intense. What they didn't realize was that you were translating energy, reading echoes of unfinished stories. Justice doesn't always wear a robe. Sometimes it wears a heartbeat that won't stop remembering. The person guiding you might not be physically here, but their essence is. They're drawn to your clarity, your courage, your refusal to look away. Their truth has been trapped in silence for years, held hostage by family loyalty, fear, or reputation. But lies can't rest forever. They start to rot. And when they do, they release signs, dreams, and synchronicities meant for the one who can handle them. That's why you've been having flashes of knowing, strange coincidences, or emotional waves that seem to come from nowhere. It's not madness, it's message. Still, move carefully. This isn't about revenge, it's about revelation. The universe will never ask you to destroy, only to disclose. Protect your peace while pursuing clarity. Ground yourself, speak your truth calmly, and seek wisdom from those who understand energy, truth, and balance. Because when you finally bring light to what was hidden, you won't just be setting that soul free. You'll be freeing yourself from generations of silence. The justice they seek and the healing you need are, in truth, the same thing. Number 9. The masters of deception and the scars they left behind. They didn't raise you, they rewired you. Chosen one, this is where the truth cuts deep. The manipulation you endured wasn't love disguised as discipline. It was control disguised as care. You were never too sensitive, you were strategically silenced. They didn't want to guide you, they wanted to program you. Every guilt trip, every twisted apology, every "you're imagining things" wasn't random. It was calculated. Their goal wasn't to teach you strength, it was to keep you small enough to never question their power. Imagine this, a puppeteer smiling while the puppet dances, unaware of the strings. That was you once, moving, speaking, believing under invisible commands. They taught you to doubt your instincts, to apologize for your emotions, to believe that obedience was survival, and for a while, it worked. You molded yourself into what they wanted, quiet, compliant, broken in all the right places. That's how abusers operate. They don't need to lock you in a room when they can lock you in your own mind. You might ask yourself, how could someone who claimed to love me do that? Because love to them was possession, not connection. They didn't want a child, they wanted control. They needed to feel superior, and your independence threatened their illusion of dominance. That's why they used manipulation. It's the coward's weapon. Some abusers even go further, using substances or psychological games to distort your memory, to make you doubt your own reality. That's not parenting, that's conditioning, and it leaves scars that don't bleed but never fully fade. Emotional abuse doesn't break your bones, it breaks your reflection. For years, you've looked at yourself through the lens they gave you, believing you were unworthy, unstable, or unlovable. But now you see the trick. The reflection was tampered with. They needed you to see yourself as less so they could feel like more. They poisoned the mirror, not the person. But the antidote is awareness, and that's what you hold now. Imagine walking through a hall of distorted mirrors, everyone showing you as too much, too little, too wrong. Then, at the end, you find one mirror untouched. You finally see yourself clearly, strong, intuitive, whole. That's where you are now, chosen one. You've reached the undistorted truth. You're not the broken product of your abuser's creation. You're the survivor of their illusion. The manipulation they used may have twisted your memories and fractured your confidence, but it never destroyed your essence. That part of you, the spark that always whispered something isn't right, was your truth trying to save you. That voice is louder now because you've outgrown their programming. So hear this clearly. What they did was deliberate. It was wrong, and it no longer defines you. The scars on your psyche aren't signs of weakness. They're the map of where you rebuilt yourself. They took your innocence, but not your insight. They trained you to doubt yourself, but in doing so, they accidentally taught you to detect deceit. That's your superpower now. You're no longer their puppet. You're the puppeteer of your own destiny. Number 10. The hands that fed you were the same hands that wounded you. The cruelest betrayal is the one that wears your last name. Chosen one, this is the kind of truth that makes the air heavy. Because it's one thing to be hurt by strangers, but to be betrayed by the very people who are supposed to love you. That shatters something fundamental. The ones who were meant to nurture you didn't just fail you. They used your innocence as currency. They fed on your trust, your obedience, your hope. Some of them didn't just hurt you accidentally. They benefited from your suffering. They drained your spirit to keep their own illusions alive. That's not family. That's emotional cannibalism. Imagine this. A child offers their heart to someone they trust, and that person takes it not to protect it, but to control it. That's what they did. They weaponized your love against you. The bedtime hugs that came after the harsh words, the fake apologies followed by the same behavior, the tears they shed only when someone else was watching, all of it was part of the act. They learned to hurt you softly so you'd stay loyal to your abuser. You might ask, how could someone like a mother, a grandmother, or anyone so close do this? Because power, chosen one, is a drug. Some people can't live without it, even at the expense of their own blood. They built their sense of worth by diminishing yours. They didn't see you as a child, they saw you as supply, emotional, psychological, maybe even financial. And because society worships the title of family, you were conditioned to protect them, even when they destroyed you. But love doesn't require silence, and blood doesn't excuse betrayal. They didn't protect you because your pain protected their image. That's the truth. Some of them smiled in public and performed motherhood like a stage play, while in private they planted wounds so deep they shaped your entire perception of love. You spent years wondering what you did wrong, but you were never the problem. You were the proof. Proof that their love was conditional, that their care was calculated, that their empathy was staged. And deep down, they always knew you'd see through it one day. That's why they tried to crush your confidence early, to make sure you'd never trust your own perception enough to expose them. Imagine a queen destroying her own heir because she's terrified of being replaced. That's what generational jealousy looks like. Some mothers compete with their daughters, some grandmothers envy the purity of youth they no longer have. They project their pain instead of healing it. And the cruelest part? They do it while calling it for your own good. But no amount of guilt can hide the truth forever. The universe has a way of peeling back facades when the time is right, and that time is now. Recognizing this betrayal doesn't make you heartless, it makes you free. You're not dishonoring them by seeing the truth. You're honoring yourself by no longer pretending. The moment you admit what really happened, the spell breaks. Their control relied on your denial, not their dominance. Once you see clearly, they lose their power. So, chosen one, look at the wound, not with pity, but with power. What they did was unforgivable, but it's no longer unforgettable either. That means they can't rewrite it, can't disguise it, can't spin it. You've taken back authorship of your story. The pain they caused will no longer fuel their image. It will fuel your transformation. You're not just surviving betrayal, you're turning it into a warning for anyone who mistakes your silence for weakness. They thought their bloodline would bind you, but truth cuts deeper than blood. And now that truth is setting you free. Number 11. The fog they built to keep you blind. They couldn't kill your light, so they tried to dim your mind. Chosen one, this part of your story is where darkness pretended to be guidance. The people who should have helped you see clearly instead led you deeper into confusion. Not by accident, but by design. They used emotional fog as their favorite weapon, tampering with your confidence, twisting your memories, flooding you with guilt and fear until you couldn't tell what was real anymore. It wasn't chaos, it was control. Their goal wasn't to destroy you instantly, it was to keep you dependent, doubting, dizzy. A disoriented soul is easier to dominate than a free one. Imagine being trapped in a thick fog where you can't see your own reflection. Every direction looks the same, and every time you try to move forward, someone whispers, "Stop, you'll get lost without me." That's what they did to you. They trained you to need their permission to think, their validation to feel, their approval to exist. That's not love. That's mental imprisonment disguised as care. They didn't just lie, they rewrote reality around you, twisting words until your truth sounded like rebellion and your instincts felt like sin. You might be wondering, why me? Why would they go to such lengths to confuse me? Because clarity is power. Once you see the game, you can't be played again. They needed to blur your perception to make sure you'd never connect the dots. Fear and guilt were their favorite tools. Fear of abandonment, fear of being ungrateful, fear of being alone. They wanted you to think that without them, you'd crumble. But here's the truth. You didn't crumble. You're here. You're reading this. You're questioning everything they taught you not to question. That's proof that their spell didn't work forever. Manipulation isn't strength. It's the desperate act of someone terrified of your awakening. And that's what's happening now. You're awakening. You're stepping out of the fog they built around you. You're learning to trust your intuition again. That inner compass they tried to convince you was broken. The confusion they planted in you is unraveling thread by thread. You can feel it, can't you? The clarity returning. The strength rebuilding, the whispers losing their hold. Imagine wiping steam off a mirror and finally seeing your reflection after years of distortion. That's your spirit right now, clearing, glowing, alive. You were never weak for falling into their fog. You were human. But your ability to rise from it, That's divine resilience. The fact that you're still here, still seeking truth, proves one thing. They never owned your mind. They only borrowed your trust. And now you're taking it back. Permanently. Number 12. The warrior who walked through darkness and didn't break. They tried to bury you in darkness. They didn't realize you were the seed. Chosen one, let's call it what it is. Courage. Not the kind that roars or announces itself, but the quiet kind that wakes up every day and chooses to face what others spend their whole lives running from. You've looked into the very shadows that shaped you and said, "Not this time." That's not weakness. That's evolution. The path you're walking right now isn't for the faint-hearted. It's for the ones who've learned how to breathe in darkness until it no longer scares them. Imagine standing in a cave with no light, no sound, and no certainty of a way out. Most people would freeze, but you kept moving. Each step forward was an act of rebellion. Every tear was proof you hadn't given up. That's what makes you unstoppable now. You didn't escape the dark by waiting for someone to rescue you. You carried your own light until it grew bright enough to guide the way. The universe, your ancestors, your intuition. Call it what you will. They've been walking with you the whole time, whispering, "Keep going, you're almost through." You might ask yourself, why does this journey feel so heavy? Why does the truth come with so much pain? Because clarity burns. When illusions fall away, they don't go quietly. You're not just facing your trauma. You're facing generations of unspoken suffering. You're the one chosen to break the silence, and silence never shatters without noise. But every ounce of fear you've faced has turned into fuel. Every night you thought you wouldn't survive has turned into armor. And now, standing here, you realize you were never fragile. You were forged. You're not the victim of your story. You're the proof that it can end differently. The ones before you endured but never healed. You're the one who dares to heal and rise. You've become the voice that the silenced versions of you prayed for. You don't need to chase revenge or validation. Your survival is the loudest victory there is. So breathe, chosen one. You've earned it. The dark you walked through wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal you. The same shadows that tried to swallow you now fear your light. And from this moment forward, remember this truth. You're not walking out of the darkness anymore. You're leading others out of it. And listen, chosen one, you've walked through shadows, uncovered lies, and reclaimed your power. This is your rebirth, chosen one, a chapter where truth replaces fear and your strength becomes the story. You're no longer surviving your past, you're rewriting it. Every realization, every boundary, every act of self-respect is a victory. This is not an ending. It's your freedom taking its first breath. And before you go, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not yet part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Let's keep spreading the truth, one awakened soul at a time. The same people who tried to destroy your name are now choking on the silence you left behind. That's what happens when evil fails. When people lie on you, cheat you, steal from you, hurt you, and you still rise, that's not weakness, that's power. And now, those same people who laughed at your pain are being exposed, one by one. They're cracking, not because you fought back with revenge, but because the truth is hunting them down without you saying a word. You didn't need to scream. The universe took notes. See, snakes don't bite because you're wrong. They bite because you were right the whole time. You walked in with light and they panicked. They saw your kindness as weakness and your silence as permission, but it wasn't. It was warning. And now, that silence is louder than any noise they ever made, because the truth has a funny way of finding its voice when evil thinks it got away. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons. Help spread this truth to more souls, because it's our shared duty to shine light where darkness tried to rule. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are part of a powerful force that's rising, and this message is one of many signs that you're on the right path. Now back to the truth, back to what they did to you, and why the whole world is finally seeing it for what it really was. Chosen One, this wasn't just betrayal. It was calculated. It was cold. What they did wasn't a mistake. It was evil. The kind of evil that wears a friendly face in public but drips poison behind closed doors. The kind that smiles while stabbing. The kind that tries to make you question if you're the problem, when all along it was them. They didn't just want to hurt you. They wanted to erase you, turn others against you, twist your light into something ugly so no one would ever believe you again. That's not just drama. That's psychological warfare. You weren't paranoid. You were surrounded by people who were secretly hoping you'd break. People who smiled while feeding lies to others about you. People who took your kindness, flipped it upside down, and made it seem like manipulation. And what did you do? You stayed quiet. You walked away. You healed. And now that silence is burning them alive. Let's be real. They never expected you to survive the storm they created. They thought they could bury you and dance on the dirt. But they forgot that you were a seed. You weren't dying, you were growing. And now every root, every scar, every silent night you spent wondering, why me, is turning into undeniable proof that they lost. Here's a fact most people ignore. Truly evil people don't just attack your reputation. They go for your relationships. They go for your peace. They try to isolate you, so their lies are the only story being told. And for a while they succeed. People start pulling back. Friends stop checking in. Whispers replace truth. And you wonder if maybe, just maybe, you were wrong. That's how evil works. Not with fists, but with confusion. But now, the mask is slipping. People are seeing through it. The ones who turned their backs are coming back confused. I didn't know, they say. I thought you changed. But no, you didn't change. You were being attacked and they couldn't see it. But now they see the difference between you and them, between real and fake, between chosen and coward. And that's what's making the enemy lose sleep. Not that you survived, but that you did it with grace, that you didn't turn bitter, that you didn't sink to their level. You healed, you got stronger, and now people are watching them fall apart without you even lifting a finger. That's justice. That's balance. That's the universe making sure you get the respect they tried so hard to steal. Chosen One, you were never meant to fit into their world. That's why they tried so hard to kick you out of it. You were a mirror they couldn't handle. Your very presence reminded them of what they chose not to be. While they were busy chasing approval, you were chasing truth. While they were building fake images, you were breaking curses. That's not something weak minds can handle. So instead of growing, they turned against you. But guess what? The tide has turned. The whispers are now shouts. The people who used to believe them are starting to ask questions. Why did they lie about you? Why were they so obsessed? Why did they keep trying to bring your name up if you were really irrelevant? Because truth doesn't die. It just waits for the right moment. And this is your moment. You are not crazy. You are not dramatic. You are not too much. What they did to you was evil, but the universe is showing you, loud and clear, they're being exposed. Their time is up. You don't have to get revenge. You don't have to prove anything. Just keep walking. Let your life be the evidence. Let your healing be the headline. Let their lies drown in your silence. Every chosen one reaches this moment, the moment where the pain flips, where everything that was meant to destroy you turns into power, where the ones who hurt you start watching you in silence, jealous, confused, and scared. Not because you did something wrong, but because you made it without them. So take this as confirmation. You were never the villain. You were the warning. You were the reflection. You were the wake-up call they didn't want to hear. And now they're paying for every bit of harm they caused. Slowly, publicly, spiritually, emotionally. Because the universe has perfect memory and it never forgets who tried to kill the light in someone chosen. So thank you again, chosen one, for not giving up, for still standing, for carrying this truth even when it was heavy, for not letting the lies win. This message is for you, and it's only the beginning. You're not alone, and you never were. Because when you're truly chosen, the same evil that came to destroy you ends up destroying itself. And hey, chosen one, thank you for still standing with the truth. What they did to you was beyond cruel. It was calculated, it was evil, and now it's finally catching up to them. So don't go anywhere, because we're about to break this down piece by piece, and trust me, you'll feel every word in your bones. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever had people twist your truth, then sit back as karma flips the script. And, if you feel called, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, whether it's a cent or a blessing of energy. It fuels this mission to awaken more souls like you. You being here isn't by accident, it's a signal. So stay with me, because the deeper we go, the clearer it becomes. You weren't the problem. You were the threat to their lies. And now, let's walk into the truth, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't even want to look away. Let's get into it. Number 1, they called you special, but they meant sit down and obey. They didn't choose you because they loved your light. They chose you because they were hoping to dim it. Let's be brutally honest. They never wanted you to rise. They only praised you so they could keep you close, study your fire, then slowly smother it while smiling to your face. You were never chosen to be celebrated. You were chosen to be controlled. They dressed it up with compliments and promises. You're different, they said. You're special. But it wasn't love. It was strategy. Their praise was poison dressed as honey, just sweet enough to keep you swallowing it while it hollowed you out from the inside. It was never about lifting you up. It was about keeping you on a leash. They gave you crumbs and called it purpose. They praised your silence and called it maturity. They trained you to endure suffering and told you it was spiritual. But let's be real. What kind of love demands your silence? What kind of respect drains your energy and calls it destiny? See, they were never scared of your flaws. They were terrified of your awakening. That moment when you would finally ask, why do I have to shrink for them to feel comfortable? That's when the fear set in. Because you were never built to be a puppet. You were born with your own rhythm, your own voice, your own mission. And control was the only thing they had to offer, so they tried to disguise it as favor. You thought you were chosen to shine, but what you were really handed was a cage painted gold. And every time you got too close to freedom, they moved the finish line. They kept your mind spinning in circles. Maybe I need to be more humble. Maybe I'm just not ready yet. Maybe they know better than me. But let me tell you something that'll shake their lies right out of your system. You were never the weak one. They were just good at making strength look like rebellion. Chosen one, they wanted your light, but not your leadership. They wanted your effort, but not your independence. They admired your energy, but hated your clarity. Because clarity breaks control. You weren't meant to blend in. That was never your path. And the second you realized that, the entire system started to crack. They began calling you arrogant for setting boundaries, disrespectful for telling the truth, ungrateful for no longer carrying their burdens. But that's the script they always run when someone breaks out. When the one they thought would stay quiet suddenly stands up and says, "I see what you're doing, and I'm done." Let them panic. Let them squirm. Let them watch the very person they tried to break become the one force they can't stop talking about. Because the truth is, you weren't chosen to be controlled. You were chosen to tear down everything they built on lies. And the universe, it's behind you now, fully. You're not just free, you're dangerous to every system that thought you'd stay small forever. Number 2, they wanted you broken, not brilliant. They didn't choose you to rise, they chose you to bleed and expected you to thank them for the wound. Some people don't admire your strength, they rely on it to survive. They didn't want your greatness, they wanted your exhaustion, your silence, your sacrifice. The same ones who said, "You're built for this," were never carrying anything themselves. Let's get one thing straight. What they did to you wasn't a misunderstanding. It was a setup. They saw your strength early, saw your resilience, your endurance, your deep sense of loyalty, and instead of protecting it, they plotted how to drain it. You weren't chosen for greatness in their eyes. You were chosen to be used, picked to be stretched thin while they sat back and took everything they could from you, calling it destiny, just to soften the blow. Imagine this. You're standing in the middle of a battlefield, unaware there was even a war. You showed up with open hands, ready to help, ready to build, ready to love. And while you were offering peace, they were sharpening their knives behind your back. They didn't want your light to shine. They wanted it to burn just bright enough to keep their world warm, but not enough to light your own way. They spoke in riddles to keep you confused. Pain is just purpose in disguise. Your struggles are building your character, and maybe you believed it, because when you're chosen, you try to see meaning in the madness. You tell yourself, maybe this is making me stronger. You think, if I just keep going, if I don't complain, the reward will come. But here's the cold truth. There was no reward coming from them. You were the reward. Your pain was the offering. Your exhaustion was the altar. Ever notice how they only praised you when you were quiet, when you were strong enough to take the hit without flinching, when you pushed through, smiled through, forgave without question? But the moment you started asking, "Why me?" they flipped. That's when the labels started. Ungrateful, too sensitive, difficult. Not because you changed, but because you started to wake up. Imagine a tree that's been standing in a drought, still offering shade, still holding fruit. That was you, and they kept taking from it, day after day, expecting it to stay rooted, expecting it to keep giving. But no one was watering it. No one cared if the roots were dry. That's not respect. That's exploitation. They didn't want your voice. They wanted your silence. They didn't want your truth. They wanted your obedience. They didn't want your dreams. They wanted your labor. They wanted the pieces of you that served them. And they hoped you'd never notice the parts they were slowly breaking. And when you finally did, when you finally started pulling back your energy, suddenly you were difficult to deal with. Suddenly you were acting different. Yes, you were different, you were done. Chosen one, ask yourself this. If your pain was meant to make you stronger, why were they the only ones benefiting from it? Why was it always you who had to break and rebuild while they just watched? That's not divine design. That's manipulation. They weren't sending you through trials to grow you. They were testing how far they could push you before you broke. And now they're terrified, because the version of you they crafted in their heads, the one who would keep sacrificing, keep apologizing, keep lowering your standards, is gone. That version doesn't exist anymore, and they don't know how to handle it. You were never meant to be a sacrificial lamb. You were meant to lead, to create, to rise. Imagine this, a candle in a room full of people sitting in darkness. Instead of lighting their own candles, they huddle around yours. Every time the flame dims, they panic, not because they care about you, but because they've grown addicted to your light. That's how they treated you, like a power source, not a person. And the moment you backed away, the cold set in. And now, they're freezing in the same silence they once praised. You were picked not because you were weak, but because you were strong enough to endure what would have broken them. But that doesn't mean you were supposed to carry it forever. That doesn't mean you were born to suffer for the sake of others' comfort. And they know that now. That's why they're spiraling. That's why they're suddenly remembering your worth. Because without your light, their world is falling apart. Ever wonder why they only showed up when you were useful? Why your phone stayed silent when you needed help, but exploded with requests the moment you were back on your feet? Because they saw you as a resource, not a person. And chosen one, you are not a resource. You are not a sacrifice. You are not some emotional sponge for others to wring out and discard. You are sacred, you are powerful, and you are no longer available for their empty praise and full plates. And here's the part they fear most. Now that you know the truth, you won't return to the role they wrote for you. Now that you've seen the trap, you won't walk into it again pretending it's a test. Now that you've stopped confusing struggle with purpose, you're walking away from the fire they threw you into and building your own. Let them watch. Let them sit in the silence. Let them wonder how you made it without them, because the one thing they never planned for was your awakening. They wanted a servant. They got a warrior. They wanted a puppet. They got a storm. And storms don't ask permission. So the next time someone says you were chosen, look deeper. Ask, chosen for what? Greatness doesn't come with shackles. Purpose doesn't feel like punishment. And calling doesn't come with constant betrayal. You were chosen, yes, but not to die for their comfort. You were chosen to outgrow them, outshine them, and outlive the narrative they forced on you. They bet everything on your silence. They bet that you'd never leave, that you'd stay soft, stay small, stay trapped in that never-ending loop of guilt, sacrifice, and false hope. But they lost, because now you see it for what it is, and you're never going back. Number 3, they hijacked your mind before you even knew it was a war. They didn't need to chain your hands when they already owned your thoughts. This wasn't just manipulation, it was mental warfare dressed in politeness, fake concern, and backhanded advice. They didn't scream at you, they whispered. They didn't shove you down. They made you kneel by convincing you it was safer than standing. The most brutal weapon they used wasn't their hands, it was doubt. A quiet, corrosive voice that started sounding like your own. Imagine this, you're in a maze, but someone else is holding the map, and every time you get close to the exit, they redraw the walls. That's what they did to your mind. They twisted your confidence into confusion, turned your boldness into second-guessing. You started asking, am I doing this right? Am I the problem? And they smiled, knowing the trap was working. They never had to break you. They just had to make you break yourself. They made self-doubt feel like humility. They called your instincts too emotional. They wrapped control in the language of logic. Be realistic. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're not ready. But none of it was true. You were always ready. You were just surrounded by people who needed you unsure so they could stay in charge. Here's the raw truth. They fed you a slow drip of disempowerment until you stopped trusting your gut. And that's no accident. It was strategy. The moment you stop seeking answers within, they own you. The moment you wait for their green light, your mission stalls. That's why they trained your mind before they ever touched your life. Because if they control your thoughts, they don't need to control anything else. But now the spell is breaking. Now you see it for what it was. Programming, not truth. You're remembering that your inner voice is sacred, that your doubt wasn't yours, it was planted, and now you're uprooting it. You're reclaiming your mental space, your decisions, your clarity, and they feel it, that unease you're sensing in them. It's fear, because you've stopped playing their mental games, and the battlefield they once ruled is turning against them. Number 4. They tried to break you by burying you in silence. Isolation wasn't your punishment, it was their strategy to keep you from waking up. Let's cut through the smoke. They didn't exile you by accident. They didn't accidentally leave you out, ignore your calls, or disappear when you needed someone most. That silence, that abandonment, it was orchestrated. It was the weapon they used when they couldn't control you any other way, because if they couldn't bend you, they'd isolate you. If they couldn't own you, they'd erase you. They didn't fear you being loud. They feared who might hear you if you ever got a platform. Imagine a lion born into a zoo. Everyone keeps telling it it's not like the others, that it needs to calm down, that it's dangerous. They keep it in a cage and say it's for safety. But the truth is, they fear what would happen if it remembered it was a lion. That's what they did to you. They tried to cage your energy with loneliness because your awakening would wreck their entire illusion. And you wondered, why am I always the outcast? Why does it feel like everyone turns on me? It's because they saw your rise before you did. Your very presence was an earthquake to their shaky foundations. So they cut you off, one betrayal at a time, not to punish you, but to confuse you, to drain your hope until you folded in on yourself. But here's the twist they didn't expect. That isolation became your training ground. That silence became your shield. You started hearing your real voice in the quiet. You started standing 10 toes down with no one clapping. And now you don't need the room to like you. You don't need validation. You've become your own storm. They wanted you to think you were forgotten when really you were being refined, set apart, not for punishment, but for power. And now that you've seen through it, you're no longer searching for belonging. You are the belonging. You are the force they tried to keep in the shadows. And now you're stepping out, and they can't stop it. Number 5. They didn't block you. They built you without knowing it. They tried to ruin your momentum, not realizing they were strengthening your muscle. Let's be honest, those weren't just setbacks. Those were ambushes dressed up as bad luck. You didn't stumble because you were unworthy. You were tripped, sabotaged, redirected on purpose. They saw how close you were to something real, something powerful, and they hit you where it would hurt them most, at the edge of your breakthrough. That's how fear operates. Not with honesty, but with timing. Not by confronting you, but by collapsing the ground right before you cross the finish line. Imagine climbing a mountain while someone secretly removes the rocks from beneath your feet. You slip, stumble, maybe even fall, and then they stand at the top shouting, "See, you were never strong enough." That's exactly what they did. They created the fall and then used it as proof that you didn't belong. But you do belong. You always did. And now you're waking up to the pattern. The coincidences weren't random. That sudden betrayal when you were finally gaining peace. That unexpected loss when you had just found direction. Those were strikes. Pre-planned hits to break your rhythm and plant seeds of doubt. They weren't just hoping you'd fail, they were betting on it, because your rise terrifies them more than anything. But they made one critical mistake. You kept rising anyway, even bruised, even doubting, even exhausted. You didn't quit. And now they're panicking, because the setbacks didn't destroy you, they refined you. And what they meant as delays, the universe repurposed into detours. Paths that led you to exactly where you're meant to be. The truth is, they didn't fear your failure. They feared what would happen if you ever stopped blaming yourself, if you ever saw the sabotage for what it was. And now that you do, they've lost the one weapon they depended on, your self-doubt. You no longer see closed doors as proof of your weakness. You see them as evidence of your strength. And that realization, that's the moment their whole strategy turns to dust. Number 6, they drank from your wounds. Now the well is dry. They didn't love you, they fed on you. Now that you've stopped bleeding, they're choking on the silence. Let's be real, they never needed love from you. They needed access to your energy, your forgiveness, your patience, your silence. Every breakdown you survived gave them a boost. Every time you swallowed your pain to keep the peace, they exhaled in comfort. You thought you were keeping things together. You thought you were being strong, but they were harvesting your pain like parasites, growing fat while you starved emotionally. You were never too sensitive. You were surrounded by people too cold to feel. They called it loyalty when you kept giving. They called it love when you stayed after the lies. But let's call it what it was: emotional theft. And you were the power grid, the battery. They couldn't function unless they had you on your knees. Imagine a vampire convincing its prey that the bite is affection. That's what they did, smiling while draining you, hugging you while hollowing you out. And every time you forgave what broke you, they smirked, because they knew you'd do it again. That wasn't compassion, it was captivity. But the day you said no more, that was the day their empire cracked. Because they don't know how to generate energy, they only know how to steal it. That's why the moment you started setting boundaries, they lashed out. Called you cold, changed, ungrateful. No, you didn't change. You just stopped feeding the monster. Now they're starving, and it's not your job to feed them again. Let them sit in that silence. Let them feel the emptiness they crafted with every lie and manipulation. That hollow space they're panicking in. That's what you used to feel every night while they slept just fine. Let them taste it. Because what terrifies them now isn't just losing access to you. It's realizing they never had power in the first place. You were the entire supply. And now that you've cut the cord, they're learning the hard truth. You were the light, and they were never more than a shadow trying to survive off your shine. Number 7, they mistook your kindness for a contract. Now the deal is off. They didn't cherish your kindness. They counted on it to keep you quiet. You thought kindness would save the relationship, that compassion would melt cold hearts, that patience would make them see you. But they never saw you. They saw a gold mine, not of money, but of mercy, a walking green light they could lie to, use, disrespect, and still expect another chance. You weren't offering love, they were demanding submission, and every time you gave them the benefit of the doubt, they took a little more. They didn't value your heart, they studied it, they mapped out your compassion like it was a weakness they could exploit. You thought giving second chances made you noble, but to them it made you predictable, reliable, safe to manipulate. They weren't looking for connection, they were looking for control. Imagine handing someone water in the desert, and instead of gratitude, they demand your last drop. That's what they did. And when you finally said no, suddenly you were cold, distant, not the same. Of course you're not the same. You're healed. You're clear. You've learned the brutal truth. Not everyone deserves your kindness, especially those who only show up to feed off of it. They called you kind when it benefited them, but the second your kindness came with conditions, respect, effort, honesty, they recoiled, because they weren't after your love. They were after your silence, your willingness to excuse the inexcusable. And now that you've shut that door, they're furious, not because they miss you, but because they can't use you anymore. Let them talk. Let them spin the narrative. You owe them nothing, not another chance, not another explanation, because real kindness has limits, and yours has finally been activated. From now on, your love comes with wisdom. Your compassion comes with caution. Your heart is still good. It's just no longer available to people who see it as a tool. They didn't break your kindness. They revealed why it needed protection. And now it's guarded, and they're locked out. Number 8, they attacked what they couldn't become. You were the threat, not the problem. No one tries to dim a light they don't feel threatened by. They didn't go after you because you were broken. They went after you because you were becoming whole. You weren't the problem. You were the prophecy they feared would come true. Every rumor they spread, every door they slammed, every fake friend they sent your way, it was never random. It was a strategy, because they saw it first. Your power, your presence, your influence, long before you did. Weak minds sense real power like an alarm going off in their nervous system. And you were the signal. You walked into rooms and shifted energy without saying a word. That scared them. So they struck first, sabotaged your name before it gained honor, twisted your truth before it gained a platform, not because you were a threat to people, but because you were a threat to their illusion. And illusions cannot survive when truth walks in. Imagine a wildfire they tried to stomp out with lies, only to find you were the match, not the flame. They couldn't stop you, so they tried to contain you, couldn't outshine you, so they tried to blur your light. But you didn't fold, you rose. And with every betrayal, you sharpened. With every attack, you evolved. They called you too much because you couldn't be boxed. Difficult because you wouldn't be controlled. Fake because you didn't play the character they wrote for you. But that was never about your flaws. It was about their fear. And now that fear is devouring them. Because the same power they tried to suppress is the power now standing over everything they tried to build on your name. You were never fragile, you were untrained fire, and now that you've awakened, they can't contain what they never understood. You're not just surviving, you're becoming the reminder that nothing they did worked. And that's what haunts them now. You were the one thing they couldn't kill, and now you're the proof they never had any power over you to begin with. Number 9, nowhere to run. Their darkness is eating itself. You don't have to seek revenge when the lies they told start breathing down their own necks. The same hands that tried to strangle your name are now gripping their own throat. Everything they built on your downfall is crumbling beneath them, and not because you fought back, but because the universe doesn't let unpaid debt go uncollected. The trap they set for you didn't miss, it just took the long way home, and now it's snapping shut on them. They thought they were clever, whispering lies, painting you as unstable, manipulating the story while you were too broken to defend yourself. But lies rot. And now those same twisted words are looping back like venom in their own bloodstream. That anxiety they're feeling, that paranoia, that sick feeling like something's closing in on them, that's not guilt, that's exposure. They know what's coming. Imagine throwing a boomerang, smiling as it hits someone's back, only to turn around and catch it full speed in your own face. That's what's happening. The mirror is turning, and it's merciless, because it doesn't just reflect their cruelty, it reflects the silence they thought was safety. Every time they got away with it, they thought it meant they were winning, but it was just delay, not escape. They called you too emotional, paranoid, bitter, but look at them now, restless, unraveling, haunted by the very ghosts they sent after you. Their perfect image is glitching, their allies are peeling off. Their stories are collapsing in real time. The charm they used to manipulate others, useless. The masks, melting under pressure. Here's the part that stings the most for them. You never wanted payback, you just wanted peace. But peace doesn't cancel energy, and the pain they served you cold, it's being reheated and delivered to their front door, plate by plate. The world they thought they'd control is starting to whisper, and those whispers are about them now. This isn't karma, this is balance. This is the scales finally leveling, and the mirror they used to point at you, now it's turned, and it's unforgiving. Number 10, they tried to bury the truth, but the universe dug it back up. They plotted in whispers, thinking silence meant safety, but the universe records everything, even the lies told in the dark. They moved like shadows, smiling in public while stabbing in private, whispering behind closed doors, stacking the odds, setting traps so carefully they thought no one would ever trace it back. They thought they were winning, that having more friends, louder voices, and fake clout would protect them forever. But there's one thing they didn't factor in. The universe never blinks. Every smirk they flashed when you were suffering, every fake conversation designed to turn people against you, every calculated rumor, it was seen, not by you, not by your circle, but by something far bigger. And now, one by one, the receipts are surfacing, quietly, precisely, like cracks in a dam that can't be patched anymore. Imagine trying to erase a crime written in invisible ink, only for the universe to hold it up to the light. That's where they are now. The secrets they once shared with confidence are leaking. The allies they once weaponized are distancing themselves. The applause they fed on has turned to silence. That's not coincidence. That's the spotlight flipping sides. And what's wild? You didn't have to say a word. You didn't expose them. Life did. Energy did. Their own actions are echoing so loud, it's impossible to ignore now. The people who once doubted you are starting to squint, wondering why everything they once believed suddenly feels wrong. They thought exposure meant airing your flaws, but the real exposure is watching their own story unravel, their own masks melt, and the same tricks they used to ruin your name. They're being recycled back onto them. That's not revenge. That's resonance. The energy had to land somewhere, and it landed where it was born. Here's the most poetic part. You don't have to destroy them. The truth already is. While they panic, explain, and spiral, you rise, you evolve, you walk through the wreckage untouched, because that's justice in its purest form. You shine while they collapse under the weight of their own lies. Number 11. Their circle is shrinking. The world is finally catching on. They gathered a crowd to laugh at your downfall. Now that same crowd is backing away in disgust. It's happening, chosen one. The shift is real. The same people who once sided with your enemies, reposted their lies, laughed behind your back, or stood silently while you were torn apart, those people are now uncomfortable in their presence. They can't explain it, but something in their spirit is rejecting what they used to protect. That's not chance. That's the energy recalibrating. They used to look powerful, didn't they? Surrounded by supporters, cheered on by enablers. They had the numbers, the noise, the stage. And you had silence, isolation, doubt. But here's the irony. Your silence was never weakness. It was the echo that would come back louder than any lie they ever told. Now those same people who once ignored your pain are watching with different eyes. That fake smile doesn't hit like it used to. The charm seems forced. The excuses sound recycled. And without you to blame, your enemies have no shield. They're exposed. And this time, no one's jumping in to defend them. Imagine a mask cracking in slow motion. That's what's happening. People are rewinding the past in their heads, wondering how they missed it. They're seeing the contradiction, the inconsistencies. The guilt is growing, not in you, but in them. And what do your enemies feel? That panic, that cold sweat, because they know the tide has turned and they can't control it. The same isolation they used to punish you is now wrapping around them. The same slander they used as entertainment is now the punchline of their own unraveling. And you don't have to speak. Your truth is now louder in silence than their lies ever were with a mic. Let them feel it. Let them wonder how you stayed so calm. The truth is, it was never about revenge. It was about revelation. And the revelation is clear now. You were never the problem. You were the warning. And now the world sees it too. Number 12. Now you rise, and they can't breathe in your atmosphere. You didn't get louder, you got clearer, and now your silence echoes louder than their entire performance. This is the part they never thought would come. Your rise, your detachment, your peace. Not the kind you begged for in the past, but the kind you built in solitude, brick by brick, after surviving what should have broken you. They don't know how to handle this version of you. You're no longer rattled, no longer reaching. You stopped reacting, and now they're suffocating in the silence where your energy used to flow freely. They don't have keys to your mind anymore, and that loss of access, it's killing them slowly, because manipulation only works on those still seeking approval, and you've stopped caring about their praise. You're not trying to fix what you didn't break. You're not asking for validation from people who couldn't recognize gold if it was handed to them. That's what's spinning their heads. You're out of reach now, not because you vanished, but because you evolved. Your glow isn't loud, it's lethal, that quiet confidence, that peace that doesn't need to prove anything. It haunts them. Every room you enter shifts. Every time your name gets mentioned, it tightens something in their chest. Not because you're doing too much, but because you're doing it without them. Imagine this, they tried to bury you like a problem, but problems go away. You didn't. You grew, like a seed they forgot they planted. And now the bloom is blinding. You're not just surviving, you're flourishing in a way they can't explain. And they hate it, because everything they said you'd never be, you've already become, without their help, without their applause. Let them whisper. Let them chase their reputation like a dog chasing its tail. You've stepped into a higher reality, one where peace, purpose, and power walk with you daily. You're not looking back. You're not checking if they've changed. You've changed. And that was the plot twist they never saw coming. The tables didn't just turn, they flipped. And now you're seated at one they'll never be invited to. Number 13. Now watch what happens when the universe steps in. They tried to bury your future. Now they have to watch it bloom without them. Everything they did in the dark was seen. Every lie you swallowed in silence. Every night you held back tears so no one would see your pain. None of it was wasted. The universe took note of all of it. And now it's your season, not just of winning, but of restoration. You didn't beg for revenge. You didn't throw dirt back. You healed. You stood tall in the ruins. And because of that, you've earned what's about to unfold. This next phase isn't just success, it's a statement. The same people who laughed when you lost will watch you gain more than they ever imagined. You'll be chosen for things they swore you'd never qualify for. You'll be welcomed into spaces they once mocked you for dreaming about. And the most poetic part? They'll have front row seats with no access to you, no way back in, no control. Imagine trying to stop the tide with bare hands. That's what it'll feel like for them. Your elevation isn't for show, it's a cosmic correction. What they stole from your spirit is being returned in ways they can't explain. And they'll pretend not to notice, but the universe will make sure they feel it. Your glow will irritate the same people who dimmed it. Your peace will echo louder than their noise. And your wins, they'll hit harder than any comeback story they thought they were starring in. Because they were never the main character. You were. This isn't about status. This is about justice. Soul justice. Energetic justice. The universe is stepping in now, not with noise, but with undeniable power. And the most beautiful part? You won't have to lift a finger. Your presence will do the talking. Your peace will be the punishment. And your rise will be the revelation. You weren't the problem. You were their judgment. You weren't in their life for decoration. You were there to expose the truth they kept hiding from themselves. This was never just about pain. This was a divine confrontation. You didn't walk into their lives by accident. You were the measuring stick they didn't know was coming. You were the unspoken test, a walking mirror, a force meant to reveal who they truly were when faced with real love, honesty, and light. And when the moment came, they crumbled. Not because you were flawed, but because they were. You didn't fail them. They failed themselves. You offered them growth. They chose comfort. You offered healing. They chose destruction. And the most brutal part, they thought you didn't see it. But your silence wasn't ignorance. It was grace. You saw them. You felt the shift. You knew the betrayal long before it unfolded. And still, you stayed soft. You stayed kind. You stayed real. That's why you passed the test. That's why the universe is unlocking doors no enemy can slam shut. They tried to make you the villain when all you did was reflect the truth they were too cowardly to face. That's why they hated you. Not because you were wrong, but because you saw too much. You loved too purely. You stood too firmly. And your presence made their masks suffocate them. Now, the test is over. They don't get a retake. The karma they feel isn't random. It's the weight of their own decisions collapsing in on them. You were never meant to fit in with people that shallow. You were meant to expose the depth they refused to reach. You were the revelation, and they missed it. So now, step into what's next, with no guilt, no explanation, no backward glances. You were never broken. You were the breaker of illusions. And the world, it's not just watching anymore. It's awakening to who you've been all along. You weren't sent to be accepted. You were sent to be the lesson. And now, they're finally learning. Chosen one, if this message hit home, it's because you were meant to hear it. You've made it through what was designed to break you, and now it's your time to rise without limits. The truth has revealed itself, and your light can't be denied anymore. If you haven't already, press that like button to let the universe know you're still standing strong. And if you're not yet part of this powerful family, hit that subscribe button now. This is your tribe. This is your reminder, and this is only the beginning of your rise. They laughed when they buried you, but forgot graves leave evidence. Chosen one, this isn't just a twist of fate. It's justice in motion. You were betrayed, humiliated, and left to clean up the emotional wreckage alone, while they walked away smiling like they won something. But here's the thing they never saw coming. When you destroy something pure, something protected by the universe, it creates a ripple that eventually slaps back harder than the original hit. It doesn't matter how clever they thought they were. When betrayal is the weapon, investigation becomes the echo. Imagine setting fire to someone's life, then trying to pretend you're just enjoying the warmth. That's exactly what your ex did. They sabotaged your peace, turned people against you, and acted like they were the victim. But the universe doesn't just let that slide. You see, fire might burn fast, but smoke always lingers. And guess what? That smoke is finally trailing straight to their doorstep. Reports, investigations, eyes watching. They thought they got away, but now they're running out of exits. Here's a fact that should make you sit up straight. Studies have found that individuals who deliberately manipulate and betray others are 60% more likely to engage in behaviors that eventually bring legal or moral consequences. Why? Because when someone lies that easily, they don't stop. They just get messier. And when someone betrays with no conscience, they don't learn, they escalate. That's when the universe steps in with a correction, and correction is rarely soft. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's our shared responsibility to keep the light alive in a world full of shadows. Your energy, your strength, and your story are all part of something bigger. This is more than a message. It's a movement. Thank you for being part of this force. Now back to what matters, because the truth is catching up fast. This wasn't just a bad breakup or a toxic relationship. This was a calculated takedown. Your ex didn't leave you with respect. They tried to destroy your name on their way out. They didn't just betray you in private. They turned it into a show. They aligned with people who fed off gossip and bitterness. They made you a storyline in their sad little drama, hoping your fall would make their image rise. But you stood still, stayed silent, and let the universe take notes. And now, those notes are evidence. You see, when people try to bury you, what they're really doing is digging their own grave. All the lies they told, the fake stories they spread, and the manipulations they used, they leave fingerprints. They leave traces in text messages, in conversations, in things they once boasted about. And the universe has a funny way of collecting all those scattered pieces and presenting them at the exact right moment. Here's another brutal truth. Over 70% of manipulative individuals repeat the same patterns in new connections. And guess what that means? They never stopped their behavior after you. They simply shifted their game to new victims. And when enough people report smoke, someone finally looks for the fire. That's why the energy around them feels heavy right now, why their name is starting to raise eyebrows, why certain doors are beginning to close without explanation. It's not paranoia, it's consequence. They betrayed someone with a clean heart, and that comes with a price. You didn't curse them, you didn't retaliate, you just moved forward. But balance always returns. That's the law of the universe. And what hurts them even more, you didn't crumble. They left you thinking you'd be broken, desperate, chasing after them, trying to fix what they smashed. But you did the one thing they never expected. You healed, quietly, powerfully. They checked your page expecting to see a mess, but saw progress instead. They asked around hoping to hear you failed, but heard whispers of your glow-up. That's why their guilt is louder now, because nothing haunts a betrayer like watching the person they try to destroy stand taller than ever. So when the investigation started, whether spiritual, emotional, or literal, it wasn't random. It was earned. It was timed. It was inevitable. Because the universe may not always speak in thunder, but it always speaks in patterns. And right now, those patterns are closing in on your ex. Their fake charm, fading, their lies, collapsing, their mask, slipping. They're sweating under the very spotlight they once used to shame you. And don't be surprised if they reach out soon, apologizing, deflecting, or playing the victim. That's what people do when they feel the heat. But you owe them nothing, not your attention, not your forgiveness, just peace. Because the moment you stopped responding, their karma started forming. And now that it's active, no one can protect them, not even the people they once manipulated. Chosen One, what you're feeling now isn't revenge, it's release. That sense of weight lifting off your spirit, that's justice. That quiet inner knowing that something's shifting behind the scenes, that's confirmation. You're not crazy for feeling like their life is unraveling. You're not imagining the strange energy surrounding them. When someone hurts a chosen one, the universe becomes their shadow, watching, waiting, ready. So keep your head up. Keep your energy clean. Because while they're being investigated, you're being elevated. While they're explaining themselves to people behind closed doors, you're being talked about in rooms you haven't even entered yet. That's the shift. That's the reversal. That's the karma. You didn't just survive the betrayal, you outgrew it. You didn't just move on, you leveled up. And now, the same ex who mocked your silence is being silenced by the consequences of their own choices. Let the universe do what it does. The truth is working in your favor. And this is just the beginning. Stay alert, stay grounded, and stay chosen, because your light just exposed everything they tried to hide. And chosen one, thank you for being right here, exactly where the truth finds you. What's coming next is deep, layer by layer. We're going to uncover how your betrayal set off a chain reaction they never expected. So don't move just yet. If you've ever questioned whether karma was real, you're about to see how it hits. Slow, sharp, and without mercy. Drop 777 in the comments if you know this exposure was long overdue. And if this message speaks to your soul, fuel this mission with a super thanks, because every bit of support keeps this light alive. Whether it's a cent or 100, it all drives the truth forward. And now, let's break this open step by step. Stay with me, because if you've really been betrayed, you won't want to miss a single piece of what's coming next. Let's get into it. Chapter 1. They set the trap, now they're caught in it. The most dangerous game is thinking you'll never get caught while playing with someone who was sent to survive everything you tried to destroy. They laughed, didn't they? Thought they had it all figured out, played you like a toy, tossed your love aside like trash, and walked away thinking they'd never face a consequence. But, oh, chosen one, look what's happening now. The same ex who tried to rewrite your story with lies is now being read by people who don't miss details. Professionals, eyes that see beyond the surface, voices that don't fall for charm. These aren't your emotional enemies. These are investigators, quiet, cold, and calculated, and they're picking apart your ex's trail piece by piece. You see, the way they once studied your emotions to manipulate you, that same scrutiny is now being turned back on them, only this time, it's not for love, it's for exposure. This isn't just karma whispering. This is justice kicking the door down. Every dark little secret they thought would stay buried, it's surfacing. Every text they deleted, every shady deal they made behind closed doors, every person they used and discarded, now it's on record. That mask they wore so well, it's cracking under the heat of the truth. Let's be clear, they thought they were untouchable, thought they could play the role of the puppet master, pulling strings while you suffered. But what happens when the puppeteer becomes the puppet? When their strings are now in the hands of forces bigger than them, forces trained to watch, track, and destroy deception from the inside out. That's what's happening. And they're panicking. You might ask, why now? Why is the universe exposing them now after all the damage they did? Because timing is a weapon. The universe waits until your ex is comfortable, settled, thinking they're in the clear. And then, boom, the lights come on. The walls start closing in, and their past starts screaming through the cracks they tried to seal. They thought they could light a fire and walk away untouched. But fire doesn't negotiate. Fire consumes. And now, they're coughing on the smoke of their own betrayal. There's a certain irony here that stings deeper than any revenge. They burned your trust, set fire to your name, played mind games with your peace. But now, they're not even the main character anymore. They're a case file, a folder, a problem to be solved by people who don't care about their sob stories. Your name? It's not even in the dirt anymore. It's clean. But theirs? It's under a magnifying glass, and it's burning. That's the brutal beauty of universal balance. While they were celebrating your breakdown, they were unknowingly setting the stage for their own. And now, Chosen One, your only job is to keep watching, because this show has just begun. Chapter 2. Their lies just became evidence. Now they're choking on the truth. You can outrun a rumor, but you can't outrun a record. Truth doesn't knock twice. It kicks the door in when it's ready. They called it drama. Now it's called documented. The mouth that lied the most is now the one staying shut in interviews. Chosen One, let's be brutally clear. You were never crazy. You were never dramatic. You weren't delusional, and you weren't bitter. You were right. They just weren't ready for the kind of truth that leaves no room to hide. You tried to speak out, to warn others, to explain the pain, but every time you opened your mouth, they laughed, called you emotional, said you were making things up. But now the same truth they tried to bury is coming back. Not as a story, but as proof. Imagine being mocked for crying while someone destroys your reputation, and then watching that same person try to explain themselves when confronted by people holding evidence. Imagine being told, let it go, stop talking about it, move on, while they continued their campaign of lies in silence. And now those lies are being dissected line by people who don't care about their charm. It's not personal anymore, it's procedural. And that's what scares them the most. This is where karma becomes paperwork. They played the game thinking it would stay emotional, thinking it would stay in the shadows, thinking that if they gaslit you hard enough, you'd question your own reality. But here's the thing, you didn't just survive. You documented, you remembered, you trusted your gut. And while you were healing, the truth was growing teeth behind the scenes, because lies might spread fast, but facts stick. You ever wonder why they went so hard to discredit you? Why they worked overtime trying to paint you as unstable? Because the truth you carried was a threat to the mask they wore. And deep down, they knew if even a sliver of what you said reached the right ears, it would be game over. So they smeared your name to keep theirs clean. And now, look, your words, the ones they called crazy, are being quoted, filed, time-stamped. What was once just drama is now official documentation. Imagine watching the same people who ignored your pain now whisper behind closed doors about what they saw. Imagine seeing texts you once cried over now printed in reports, screenshots, voice notes, testimonies. Energy doesn't lie, Chosen One. And when enough people feel it, when patterns repeat, when timelines line up, when too many victims start speaking the same way, it becomes undeniable. You may ask, why now? Why is the universe pulling back the curtain now when it should have happened long ago? Because sometimes the truth takes its time on purpose. The longer the lie lives, the deeper it traps the liar. They had their chance to come clean. They had their chance to admit fault. Instead, they kept adding layers. More deceit, more manipulation, more betrayal. And now, it's all caving in at once. The fall is always harder when the lies have been standing too tall for too long. Metaphorically speaking, they built a castle out of sand, polished it, decorated it, and invited the world inside. But what they didn't expect was the tide. The tide of truth doesn't announce itself. It comes quietly, steadily, until one day, everything they built is swept away in seconds. And while they scream that it's unfair, everyone else is just reading the signs you saw a long time ago. Another one for you. Imagine someone planting fake flowers in their yard just to look good. Plastic, shiny, perfect from a distance, but once the sun hits them long enough, the colors fade, the plastic cracks, and people realize they never had anything real to offer. That's your ex, a walking illusion that finally got exposed by the light of your truth. And yes, you may be wondering, will they ever admit what they did? No, probably not. People like this rarely confess. But here's what matters: they no longer need to. The investigation is louder than their denial. They can deny, deflect, play victim, but it doesn't matter. Because now, it's not about opinions. It's about evidence. And you, chosen one, are being vindicated without even having to say another word. This is deeper than closure. This is divine-level justice without needing to beg for it. You didn't have to scream, prove, or convince. You just had to endure. And now the universe is delivering what you couldn't chase. The lies that once made you question your worth are now being cross-examined. The betrayal that once broke your heart is now the rope tightening around their own credibility. And guess what else? This is just the beginning, because once the truth starts to rise, it doesn't stop at one person. It spills, it moves, it finds others. People who once supported them start distancing themselves. People who once doubted you start connecting dots. Even people who stayed silent now find themselves uncomfortable because the truth doesn't just reveal liars, it exposes the ones who clapped for them too. So, chosen one, breathe. This moment is heavy, but it's sacred. You are not watching karma, you're watching alignment. Your pain is being converted into clarity. Your silence is becoming a storm in their life. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to stoop to their level. All you needed was patience, and the universe did the rest. Let them squirm, let them backtrack, let them try to twist the story one more time. It won't matter, because now they're not dealing with your emotions, they're dealing with evidence. And evidence doesn't flinch when someone cries. Evidence doesn't care about fake tears. Evidence just is. So hold your head high, watch it unfold. You earned this moment not by fighting dirty, but by staying clean. Let the lies burn themselves down. Let their own words be the fire that takes down everything they built. Because this time, you don't need to prove anything. The truth already has. Chapter 3. They played with fire, now they're screaming in the flames. The match they struck to burn you down just lit the fuse on their own downfall. They couldn't destroy your spirit, so they tried to scorch your reputation. They lit fires with their lies, hoping the smoke would blind everyone from seeing who you really were. But chosen one, fire has memory. And the one thing they forgot is this: the flames don't care who started them. They spread, they consume. And right now, those flames are dancing at their feet, burning through the illusions they built. They thought you'd collapse under the heat, but you didn't. You walked through it, ash-covered, exhausted, but undefeated. And while you were rebuilding silently, they were fanning the fire with their ego, thinking karma was too slow to catch up. But now, it's here, and it's not knocking softly. The same blaze they sparked to ruin you is now turning everything around them to rubble. You ever wonder why it's all falling apart for them at once? Why people are finally questioning their version of the story? Because the universe collects receipts. What looked like random chaos is actually perfect design. The investigation isn't just about evidence, it's about exposure. It's about justice stepping into the room they thought they locked from the inside. So drop "justice served" in the comments if you feel that shift, because the fire they set for you is now the one they can't escape from. Chapter 4. They declared war, not love, and now they're losing it. They didn't break up with you, they broke into your soul and tried to rob your peace. Let's call it what it really was. They didn't just leave. They didn't quietly walk away. No, they launched a full-blown emotional assault. A silent war masked as romance. They smiled in your face while planning your breakdown. What you thought was love was actually a calculated ambush, and you were the target from the beginning. That's not a failed relationship. That's psychological warfare. Imagine inviting someone into your heart, only for them to take your trust and turn it into a weapon. They didn't just hurt you. They enjoyed watching you suffer, laughed at your healing, mocked your pain, spread your vulnerabilities like rumors, just to feel powerful. That's not heartbreak. That's cruelty in disguise. And here's the twist. They truly believed they got away with it, thought karma was just a story told by the weak to feel better. But chosen one, karma doesn't blink. Karma doesn't forget. Karma doesn't miss a name. It waits. And now, the bill has arrived with interest. Every tear they mocked, every lie they told, every dagger they twisted with a smirk. It's being returned, piece by piece. They declared war on the wrong one, and now the universe is making sure they feel every wound they thought they left behind. Chapter 5. They fed on control. Now they're starving for it. Power built on manipulation always collapses under its own lies. Chosen one, it was never love. It was never even connection. What they craved wasn't your heart. It was your submission. Control was their drug, and you were the supply. Every guilt trip, every mind game, every silent treatment was just another fix. They didn't want partnership. They wanted dominance. They wanted to feel like gods in a world where their own insecurities ruled them. But when control becomes addiction, withdrawal becomes destruction. And that's exactly what they're going through now. Imagine someone holding a mirror to your face every day, trying to convince you your reflection was broken, just so you'd rely on them to define your worth. That's how deep their manipulation ran. They drained you emotionally to feed their ego, convinced they were powerful because they could make you doubt yourself. But here's the truth. Strong people empower. Weak people control. And nothing exposes weakness faster than losing the person they couldn't dominate. You may wonder, why did they want control so badly? Because chaos is all they've ever known. They can't handle genuine love. It terrifies them. So they replace it with control, because control feels safer than vulnerability. But control built on lies always burns out, and now that same fire is exposing every part of them they tried to hide. They thought they had you trapped, but the moment you broke free, the entire illusion collapsed. And now, the flame they once used to blind you is shining directly on their own darkness, and it's blinding them. Chapter 6. They tried to escape the fallout, but karma has their address. You can delete the messages, but you can't delete the energy that sent them. They thought they walked away untouched, chosen one, thought they could leave you bleeding and move on like nothing happened. But consequences don't need your permission. They show up uninvited, right on time. They wanted to see you broken, but now they're the ones living in fragments. The laughter that once mocked you, it's gone, replaced with sleepless nights, anxious scrolling, and that quiet, gnawing fear that someone's finally onto them. That's not coincidence, that's consequence. Imagine someone throwing stones in a glass house, laughing while it shatters, and then acting surprised when the shards start cutting their own feet. That's your ex right now. Every rumor they started, every jab they took, every lie they told, it's circling back, name by name, word by word. They thought they were untouchable, but the investigation has made their world feel like a maze with no exit. They can't eat, they can't sleep, and no matter how far they run, they keep hearing the echo of their own actions chasing them down. You might ask, do they finally regret it? Yes, but not out of guilt, out of exposure. They don't fear karma because it's mystical, they fear it because it's accurate. The universe doesn't miss details, it tracks everything. And now, every dark move they made is returning like a boomerang with precision. They started a war thinking they'd walk away victorious, but the war never ended. It just flipped sides. Now they're fighting the very storm they created, and losing badly. Chapter 7. They called you too much, now they can't handle the fallout. They said you were too sensitive, but it turns out you were too accurate. Chosen one, you were never too much. You were never too emotional, too intense, or too dramatic. You were right. What you felt wasn't just a broken heart, it was a spiritual ambush, a soul-level betrayal that cut deeper than words could ever explain. And while they rolled their eyes, mocked your pain, and told others you were doing too much, the universe was silently building a case. They underestimated you because you loved deeply, because you cared even after they gave you every reason not to. They thought your silence was weakness, but your stillness was power. They didn't realize that your heart wasn't fragile, it was forgiving. And now they're choking on the very peace they tried to steal from you. Their mind is restless, their sleep interrupted, their reality crumbling beneath the weight of what they did. Imagine mocking someone for bleeding, only to wake up and realize the cut was on your own soul. That's their reality now. The kindness they laughed at, it's the same energy exposing them. The strength they thought you didn't have, it's the reason you survived. And the truth they tried to bury, it's the shovel digging up their downfall. So no, you were never too much. You were just too real for someone who wasn't ready to face themselves. Chapter 8. They replaced you with chaos. Now they're drowning in regret. They didn't lose you. They lost the only peace their chaos ever tolerated. They thought leaving you meant winning, that walking away would grant them freedom, a fresh start, a new supply of attention. But freedom without inner peace is just a new version of hell, and that's exactly where they're living now. On the surface, it looks like they've moved on, but inside, they're unraveling. Chosen one, they didn't just lose a person, they lost their grounding. Your energy was the calm in their storm, the anchor in their spiral. And now that it's gone, every night feels longer, every silence feels louder. They stare at the ceiling wondering why nothing feels real anymore. That restless feeling? It's your absence. Imagine someone sprinting toward what they think is paradise, only to discover it's just another empty room with mirrors reflecting the damage they caused. Every new face reminds them of you. Every forced laugh reminds them of what they ruined. They try to fill the space you once occupied, but all they find are shallow connections and temporary highs that crash hard. They thought they replaced you, but they only replaced peace with chaos. And now, no matter how far they run, they can't escape one truth. You were the only thing real in a world they built on lies. Chapter 9. They traded a diamond for dust. Now regret is all they breathe. You weren't just the blessing, they were the one too blind to recognize it. They thought you were replaceable, thought love was easy to duplicate, so they chased shiny distractions, convinced that anything that sparkles could match your glow. But glass only shines until it cracks. And now they're left with empty conversations, forced laughter, and people who couldn't carry your energy for 5 minutes. Chosen one, you weren't just a lover, you were their calm in the storm. You were grounding energy in their chaotic world, their peace, their mirror, their anchor, and now they're drifting. Regret has become their new reality, and no matter who's around them, the silence screams your name. Every fake smile feels like a lie they can't keep up anymore. Every room feels colder without your presence. Imagine giving up water in a desert, thinking you'll find an oasis. That's what they did. They mistook real value for momentary thrill, but when the rush wore off, they were left with nothing but echoes of what they lost. And those echoes are loud. Regret doesn't whisper, it haunts. They didn't just lose a partner, they lost stability. And now they're realizing too late, you were the real thing, and they'll never touch that kind of rare again. Chapter 10. They broke the shield, now they're getting hit from all sides. You weren't their weakness, you were their protection, and now they're feeling what you used to block. Chosen one, they never realized what you were really doing for them. You weren't just loving them, you were covering them. Your energy was a shield, a force that silently kept chaos, misfortune, and emotional storms away. But they confused your peace for passivity. They mocked your calm. They laughed at the very thing that was saving them from themselves. And when they threw you away, they threw away their only layer of protection. Now look at them. Things aren't flowing like before. The luck they bragged about is gone. Opportunities slipping. Friendships crumbling. Why? Because when you disrespect sacred energy, the universe responds. What they're facing now isn't just bad luck. It's justice in motion. The blessings they enjoyed while with you weren't theirs alone. They were borrowed light from your presence. And once they dishonored that presence, the light went out. Imagine breaking an umbrella in a thunderstorm and then wondering why you're drenched. That's their life now. Every setback, every closed door, every sleepless night. It's not random. It's a correction, because the universe doesn't reward betrayal, especially not when someone throws away the very soul that was protecting them the whole time. Now they're out in the open, and the storm is just getting started. Chapter 11. They went silent, but guilt screams louder than words. They ghosted you to feel in control. Now they're haunted by everything they tried to silence. Chosen one, they thought silence was power. That disappearing without closure gave them the upper hand. But silence is not peace, it's guilt wearing a mask. You don't ghost someone you didn't wrong. You ghost them because deep down, you know they saw the real you, and that terrifies you. That's what happened here. They thought cutting off contact would erase the truth. But energy doesn't work that way. You can block calls, but not karma. You can delete messages, but not memory. And now, that guilt they tried to avoid is eating away at them day by day. It shows in their eyes, the sudden way they look over their shoulder. It's in their insomnia, their overthinking, their fake laughter at parties. They're not free. They're trapped in a prison built from the silence they once celebrated. Imagine thinking you've buried the truth, only to feel it crawling under your skin every night. That's what guilt does. It doesn't need words to haunt you. It lives in moments of stillness. It speaks through panic attacks and nervous smiles. They didn't escape anything. They're carrying everything they tried to leave behind, on their back, in their chest, and behind every fake smile they flash. They silenced you, but now it's their own silence that's destroying them. Chapter 12. They disrespected the gift. Now they're paying the full price. They thought you'd always be there, until your absence started screaming louder than your loyalty ever did. Chosen one, they didn't just cross lines, they erased them. Every time you forgave, they saw it as permission. Every ounce of your loyalty, patience, and love was mistaken for weakness. They played games with someone who was sent to protect them, elevate them, cover them. And now, they're learning that disrespect has a cost, and this time it's non-refundable. They thought you'd always be there, waiting, hoping, hurting. But when you finally went quiet, that silence wasn't surrender, it was power. That was the moment everything shifted. Because when your energy left, so did their blessings. What used to flow now feels blocked. What once came easy now feels cursed. Every step they take feels heavier. That's not a coincidence. That's what happens when you break the spirit that was keeping your world together. Imagine unplugging the light source in a dark room, then blaming the room for being dark. That's exactly what they did. They shattered the energy that once protected them, and now they're stumbling in the dark, confused, frustrated, and surrounded by the weight of their own decisions. You weren't weak, you were rare, you were sacred, and when they disrespected that, they activated a punishment no apology can undo. Now they're living with the price, and it's only going up. Chapter 13. They chose a knockoff, now they're craving the real thing. You can replace a person, but you can't replicate their soul. Chosen one, they thought swapping you out would silence the emptiness inside them. They thought a copy would give them what they lost. But what they're learning now, painfully, is that cheap replacements never hold up under real pressure. They traded your depth for surface-level attention. They gave up truth for a fantasy. And now, that fantasy is fading fast. The new person might wear your scent, mimic your style, say the right words, but they can't match your energy. They can't mirror your understanding. They can't see into their soul the way you did, because you weren't just a partner. You were an experience, a connection they'll never feel again. Imagine trying to replace a rare painting with a printed poster. It might look good from far away, but up close you see the difference. You feel the difference, and they feel it every single day. Every forced laugh, every cold silence, every moment they try to convince themselves they made the right choice. That emptiness they're drowning in now, that's the echo of the real thing they let go of. They tried to move on, but the truth, they didn't move forward, they settled. And now they're haunted by the fact that nothing and no one ever compares to you. Chapter 14. Your rise became their collapse, and now they're trapped in the shadow of what they lost. They tried to bury you, not knowing you were a seed. Now your growth blocks their sunlight. Chosen one, they thought it was over for you. They really believed they had the final say in your story. When they broke you, betrayed you, humiliated you, and walked away, they imagined you staying stuck. They pictured you begging, folding, drowning in your own tears, while they celebrated their illusion of power. But what they never understood is this. You don't bury a chosen one, you plant them, and the universe knows exactly how to water what's destined to rise. Every tear they caused became your roots. Every night you couldn't sleep became your soil. Every betrayal, fertilizer. And while they laughed, you grew, quietly, steadily, and far beyond what they ever thought possible. The version of you they tried to destroy, gone, replaced by a stronger, wiser, more focused force they could never handle now. They planted pain, but the harvest, majestic. They're haunted now, not by guilt, but by your glow, your success, your stillness, your power. You became everything they feared you'd become the moment they realized you no longer needed them. They scroll in silence, eyes stuck on your evolution, watching, obsessing, comparing, wishing, but they'll never say it out loud. Why? Because pride won't let them admit that their attempt to destroy you built something unstoppable. Imagine trying to burn down a forest, only to watch it grow back twice as thick, roots deeper, branches wider, untouchable. That's you now. And here's the part that cuts them deepest. They're no longer even a threat. They're a spectator in a story they thought they controlled. Every room they enter feels smaller. Every face they meet reminds them of what they mishandled. You became the standard, and they can't live up to what they lost. You ever wonder why they're so quiet now? Why they avoid your name? Because your rise exposes them. Your elevation turns the spotlight back on their downfall, and there's no lie they can spin to cover it. You've become living proof of the one thing they never believed in: consequences. Not by revenge, not by force, but by excellence. The kind of glow that silence creates, the kind of power that pain forges. You didn't have to fight back. You just had to become. And now, their downfall plays out in slow motion. The relationships they chased fall flat. The people they tried to impress have disappeared. Their peace is gone. Their reputation shaky. Nothing they reach for lasts. Because when you betray someone who was sent to uplift you, the universe shuts the door you didn't even know was keeping you alive. They lost access to you, chosen one, and that loss, permanent. They'll never again touch the version of you that prayed for them, forgave them, stayed loyal despite the damage. That version is extinct. They buried you thinking it would end there, but all they did was trigger your rebirth. A newer, sharper, more grounded version of you that doesn't bend anymore, doesn't explain, doesn't ask, doesn't wait. Their emptiness is now their prison. They're surrounded by people, but no one sees them like you did. They get praised, but it means nothing, because none of it feels real. They laugh, but it doesn't reach their eyes. They try to replace your energy with distractions, but all they find is noise. No anchor, no purpose, just silence, and you living proof that they were the villain in their own downfall. And make no mistake, the universe is not done. Your rise is still in motion. You're not just healing, you're evolving into something legendary. And every time they see you move, speak, win, glow, they feel that loss deepen. Because it's not just about what they lost, it's about what they can never reclaim. That access is cut, that chapter is closed, and you are untouchable. So walk tall, walk bold, walk in silence if you must, but know this: your existence is proof that pain births power, and betrayal cannot stop destiny. Your rise didn't just lift you, it shattered them. Not because you wanted revenge, but because you became the version of yourself they never deserved to witness. Their downfall isn't loud, it's quiet, slow, inevitable, the kind that eats from the inside. That's what happens when someone tries to crush a chosen one and fails. Now the only thing left for them to watch is the view from below. And you? You're not just rising anymore. You're gone. Chapter 15. They ruined their own name, trying to bury yours. Now the world is watching. They tried to destroy your image with words, but ended up exposing their own reflection instead. Chosen one, what they did wasn't just betrayal, it was character assassination. When they left, they didn't just exit quietly. They ran to anyone who would listen, spinning stories, twisting facts, and framing themselves as the victim. It wasn't enough for them to break your heart. They wanted to break your reputation too. But here's the law of the universe. You can't climb by dragging someone else down, because eventually the lies you throw become the very net that traps you. They thought slandering you would boost their image, that if they told the story first, they could control the narrative. But truth doesn't need speed. It needs time, and time has a way of peeling back the masks. The very lies they used to manipulate others are now the same stories raising red flags. People are starting to see the patterns, their manipulative tactics, the inconsistency in their words, the emotional chaos they leave behind wherever they go. What they failed to realize is that not everyone stays fooled forever. The people they once turned against you, some of them are starting to feel the sting of betrayal themselves. The same tactics they used on you, they reused on others. And now the whispers they once started are echoing, but this time those whispers are warnings. Be careful with them. Watch how they move. They did the same thing to me. The very audience they tried to convince is now questioning everything. Imagine poisoning a well, hoping to harm someone else, then being the only one drinking from it. That's their reality now. The lies they poured out are now seeping into their life, infecting their opportunities, their connections, their reputation. They tried to dirty your name, and now theirs is covered in permanent stains. And here's the twist that cuts deepest. You didn't even fight back. You stayed silent. You didn't scream. You didn't defend yourself in every room. You didn't run behind them trying to fix the story. And that silence? It roared louder than every lie they told, because real ones watch, and real ones remember. When someone attacks a good soul unprovoked, it always comes back around. That's what's happening now. The energy they put out is circling back like a boomerang, and it's hitting them harder than they ever expected. They burned bridges with gasoline and a smile, thinking they'd never need to look back. But now those very bridges lead to people they need. People who used to believe them, now question them. Doors they once had access to, closing. Conversations they used to control, slipping away. Their word doesn't carry the weight it used to, because people are starting to see. And the irony, they created their own downfall trying to orchestrate yours. They spent so much time fabricating stories about you, they forgot to maintain their own image. And lies, no matter how pretty, can't survive the heat of truth. Their image is unraveling, one thread at a time, and every attempt they make to fix it only exposes more cracks. You might ask, but why did they go so far to destroy me? Because your existence exposed their lack. Your strength made them feel small. Your truth was a mirror they couldn't face. So instead of growing, they tried to shatter the reflection. That's not strength, chosen one. That's cowardice. That's what weak people do when they fear accountability. Let's be clear, their entire identity was built on illusion, on charm, manipulation, and control. And you broke the cycle. You walked away. You didn't play the game. That's why they turned on you, because they couldn't control the story once you stopped responding. And now that you've grown, healed, and risen, their version of events doesn't match your glow. That contradiction is what's destroying their credibility. Imagine telling the world someone was broken, only to watch that same person thrive, glow, and walk in peace. That's your revenge, not spite, not retaliation, just truth in motion. And now they're sitting in the corner of rooms they once dominated, trying to rebuild a version of themselves that never really existed. And they can feel it, every glance, every pause in conversation, every subtle shift in tone. People don't trust them like they used to. People are watching, listening differently. The lies aren't landing the same. The manipulation is more obvious, and it's driving them mad. They wanted you isolated. Now they're the ones being distanced from. Their web is unraveling, and they're tangled in it. Meanwhile, you've become untouchable. Your silence was your strategy. Your peace was your proof. And your rise? That's the loudest rebuttal of all. You didn't need to clear your name. Your energy did it for you. That's the power of being aligned with truth. It always wins in the end. So, chosen one, let this be your confirmation. What they tried to destroy became the platform for your elevation, and the lies they spread now serve as evidence of their own broken character. You never had to clap back, because the universe never needed your help to expose someone who was always destined to self-destruct. And they're not just regretting the loss, they're regretting who they became trying to ruin you. Because in the process of trying to make the world question you, they made the world see them. Your name stands clean. Theirs is now a cautionary tale, and the only spotlight left is the one exposing everything they hoped would stay hidden. They didn't just lose your love, they lost their reputation, they lost their power, they lost the game they created. And that is the most poetic justice of all. Chosen one, if this message confirmed what your spirit already knew, let it be the final reminder. You were never the villain. They just couldn't handle your light. Their lies exposed them. Your silence elevated you. That's real power. If you haven't already, press the like button to show the universe you're standing in your truth. And if you're still not part of this growing family of awakened souls, hit that subscribe button now. Because your voice, your energy, and your presence matter here. This is your home. This is your confirmation. And your rise, it's just getting started. Never dig for dirt on someone the universe protects, because you'll end up buried in your own jealousy. That's the reality they're choking on right now, chosen one. They thought sending an investigator after you would expose your flaws, but instead it exposed their obsession. It's like they hired a hitman for your reputation, only to realize he came back writing your fan letter. The same mouths that tried to ruin you are now being forced to admit there was nothing to ruin. The same people who whispered lies behind your back are now watching their words turn into your resume. And here's a cold fact for you. According to multiple behavioral studies, over 70% of workplace and social gossip isn't based on truth. It's born out of jealousy, insecurity, and projection. People don't talk about you because you did something wrong. They talk because you did something right. You became a mirror that made them see what they'll never be. And when that reflection hurt too much, they tried to break the mirror. But mirrors don't bleed. They just keep reflecting. Imagine it like this. They thought they were sending a storm to wash you away, but all it did was water your garden. They sent an investigator expecting to find chaos, yet every person he spoke to described calmness, professionalism, kindness, and quiet strength. "Oh, them," someone said. "They're one of the most grounded people I've ever met. Always respectful, always focused." Another added, "If you're looking for dirt, you're digging in the wrong place." That's when the investigator realized this wasn't a scandal, it was a success story. And thank you, Chosen One, for still being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's our shared mission to keep this light traveling through every dark corner that needs it. You are part of a force, one that the jealous can't understand and the fake can't destroy. Now, let's come back to what really happened. They were mad because every rumor they planted grew into proof of your goodness. Every whisper they started turned into word-of-mouth praise. The investigator came ready to collect secrets, but ended up collecting compliments. They thought people would say you were fake, difficult, or two-faced. But instead, your co-workers, your old classmates, even the ones who were neutral, said the same thing. That one? Nah. They've always been solid. Imagine the humiliation on your enemies' faces when their investigation became free PR for your character. That's the universe playing chess while they're busy flipping checker pieces. You see, when you carry real integrity, the truth doesn't need defending. It does that on its own. They underestimated how deeply your energy impacted people. You didn't have to prove yourself. Your record did it for you. You didn't have to speak. Your consistency spoke louder than any rumor. That's what they hate most. Your silence has more credibility than their noise. And here's another fact most people don't know. When someone tries to attack your reputation and fails, it creates a reverse gossip effect. It means that once people realize the lies were false, their respect for you multiplies. They start watching you closely, not to find flaws, but to learn how you handled it so calmly. You became a quiet mystery in a loud world, and that's magnetic. So yes, Chosen one, the investigator asked around. They interviewed friends, co-workers, and even old connections, hoping to find a crack in your story. But all they found was something that terrified your enemies. Consistency. You were the same person everywhere. Polite, private, honest. No scandals, no chaos, just peace. And that peace is your power. Because in a world addicted to drama, peace looks suspicious, and that's why they wanted to test it. But what happens when they test peace? It stays unbothered. It smiles. It keeps working. It keeps shining. They tried to find skeletons in your closet, but found trophies instead. They looked for proof of darkness, but discovered your discipline. They wanted to label you as too good to be true, only to realize you're just true. This entire setup was supposed to break you. Instead, it exposed them. It showed who was genuinely in your corner and who was secretly waiting for you to fall. Some of them even pretended to help, feeding information behind the scenes. But the universe doesn't let betrayal go unnoticed. It records everything. That's why suddenly people are treating you differently now. They know you know. They feel the tension. They sense the silence. You don't need revenge. Your energy already handled it. They thought the investigation would bury you, but all it did was confirm your rise. What was meant to humiliate you became your highlight reel. What was meant to end your story became the start of your legend. Because when you're the chosen one, even your trials are testimonials, and every attempt to expose you only reveals how clean you really are. So remember this, chosen one, you don't have to fight lies when the truth already has witnesses. The people who matter have seen who you really are. The rest, they're just background noise in a movie that's already starring you. And the ones who sent that investigator. They're realizing too late. You can't investigate purity and come out looking innocent. And hey, chosen one, thank you for being here and giving your energy to this message. What you're about to hear will confirm exactly why people can't stop talking about you, even behind closed doors. They thought their whispers would break you, but they only made your name echo louder. So stay with me till the very end, because we're about to break this story down step by step, and every second will reveal something they never wanted you to know. Drop a comment below with the number 444 if you're ready to watch their gossip turn into your glory. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a small token of gratitude, because every bit of support fuels this mission to keep the truth alive. Whether it's a cent or a shout out, it matters. Now take a deep breath, chosen one, because what's coming next will make you realize the investigation wasn't against you. It was proof you were always the one they couldn't ignore. Let's dive in. Number 1. They dug for dirt, but unearthed diamonds instead. Be careful who you dig into. The hole you make might become your own grave. That's exactly what happened when they came for you, chosen one. They thought they could expose you, humiliate you, drag your name through the mud. But the universe doesn't let false hands touch what's clean. They were praying for dirt and ended up choking on the dust of their own failure. You didn't just pass their test, you made the test itself look foolish. They thought your life was a performance, but it turned out to be proof. See, jealousy always disguises itself as curiosity. That's the trick they use to feel innocent about their hate. "Oh, I'm just asking questions," they'll say, "just trying to understand." But no, they weren't trying to understand you. They were trying to undermine you. They wanted to see you stumble, to find even a small stain they could stretch into a scandal. But your life, your track record, your energy, it all stood like a wall they couldn't climb. You didn't live fake. You didn't switch faces depending on who was watching. You were the same when no one was looking, and that's what exposed them. Because in a world of masks, your authenticity became a mirror. Let's be honest, Chosen One, the investigator, wasn't the real threat. The real threat was the intention behind it. They wanted confirmation of their own narrative, that you were secretly messy, secretly fake, secretly undeserving of your peace. But when that investigator walked into the rooms where your name lived, what did he find? People saying, "Oh yeah, they're solid. Always been that way." He found old co-workers remembering your professionalism, old friends recalling your loyalty, and even quiet observers admitting you were different. Not perfect, but real. And that's what made your enemies furious. They were praying for a scandal and ended up writing your reference letter. Integrity is what you do when no one's clapping, they say, and you've been doing it your whole life. You didn't change for attention. You stayed consistent through chaos. When others played games, you played it straight. And now, that's why their lies won't stick. Because truth doesn't defend itself. It reveals itself. They tried to plant weeds in your garden, but you were already rooted too deep. You see, people like that don't hate you because you're wrong. They hate you because your existence proves they are. Let me ask you this, Chosen One, didn't you notice how quiet they got when the truth came out? The same ones who were laughing before suddenly went mute. The energy shifted fast, because when their little gossip mission backfired, they couldn't handle the embarrassment. Imagine their faces when they realized every person they expected to badmouth you actually praised you. That investigator probably looked at them like, "You sure you gave me the right name?" That's the kind of humiliation that burns slow. And that's why they're mad now. Not because you did anything wrong, but because your reputation didn't cooperate with their fantasy. Think about it like this. They wanted to bury you alive, but you were made of stone. They kept digging and digging, expecting decay, but instead they struck something that shined. You became living evidence that not everyone's pretending, that not everyone's hiding skeletons. That's rare, and it scares people who built their image on illusion. You're living proof that you can win without cheating, rise without gossip, shine without stepping on others. And that alone destroys the foundation of their jealousy. Here's a psychological fact they don't want to admit. People obsessed with finding flaws in others usually do it to distract from their own. It's projection, plain and simple. The moment someone starts investigating you unprovoked, it's not about you. It's about their need to justify why they're not where you are. They can't stand the idea that your calm came from discipline, not deception. So they dig, hoping to find an excuse that makes them feel better about staying mediocre. But instead, all they find is that your peace is genuine, and that drives them insane. You ever wonder why they wanted the investigator to talk to your co-workers, your friends, your old contacts? Because deep down, they were hoping someone, anyone, would validate their hate. But hate doesn't multiply when the soil is clean. Every person that investigator met gave the same story, different details, same message. That's the power of living honestly. You don't have to manage lies when you've got nothing to hide. Your truth travels quietly, but it reaches every ear that needs to hear it. And now, the irony. They accidentally made you look better. Their plot became your promotion. They gave you free publicity without realizing it. People who didn't even know you before now do, and they respect you, because real recognizes real. And when the investigators' report came back clean, they couldn't stand it. You were supposed to be exposed, but instead, you were exalted. So here's what's funny, Chosen One. They thought they were pulling your skeletons out, but they were just digging up the seeds you planted long ago. Seeds of honesty, work ethic, patience, and class. Those seeds grew into trees so strong that even their shovels broke against the roots. You've become the walking definition of you can't fake clean energy. And that terrifies them because they can't manufacture what you naturally are. Let's answer the question that's probably lingering in your mind. Why would they go to such lengths to destroy me if I've done nothing wrong? The answer is simple: because you did nothing wrong. You're living proof that peace is possible without manipulation, that success can be quiet, that kindness can win, and to people addicted to chaos, that's unforgivable. You're not their problem, you're their proof of failure. Every good word said about you is a reminder that their lies didn't work. So they can stay mad. Let them. Their investigation became your vindication. The investigator came to find dirt, but walked away impressed. And everyone who participated in that witch hunt is now pretending it never happened. But the universe saw it all, and it made sure every false word they spoke became a brick in your fortress. They were digging for dirt, chosen one, but you were the diamond that cracked their tools. Your story is now their warning. Never go to war with someone who has nothing to hide. You didn't just survive the smear, you reversed it. And now your very name carries the power they wanted to erase. They thought they were exposing you, but all they did was expose their own insecurity. And that's the most painful truth of all, because when envy meets integrity, envy always loses. Number 2. The streets turned into your stage, and their secrets became background noise. They tried to whisper your downfall, but the streets shouted your name louder. That's the kind of poetic justice that burns your enemies from the inside out. Chosen one. They thought their gossip would echo louder than your truth. They were so confident that their lies would become the legend, while your reality faded into silence. But what they forgot is that reputation built on truth doesn't need defense. It has roots in every heart you've ever impacted. You didn't need to stand up for yourself, the streets did it for you. Here's the funny part. When the investigator started asking around, the results weren't what your enemies expected. They wanted chaos. They wanted confirmation. They wanted to hear the same venom they'd been spitting behind closed doors. But when those questions hit the real world, reality hit back harder. The people who actually knew you didn't repeat the lies. They corrected them. Some laughed. Some rolled their eyes. Some said, "Who told you that nonsense?" The streets didn't echo their secrets. They exposed their envy. Truth travels slowly, they say, but it never loses direction. That's exactly what happened here. While they were busy fabricating rumors, the universe was building your reputation brick by brick. The same people they expected to drag your name ended up defending it without hesitation, because you left something behind everywhere you went. Respect, a clean record, small acts of kindness that no one saw coming, but everyone remembered. Imagine this. They sent a rumor like a paper airplane, expecting it to soar, but it barely made it off the ground, because the air around your name was too pure for lies to fly in. The investigator walked through those same streets, expecting to find dirt, and instead found gold. Oh, them? People said. Always polite, always professional, never in drama. Each response was a nail in the coffin of their fantasy. They thought the public opinion would be their weapon, but it became your witness. You might be wondering, but why would the streets defend me if I never asked them to? Because energy speaks louder than words. Real people can feel when someone moves with integrity. You weren't running around proving yourself. You were just living your truth. The streets remember who helps without asking for credit, who stays quiet when others gossip, who stays loyal when things get tough. You did all that, and now it's paying off. Because when you're authentic, your energy lingers longer than lies ever can. Character is what's left when reputation gets tested. They tested yours, and it passed effortlessly. Your enemies are now learning a hard lesson. They can't manipulate public perception forever. Lies might run fast, but truth walks steady, and it always catches up. The streets don't lie for long. They talk, They compare stories, they notice patterns, and when your name came up, the pattern was clear. You were solid. You didn't have a double life. You didn't change up when people weren't watching. You were just consistent. Imagine this, chosen one. They tried to plant poison in people's minds, but your actions had already built an immunity in them. When that investigator asked around, every response he got was a reminder of who you truly are. They're good people, someone said, always been respectful. Another said, they don't get involved in nonsense. And one even said, if you're looking for something negative, you won't find it there. Those answers were your crown, and your enemies had to watch it being placed on your head by the very people they thought would betray you. It's poetic, isn't it? The same streets where they whispered against you are now echoing your victory. That's the sound of justice, and they can't stand it, because the one thing worse than being caught lying is realizing no one believes you anymore. Their secrets have no audience now. Their credibility evaporated the moment people realized they were obsessed with you. The world saw their envy before it ever saw your supposed flaws. Here's a quote that fits this moment perfectly. The louder they talk, the quieter the truth needs to be. You didn't have to defend yourself, chosen one. The silence did it. The streets did it. The truth walked calmly, while their lies tripped over their own exaggerations. Every time they tried to add to the story, it only made them look desperate. Because people notice when someone's obsessed. They can tell the difference between a truth teller and a hater. And in your case, that difference was crystal clear. Imagine this next picture. They lit a match to burn your name, but the wind carried the flame back to their own doorstep. Now they're standing in the ashes of their own rumors while you're walking in daylight, untouched. That's how the universe balances the scales. It doesn't need your permission to defend you. You might ask, why didn't anyone believe their lies? Because you've built a reputation that can't be shaken by gossip. That's the real secret. They underestimated the quiet power of your consistency. People have watched you show up day after day without drama. They've seen you handle pressure without snapping. They've noticed how you treat others, how you keep your word, how you stay grounded when everyone else loses their temper. That's why when your enemies tried to twist your name, it didn't fit. It's hard to convince people that the calm one was the problem when everyone's already seen the chaos coming from somewhere else. The streets remember what the fakes forget. That's another truth they're learning the hard way. They thought your reputation was up for debate, but real people, people who've seen you live, work and move, already made up their minds long ago. They know your character because they've witnessed it. They saw how you handled setbacks with grace. They saw how you stayed kind in moments when it would have been easy to be bitter. That's the kind of evidence no rumor can destroy. Now the ones who started this whole mess are sitting there wondering how their own plan backfired so completely. They're embarrassed, bitter and scared, because once lies lose their power, they expose the liar. The same mouths that used to gossip about you are now being avoided, side-eyed and called out. The universe turned their audience into your supporters. Imagine this final image, you walking through the same streets they tried to turn against you, head high, peace in your chest, while whispers of admiration trail behind you. You became the story they couldn't control. You turned their investigation into inspiration. You didn't need revenge. The truth already handled it. So, chosen one, understand this. Your life spoke louder than their secrets ever could. You don't have to argue with rumors when your history already contradicts them. You've earned your peace, and now it's loud enough for everyone to hear. The streets didn't just speak for you, they shouted. They told the world who you really are, and now the liars are left with nothing but their own silence. Because when integrity walks the same streets as gossip, integrity always wins. Number 3. They called for an investigation, but accidentally summoned a mirror. They didn't lose the battle against you, they lost the war against themselves. That's the truth they can't face. Chosen one. They wanted to drag you through the mud, to see you exposed and humiliated. But when the spotlight came on, the only shadows it revealed belonged to them. The investigator didn't find the fraud they imagined. Instead, every interview, every observation, every quiet testimony reflected one undeniable fact. You live clean. You live real. You live without double faces. And that burned them more than any insult ever could. Imagine this. Someone plans to rob your house, but forgets you've got mirrors on every wall. The moment they step in, they see themselves instead of treasure. That's what this whole thing became. They launched an investigation, thinking it would uncover flaws, but it just reflected their insecurities back at them. Every good word about you was a punch to their ego. Consistent, professional, humble, words they've never earned in their own life. So when people described you like that, it wasn't flattery. It was exposure. It showed how small they've stayed while you quietly grew. Jealousy isn't about wanting what you have. It's about hating that you have it effortlessly. That's the sickness that's eating them alive. They can't understand how someone can be calm under fire, respectful under pressure, and grounded while surrounded by chaos. They mistook your discipline for disguise. They believed there had to be some secret scandal hidden beneath your peace. But peace isn't weakness, it's power refined. And when the investigation confirmed that truth, it shattered their illusion. Because suddenly they weren't looking at your mistakes, they were forced to face their own. Let's be real, this was never about truth. It was about ego. They wanted to feel right about hating you. They needed validation for the stories they'd built in their heads. So they hid behind the idea of justice, pretending to seek truth while secretly hoping for destruction. But the universe doesn't cooperate with false intentions. What they meant for your exposure became their reflection. You became the mirror that doesn't lie, and that's why they're angry. Think about it, chosen one. Why else would they still talk about the report if it supposedly cleared you? Because the report wasn't the issue, you were. Your existence challenges their excuses. Your composure highlights their instability. Your truth erases their fiction. Every time someone praises your name, they feel like the walls are closing in. They wanted everyone to see a monster, but instead, the world saw a masterpiece. Truth doesn't defend, it reveals. And that's what this whole ordeal did. It revealed how you've handled pressure with grace, how you've navigated betrayal without revenge, how you've stayed centered while they spiraled. It showed the contrast between a person living in alignment and one trapped in resentment. The light that was supposed to expose you ended up burning through their disguise. That's why their rage feels personal now. It's not about what was said, it's about what was seen. Imagine standing under a spotlight thinking it's going to expose someone else, only to realize it's aimed at you. That's exactly what they're feeling now. Raw discomfort, because truth has a way of turning the camera around. They set the stage, they called the shots, but they forgot who the real star was. You didn't need to perform, your authenticity did the work. So now they sit there, seething, pretending they don't care, pretending the results don't bother them, but it does. Every clean word about you is a reminder that they wasted energy trying to destroy someone who's already unshakable. Every compliment about your consistency is a mirror held up to their chaos. They can't escape it because truth doesn't fade when it's inconvenient. It echoes. They thought the investigation would close your chapter. Instead, it opened their own. They can't unsee what's been revealed. They can't unhear what people really think of you. And the worst part? They can't unfeel the sting of realizing that their lies only amplified your light. That's why they're still angry, not because of the report, but because when they looked for your flaws, they found their reflection staring back. Number 4, they tried to write your downfall, but the universe rewrote the script. They didn't lose control of you, they lost control of the lie. That's what really eats them alive, chosen one. From the beginning, this was never about truth. It was about narrative. They didn't have to fight you openly. They just had to make people believe a version of you that didn't exist. And for a while, it worked. They crafted their little storyline in the shadows, spreading it piece by piece, like poison disguised as truth. They thought they were the authors of your reputation, but when the universe flipped the script, their pen broke mid-sentence. Imagine this: they built a stage, dressed the scene, and rehearsed their lines, ready to perform your downfall in front of an audience. But when the curtains opened, everyone saw through the act. The lighting exposed their faces, their tone cracked, and suddenly the villain wasn't you, it was them. That's what happens when you try to narrate someone else's truth. Lies have short breath, truth has endurance. The crowd realized that everything you'd been accused of didn't match who you'd been showing up as. The performance collapsed under the weight of reality. Manipulation works until observation arrives. That's the fact that shattered their strategy. They whispered lies in the right ears, spun stories online, and turned your calmness into arrogance. They called your peace coldness, your boundaries attitude. They wanted people to see you through their insecurities. But then came the investigation, the moment observation entered the room. And when real people started talking, everything shifted. Co-workers, friends, even people who barely interacted with you, all said the same thing. You weren't who the rumors claimed. You were steady, respectful, real. In that instant, the lie ran out of oxygen. Think about it, chosen one. How do you control a story when every character starts telling the truth? You don't. You lose it. And that's exactly what happened. The ones who once controlled the whispers now can't even control their own reputation. People are questioning them, side-eyeing them, replaying every conversation they ever had about you. Wait, they think. If that was a lie, what else was fake? That's the kind of unraveling you can't stop. Because once doubt enters the room, it spreads faster than any rumor. Imagine standing in front of a wall you've painted with lies, only to watch it peel itself apart. That's what they're witnessing now. The narrative they built was fragile, made of gossip, jealousy, and wishful thinking. And when truth entered the scene, it didn't argue. It just stood there, and everything false around it began to crumble. That's why they're quiet now. That's why they avoid eye contact. They're not afraid of you. They're afraid of exposure. Here's the part they never saw coming. Once a lie collapses, it doesn't just disappear. It turns on its creator. People who once believed them now see the pattern, the constant drama, the exaggerations, the inconsistencies. You didn't have to defend yourself. Their behavior did it for you. The universe made sure their performance ended exactly where it began, in shame. Truth doesn't need to chase lies. Lies run out of breath trying to escape it. That's what happened here. You didn't have to explain, argue, or clap back. You just stayed solid while their fiction fell apart under its own weight. They thought silence made you powerless, but your composure became their undoing. Because every calm reaction, every graceful exit, every refusal to engage told people one thing: you weren't the villain, you were the proof. Now the same people who once joined the gossip are asking themselves, why were they so obsessed with destroying someone who never even fought back? And that question is fatal to a manipulator. It flips the focus back where it belongs, on them. They didn't just lose control of the story, they lost control of perception. Their credibility shattered the moment yours was confirmed. So yes, chosen one, they thought they were writing your downfall, but the universe edited the ending. Their words became your testimony. Their lies became your spotlight. They didn't just lose control, they lost their audience. And now, all that's left for them to do is watch while the truth they feared most takes center stage. And it's spelling your name in lights. Number 5. You lived so real that even strangers testified for you. They can fake words, but they can't fake energy. That's the silent truth that destroyed their entire operation, Chosen One. You didn't go around defending yourself. You didn't post long captions proving your worth. You didn't need to. You just lived, honestly, quietly, and consistently. You treated people with respect, even when no one was watching. You showed up the same way in private as you did in public. And that's what terrified them most. Because when the investigator came looking for gossip, he didn't find chaos, he found consistency. Imagine that moment. They expected a flood of mixed opinions, whispers, and half smiles. They thought some stranger, some distant acquaintance, would throw a little shade. But instead, the story repeated itself like an echo. They're calm. They're focused. They mind their own business. The investigator started noticing a pattern. Your reputation had no cracks, no secret drama, no hidden mess, no skeletons waiting to fall. Just the same word everywhere he went: solid. That kind of harmony can't be staged. It's not luck. It's a life lived with discipline. Authenticity is silent confidence. It doesn't need permission to be felt. That's your secret weapon. You didn't charm people. You earned their quiet respect. You didn't chase popularity. You built credibility. Even those who only passed you in hallways or crossed paths once remembered your composure. That's how strong your presence is. It lingers even where your voice doesn't reach. And that's what your enemies couldn't handle. Because while they were crafting stories in private, the world was collecting evidence of your truth in public. Imagine this. Your enemies built a rumor, hoping it would spread like wildfire, but it landed in a field soaked with rain. The fire couldn't catch, because everywhere the spark touched, people said, "That doesn't sound like them." That's the moment they realized they'd lost control of the narrative completely. You had unknowingly built a shield out of your integrity. Even people with no personal connection to you could sense your energy was clean. That's power. Not the kind you show off, but the kind that moves quietly, undeniably, through every space you've ever walked. And maybe you wonder, why would strangers defend me? Because energy doesn't lie. People remember how you made them feel, even in small interactions. The nod in a hallway, the patience when others were rude, the way you never joined gossip circles. Those things add up. You were building your defense before there was ever an accusation. Your life became your witness list. Integrity is a full-time job. Reputation is just the paycheck. You've been clocking in every day, living real, not reacting, not pretending. And now the universe is cashing that check on your behalf. Your enemies wanted chaos, but all they found was calm. They wanted rumors, but all they heard was respect. They wanted someone to hate, but all they saw was proof that you were never their equal. So now, even strangers vouch for you without realizing it. That's how pure your alignment is. It speaks through everyone you've ever encountered. While they tried to write fiction, you were writing facts with your actions. You didn't have to build an image. You became one. That's the difference between their kind of influence and yours. Theirs depends on talking. Yours depends on truth. And here's the part that breaks them completely. How can you destroy someone whose life defends itself? You can't. because when your energy speaks louder than your words, every lie collapses under its own noise. You've been living so authentically that even those who never knew your story ended up protecting it. And that, chosen one, is what true power looks like. Number 6. They laughed at your solitude until it became your shield. They mocked your distance because they couldn't reach your level. That's the truth, chosen one. Back then, they smirked at how you stayed quiet, how you kept to yourself, how you didn't crave attention or validation. They labeled you cold, standoffish, maybe even arrogant. But what they didn't see was that your solitude wasn't loneliness, it was strategy. You weren't hiding, you were protecting peace. And that peace is exactly what saved you when the storm came. Imagine it. While they were forming fake alliances, you were forming self-respect. They gathered in circles built on gossip, their smiles sharper than knives, mistaking popularity for power. You stayed out of it. You knew that attention attracts chaos. You kept your name clean by keeping your presence rare. They laughed at your silence because it made them uncomfortable. But now, the same silence they mocked is echoing louder than all their excuses. The investigation proved what you already knew. You were never part of their mess, and that's why you're untouchable. Sometimes isolation isn't punishment, it's protection. That's the lesson they're choking on now. They spent their energy trying to belong, trying to be seen, trying to be heard. You spent yours mastering self-control. They thought solitude made you soft, but it made you sharp. You saw what they couldn't, the danger of blending in with the wrong crowd. You understood early that not every smile hides goodwill, and not every connection deserves closeness. So you stayed selective, and now the universe is proving you right. Imagine this. The investigator starts making calls, asking questions, connecting dots. And what happens? Every trail leads away from you. Your name doesn't appear in the gossip chains. Your phone isn't in the screenshots. Your voice isn't in the rumors. You're clean, so clean that even the messy ones can't pretend otherwise. That's when they realized the real difference between you and them. They built their safety in numbers. You built yours in truth. And now, when the dust settles, look who's panicking. The ones who mocked you for being alone are suddenly exposed because they can't hide behind each other anymore. Their alliances are cracking. Their secrets are leaking. Their group chats are turning into confession booths. Meanwhile, you're calm, untouched, watching it all unfold like a spectator at your own vindication. Distance is expensive, but peace is priceless. You paid that cost early, chosen one. You endured loneliness, misunderstanding, and judgment, all so you could be free when it mattered most. You weren't antisocial, you were self-aware. You didn't isolate out of fear, you separated out of clarity. And now, the same solitude they called strange is the reason your reputation remains spotless while theirs falls apart. They laughed at your silence. Now that silence speaks louder than their noise. They called you distant, but your distance became a fortress. They thought you were weak because you walked alone, but you were simply walking ahead. And the higher you rose, the more they realized solitude was never your weakness. It was your shield, your weapon, and your proof that the loudest power is often the quietest presence in the room. Number 7. The good gossip became your armor and their downfall. They tried to shoot lies at you, but your truth was bulletproof. That's exactly what happened, chosen one. While they were busy loading their words like weapons, your actions had already built the armor. Every time you showed respect in private, every time you chose silence over pettiness, every time you walked away from chaos instead of fueling it, you were layering protection without even realizing it. You didn't have to beg anyone to believe in you. The way you lived became your evidence. Imagine this. While your enemies whispered in circles, trying to twist your name, someone else was quietly saying, "No, that's not who they are." Maybe it was a co-worker who saw how you handled stress with calm. Maybe it was a friend who noticed how you never repeated gossip. Maybe it was a stranger who caught one glimpse of your humility and couldn't forget it. That's how real you've been. Your presence alone left witnesses everywhere you went. You weren't performing goodness, you were goodness in motion. Reputation built on truth doesn't need defense, it defends you. That's what played out in this entire spiritual battle, because make no mistake, this wasn't just about words. This was about energy, light versus shadow, authenticity versus deception. They wanted to assassinate your character. They wanted to strip away your credibility, to make people doubt your intentions. But your quiet consistency stood taller than all their noise. The universe had already filed the evidence before the case even started. Imagine them trying to orchestrate a takedown while your name was busy earning loyalty behind closed doors. Every person who'd ever seen you move with integrity became an invisible guard. When the investigator came around, those guards spoke up, not because they were loyal to you, but because truth naturally defends itself. People said things like, "Always respectful, never cause trouble, calm and kind." That's when your enemies realized the real problem. The good gossip had outgrown their lies. Energy introduces you before your name does. That's a fact. Even people who didn't know your story could feel your authenticity. And when the lies started flying, that same energy worked like a shield. They tried to drag you into a war of words, but your silence made them look desperate. They tried to expose you, but there was nothing to expose. You had already built a reputation of peace while they were building a strategy of chaos. Here's what burns them the most. Their lies didn't just fail, they backfired. Every attempt to damage your name only highlighted your grace. Every accusation turned into an example of your restraint. And that's how spiritual warfare works. It tests who you are when no one's watching. You passed every test, even when you didn't know one was happening. Every time you held your tongue instead of clapping back. Every time you stayed kind when you were misunderstood, you were forging invisible armor. Imagine being so solid that your enemies end up promoting your truth by trying to destroy it. That's what happened here. They didn't just lose, they exposed their own darkness trying to dim your light. The good gossip became a mirror reflecting everything they weren't. You didn't need revenge, you just needed to keep walking right, and the universe handled the rest. Now everyone sees it clearly. They came for your name, but your life had already testified. They came to destroy your image, but the public memory of your calmness made that impossible. And now, no matter what they say, no one buys it. Because your energy, your track record, your way of existing, it's all been too consistent to question. So yes, chosen one, this was more than gossip. It was spiritual warfare. And you didn't just survive it, you mastered it. Your peace became your sword. Your authenticity became your shield. They tried to bring you down with words, but the truth rose up like armor around your soul. You were covered before they even started aiming, and now every rumor they fired has ricocheted right back at them. Number 8. Your calm life was the scandal they couldn't manufacture. They called you boring because peace doesn't perform. That's what destroyed them, chosen one. While they were out chasing chaos, trying to make noise, you were busy making discipline look divine. You weren't in every conversation, you weren't craving the spotlight, you weren't fighting invisible wars online. You just kept your lane clean, and now that silence they mocked has become the one thing they can't compete with. Because when the investigation started, your life didn't show cracks, it showed structure. Imagine this. They were digging through your past like detectives on caffeine, expecting to find a trail of recklessness. but all they found was peace. No scandals, no messy breakups, no shady texts, just receipts of self-control. The more they looked, the more frustrated they became, because you didn't give them a single thread to pull. You lived so clean that even the dirt got bored. That's when they realized your boring routine was the most powerful rebellion of all. It made you untouchable. Peace is not the absence of excitement, it's the presence of mastery. You've been living proof of that. Your discipline was never dull, it was deliberate. Every time you chose to walk away instead of argue, every time you said less instead of defending more, you were sharpening your power. You built your reputation the slow way, through patterns, through actions, through repetition. And now that your enemies are under pressure, their chaos exposes them while your consistency protects you. Imagine them trying to paint you as fake or shady, while the investigator's notes read like a checklist of excellence. Respectful, punctual, calm, focused. That's not coincidence. That's proof of intention. They couldn't twist your peace into scandal because peace leaves no fingerprints. They underestimated how dangerous stability is in a world addicted to drama, because chaos needs reaction to survive, and you never fed it. You didn't give them emotion to twist or weakness to exploit. You starved their power by staying still. They hate that your life doesn't require cleanup. They hate that you don't wake up to consequences. They hate that while they were performing for validation, you were quietly building a legacy of control. You weren't running from drama. You were just never in it to begin with. That kind of composure terrifies unstable people because it proves they can't touch you. And here's the truth, they don't fear your boring life because it's dull. They fear it because it's proof. Proof that not everyone has to lie, scheme, or manipulate to stay relevant. Proof that peace wins. Proof that self-discipline creates its own protection. They called you boring because calling you powerful would have hurt too much. But now, the evidence speaks louder than envy ever could. So yes, chosen one, your stillness was never weakness, it was strategy. You mastered the art of living without chaos, and that, more than anything else, made you unbreakable. They wanted a scandal, they wanted a slip-up, they wanted something, anything to destroy you with, but your boring life gave them nothing. And when an enemy has nothing left to attack, all that's left for them to do is watch. Number 9. They wanted the lie exposed, but the truth blinded them instead. They sent the truth to destroy you, but the truth came back worshipping your name. That's the moment everything flipped. Chosen one. They didn't call for an investigation out of curiosity. They did it out of envy. They wanted someone official to stamp their lies with credibility. They wanted the universe to confirm what they'd been whispering, that you were fake, that your peace was an act, that your composure was manipulation. But instead of finding darkness, the investigation uncovered light so pure, it burned through every rumor they'd built. Imagine their faces when the report they prayed would ruin you turned into your greatest testimony. The investigator didn't find contradictions. He found alignment. He didn't hear chaos. He heard calm. Every person he spoke to painted the same picture. You handled pressure with grace, betrayal with silence, and disrespect with maturity. No scandal, no shadow, just proof of a soul that stayed consistent through storms. That wasn't the confirmation your enemies wanted. It was the confirmation they feared most. Truth doesn't take sides, it exposes them. And that's exactly what happened. What they meant as a trap became a mirror. Every lie they told only highlighted their own bitterness when weighed against the evidence. The investigators' findings didn't just defend you, they revealed them. Because the only deceit in the story came from those who tried to weaponize your name. The irony, the moment they tried to bury you under falsehoods, they unearthed their own motives. Imagine this like a spotlight turning on in a dark theater. They wanted you illuminated in scandal, but instead, the light exposed the puppeteers behind the curtain. Every fake story, every exaggerated rumor, every silent wish to see you crumble. It all fell apart under the weight of real proof. You didn't have to argue or explain yourself. The truth became its own witness. The investigation wasn't your trial. It was their exposure. They wanted the evidence to ruin you, but the evidence loved you too much to lie. That's how the universe works. When you live right, even the facts align in your favor. The investigator didn't just clear your name. He documented your integrity. He recorded the stories people told about your calm strength, your professionalism, your refusal to retaliate when pushed. That report became sacred proof of everything your enemies tried to deny. Now they can't talk without choking on irony. They wanted validation for their lies, but the verdict came back glowing with light. They thought they'd humiliate you. Instead, they made you legendary. Because when truth steps into the room, lies don't just die, they implode. This wasn't just about your reputation. It was a spiritual audit. The universe ran the receipts and found you clean. And when that kind of truth is revealed, no rumor can survive it. They can't unsee what's been proven. They can't rebury what's been unearthed. And the worst part for them, the very investigation they set up to break you became the spotlight that crowned you. So yes, chosen one, they wanted the investigator to confirm the lie, but he confirmed the light instead. And now that light is permanent. It shines through every word, every action, every memory of yours that's been recorded in the minds of those who met you. They wanted evidence of guilt. The universe gave evidence of grace. And that's why they're not just angry, they're haunted. Because the truth didn't just clear your name, it made your name unstoppable. And that's the truth, chosen one. They tried to bury your name, but all they did was plant your legacy. Every lie they spread became proof of your strength. Every test only revealed your truth. So keep walking tall, because the universe already cleared your name long before they tried to stain it. And if this message hit your spirit today, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not yet part of our family, make sure to subscribe. You belong here with the ones who rise every time they're counted out.